Who's not supposed to be in?
The
This prep art fuck was supposed
Humanoid
to be in here.
in.
Let's see.
I believe. They are invited. I think it's just the Doomer. Since they were literally asking, is Prime doing a panel tonight? I think it's a dead giveaway.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna not. Yeah. Okay, great.
Hello, all.
Hey. Welcome.
What's up?
Hey. Thanks for being here. Someone talk while I get everything set up. That's gonna be mad lag.
Okay. Cool. I'm really good at talking. Really good at it. No, we're talking about different animals that are okay to kill.
And I'm vegan.
All of them.
None of them.
Humans.
Same,
humans.
Corey. None of them.
None of them.
Hold on. Let me
change my mic to something a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. All right.
Much better.
The closer an animal is to being us, the more problems I have with killing them. So I don't want to hunt monkeys, for example. That'd be kind of fucked up. Hunting deer is also kind of fucked up. I have no problems eating chickens because chickens eat each other, right? So
what about Dalmatians?
Do Dalmatians eat each other? No, they're mammals. We don't eat mammals. We have to avoid mammals if we can, right?
Well, then you can't eat. If you don't want to kill mammals, right? Then you can't eat plants because, like, in order to eat plants, farmland has to destroy all kinds of vermin and moles and all kinds of mammals. So, like, if mammals is your category, then like you can't eat soy.
No,
right?
Fabian, do you remember?
Starve to death.
Do you remember that one guy that Prime had like a long time ago who's like omnipotent or something, and he was talking about like certain species that should just be made extinct automatically because they suffer too much. Were you there for this?
Mosquitoes? No, I wasn't there for that, but I'm all for eradicating all mosquitoes.
You sound like him. That's all I'm saying.
Are mosquitoes non-essential?
I don't care who I sound like. Like I'm just persistent with my principles, right? If a species is a moral agent, then they're worthy of moral consideration if they're moral actors. Okay. The only species that I know of currently that are moral actors are humans, and if humans are stopped from arguing for their life because they're acting like rampaging animals, then it's acceptable to kill them too, such as in self-defense.
I feel like there's a few steps that were skipped. I need you to explain your logic a little slower.
Yeah. I mean, if I want to, all right, let us begin with existence exists versus the primacy of consciousness. You know what I mean? Obviously there was some steps that were skipped. I'm just telling you what it is that I believe, right? Like, I mean, like it depends on how far back you want to go in philosophy. Like,
let's go.
Do we want to talk about speciation? Yeah, right. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, how far back do we go? Like, I'm just saying this is my stated opinion, right? Moral agents and moral actors, right? We do not kill them unless they aggress upon us in some way. Those that have not been proven to be moral actors or moral agents, I do whatever the fuck I want with them. That being said, according to my personal moral preference, right? There are species of which that I'm like, I don't know if in the future we will determine that they are moral agents or actors, like dolphins, dogs, elephants. Right? They get to a certain point, certain primates, they get to a certain point where I'm curious that if there is a slight possibility that they are moral actors, but that we can't prove it in any capacity because they're not able to communicate valid moral propositional statements, right?
I can see where you're coming from. That makes sense. So we shouldn't eat dogs, dolphins, and octopus, basically.
Dogs, dolphin, octopus, elephants, and like bonobos, chimpanzees, and I would probably say like there are primates that are like I'm more confident aren't moral actors or agents, but like I'm cool with not eating any monkeys. But that's a personal moral preference. As far as I'm concerned, legally, like what I can unequivocally say is wrong, and like I am right to like call the cops on you for, right? It can only be a species that has been proven to be a moral agent, right?
So how do you feel about lemurs?
I mean, I'm not a zoologist. I don't know enough about lemurs, but fortunately for me, I don't see lemur on the menu very often. You know what I mean? Like if it was, I might.
You're not like, look
lemur. How do you feel about yellow-bellied swallowtails? Like I don't know.
It's like, okay. As nerdy as I am not Brennan from D&D. Like I do not know my birds that well. Like
Well, lemurs are interesting because they are like as close to monkey as possible without like, or as monkey as they're a monkey that is the least monkey, I guess, in a sense. Like they're very much on that threshold of like, I guess they're primates, but like they're the most like what's the word? I don't want to use the word primitive, but I guess that might be the term I was thinking of. Like they're the most like primitive version of primate that like exists. Like they're somewhere between squirrel and monkey, I guess, in my head. I don't know if that's the most accurate depiction of them, but that's how it was presented to me in at university. So I just thought it'd be an interesting line. Okay, so if it's possible for them to be sentient and moral actors, or specifically just moral actors, is I guess the point.
Mm-hmm.
Then you don't want to risk eating them. But okay,
yeah,
so let's talk about.
To me, it's a gamble, right? Like, I mean, imagine it like this, right? Like 10 years before Planet of the Apes scenario, right? I'm eating monkeys, you know, like left and right, right? Like it's my favorite fucking food. I love sauteing up monkey flanks, whatever, right? And then it's discovered that monkeys of the variety that I am eating are actually moral actors, right? Like they're you know, a monkey somewhere isn't just imitating phrases that like identify with its instincts, but is able to like have discussions philosophically about the moral virtue of an action that will take place in the future, right? Like unequivocal evidence that it is indeed a moral agent. Then what I have done is I have murdered monkeys, right? I have committed an act of aggression against individual species that were moral agents. It's no different than going down the street and hunting people, as far as my ideology is concerned, in terms of natural law. And so, yeah, that's not a risk I want to take because I don't want to do that. Now, personally, I don't want to eat fucking animals that like I value, right? But that's just a personal distinction. Like I prefer not to eat dogs because like I have some value that I place on dogs, but it's not anything to do with like whether or not it's morally wrong to do so from like a natural law perspective.
Gotcha. Okay.
Morality.
Hold on, before you go, Mad Latin, I'm not gonna put you on screen with that fucking background. Knock it off.
Come
Thank
on.
you.
All right, fine.
All right, go ahead, Keela. You're gonna say something?
No, I was just gonna say I think morality obviously only exists within the parameters of human experience. So like, of course, we can't really say that anything else is a moral agent of its own. But like, I think what vegans are doing, especially ethical vegans, is they're applying their own sense of morality to other species. Like an animal really isn't capable of making the decision that a human is doing by like working itself out of the food chain and electing not to eat animals. I think vegans are like making that decision for them. Do you know what I mean? Like applying their own sense of morality to another species. And it's easier when we're like really similar. Like you guys brought up monkeys. It's probably easier to empathize with a monkey and assume that it probably has relatively similar like senses of emotion and anxiety and fear and dread and all this kind of stuff. So it's easier, but that doesn't mean that we can't do it for like all sorts of different species.
Right.
Yeah, no, I mean they can have a moral preference. It's just when they start telling me that I'm a murderer because like, you know, I eat fucking chickens when like they eat fucking soy lentil where like and like mole and vermin are like chopped up and like crow like literally the combines, right? Like when they go to harvest, like crows and all kinds of carrion, you know, birds, fowl, if you will, right? They swarm because they know that there's going to be hundreds of dead animals that are going to be on the ground that have been, you know, killed by these machines that they can feast on. So it's just like, it's just stupid.
Well, no, it's not though, because there's a distinction though, right? Because like there's the intent of like killing millions of chickens a year to feed people versus the like accidental nature of using combines to harvest fields and attempting to reduce the harm in doing that. So like I think the intent is probably a big part of it, and you could probably sort of try to combat the deaths of those animals in a variety of ways, right? Like you don't actually have to have factory farm soy. You could grow soy in your backyard and do whatever the fuck it is you're going to do to process it.
I'm with you on that like obviously intent has some role to play. But the problem is from a deontological perspective, intent doesn't usually matter. There's some circumstances where it does, but more often than not, it doesn't. from a natural law perspective, it doesn't matter at all. From a consequentialist perspective, intent only matters insofar as the psychological intent transfers to other crimes, right? Because the material consequences are the same. So like intent really only plays a major role to the virtue ethicist. And like, I just don't see vegans that are demanding that other people like not do this in any way, shape, or form, are like coming at it from a virtue ethicist position. So it kind of like undermines their own argument. It's like, sure, if you want to be a virtue ethicist and that's your argument, you know,
Does
make
that
it.
really
but
make
like,
you a
but
virtue
like it doesn't
ethicist?
really.
No, because like the point is like on like a consequential
I mean, that's the
level.
whole point of virtue ethicism, right? Is like,
yeah, but just because it's the point of that doesn't mean that that's like the intent of what I'm suggesting here, which is the fact that you could reduce the harm caused by factory farming soy or whatever crop, and try to reduce the deaths of animals, generally speaking. Like when the goal by talking about this and making the arguments to like just try to prevent life from being harmed in the first place, I guess.
Dog, it's consequentialism. Like, you know what I mean? Like we can just add more and more layers about why things are important. It go and ad infinitum, right? Like there will always be confounding variables and new things that we can
but that doesn't,
add
but that doesn't
change
reduce the
future
importance
outcomes.
of it, though, right?
If you
Like-
point the finger far back enough, we literally can't eat anything. So like, if you're a true
Yes.
ethical, like I have a secret for you. There is
Right.
no such thing as a true ethical vegan.
Yeah.
Like as just one example out of thousands, most sugar that's used in America is made from like they use animal bone char to refine it. So you can't have
Jesus.
anything with sugar in it.
Oh,
You know what I mean? So
Kylo, are you a vegan?
yeah.
Okay. Not to derail too much of the millionth vegan debate.
We know your position on dogs.
This is all a derailment.
The reason why I brought up hunting to begin with actually was I wanted to add, I guess I get the vegan debate, but it was more a question as to why I think there's a little bit of an issue, I think, with people who take a strong stance when it comes to like eating animals when you're hunting. So this last Saturday, I went hunting for the first time, and I've been talking a lot about it. And
Murderer.
Right, people.
He didn't say what he was
For
hunting.
the first time in my life, yes.
He might have been hunting people.
European mother, no guns in the house. Yeah, so I went hunting for the first.
Okay, yeah, my bad. I forgot.
Hunting
Your
socialists.
parents were immigrants.
Yeah. So
I was like,
yeah, American gun tradition is starting with me. Okay, I got to develop it. And so I went hunting for the first time. And when I was talking to people about hunting, the thing that I kept noticing them saying over and over again, or asking, is, "Well, are you going to eat it? Right? Are you going to eat whatever you kill?" Which
they're super big about that.
Right, they're super big about that. And I always said yes. And if I actually caught the fucking turkey, I would have eaten it. And because a huge part, but here's like the issue, right? I would have, because I enjoy the taste, right? But ultimately, right, engaging in anything, because you can survive off a vegan diet, why is it so important for me to eat the animal that I kill? Why, if ultimately eating it is just for some kind of like mouth pleasure anyway, how is that really all that much better than me just shooting the animal and leaving it in the field? Why are animal rights activists so insistent on me eating what I catch? It doesn't make any sense to me.
I think because they see it as like sustenance is a need rather than just a desire, and you wouldn't just be like shooting it randomly for no reason, I think is what they're aiming for.
But I don't need it for sustenance, right?
Well,
If you don't need it for sustenance, then yeah.
But you don't need it for sustenance, and just because you value the mouth taste and the mouth pleasure doesn't mean that it's not sustaining you on some level. Like it still does.
As Kilo pointed out, you must kill in order to survive. It is impossible. Like there is no, like even if you're not eating meat and you're making sure that all of the vitamins and nutrients that you're taking to make up for the lack of nutrients you're getting from not eating meat from other sources don't come from animals at all, you're still killing animals by the food you're eating, right? Like animals are going to fucking die in order for you to survive.
I don't see how that's a
necessary.
justification. That is so strange. Of like, well, since some negative outcomes are going to happen. Therefore, like everything else is like justified. Like I understand
Let's
that
just do it
perspective.
all.
It's like, yeah, since you can't do
Well-
any improvements, or you can't like, yeah, so like murder and rape is always going to happen. So why take steps
No,
to
no,
reduce it?
Corey, I'm with you on this one as a vegan, but I think Scott's saying if your intent as a vegan is to remove all of the demand that you would contribute to like the meat industry or whatever. So like a lot of people don't eat meat because they don't want to contribute to the demand for that meat. You're contributing to the demand for the death of animals, no matter what it is that you like buy and consume. Like that's just a fact. So I think
That is
that's all
true.
he's saying is that you can't actually remove the ramifications and the deaths of animals from your diet entirely. It's literally impossible. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why does it have to be my diet though?
I
Like
don't
if I
personally know any vegan that's has the stance like their diet or all their lifestyle is cruelty free. Like we still buy smartphones. We still buy like
I know lots of people that believe that they truly believe that they are completely ethical, 100% pure vegans. And I
insane.
also think that most vegans are liars personally. Like as a vegan, I have obviously a horse in the race, but like when I've talked about this a little bit with Prime, but when vegans say that they see a chicken or a cow or whatever is like they value it the exact same as a human, they're a fucking liar. There's no person that has the same level of emotional attachment to a chicken or a cow as they do a human. And even from like a
absolutely.
logical, So, but
Well,
people say that.
I mean, like they'll say that, but it's like, you know, if there was like a chicken about to walk onto the third rail of a subway and like an 8-year-old little girl looking at you going, help me, you're not going to be like, I'm gridlocked. I can't decide whose life
gotta
is
pick
more
one.
important.
You have to leave the girl, obviously.
Right. You know what I mean? It's
She
like,
should
is
have
she a
known
white
better.
girl?
She's got a
You
bigger,
know what I mean? Because
bigger brain. She didn't
The
know.
survival of the
That's the
species
real
depends
argument.
on that girl dying on the rail.
Gotta use a higher intelligence.
Yeah.
I always saw it as kind of an ROI, right? Like how much suffering am I going to put into the world in exchange for the benefit that I get out of that suffering, right?
that
So
would
if you're a hunter, for instance, like you actually could net reduce suffering, right? Because of if there's an animal in the forest, like there's no good way to die in the forest, really. Like you're going to starve to death, or you're going to get some horrible disease, or you're going to get predated on, you know, like slowly by some animal,
killed by one of your other, you know, someone else of the same species for conflict over food.
Honor party.
The best death, like with the least suffering that I can imagine for an animal, like, you know, out in the woods, is to get shot by a hunter, like by a competent hunter that's going to, you know, end that animal's suffering quickly. And the hunter is also the only like potential like predator that's going to potentially like care enough about reducing your suffering in order to make that happen. Like no other animal.
I mean, if you've ever been to a hunt club, right? Like if you've ever been a member of a hunting club, right? And you will notice that most of the people, especially those that have been doing it for a while, the older people in the club, right? They're very, very much conservationists, and they're very, very much concerned with the suffering of animals. Like when you when you go there, it's like if there's like a person in charge, like I remember my Uncle Stacey, if you shot a doe when like you weren't supposed to kill doe, he would be fucking livid with you and would impose rules based off of what they felt was happening with the deer population on the hunting club grounds, like about like no doe days, even when the state had said that it was acceptable to kill doe on those certain days. He'd be like, no, we're not killing doe. Like we want these people to do well. But then there would be times where, you know, the hoof disease had struck enough of the deer population where he'd be like, no, we have to call their numbers. There's too many of them. They all have hoof disease. They're all suffering. Like does, bucks, I don't care. Kill as many as you can get. We need to thin their numbers. Part of that being we took away their natural predator, right? Like we killed all the wolves. There aren't any fucking wolves in any of the deciduous forest in America unless it's like Yosemite or like certain areas, right? There's coyotes in a lot of areas and they'll hunt deer, but like we eradicated their natural predator and they suffer because they don't have their natural predator, because it is in their best interest to be killed. Like from time to time, like if you're doing a net suffering cost analysis.
First of all, Mad Lad, thank you for the 26 months. Really kind of you, buddy. Thank you so much.
Also,
much
one
better
question
background.
to vegans. Can I call the cops on dogs that are attacking? Can I call the cops on predators? Like,
Well, I mean,
there's
I
a
guess you
coyote
can. You
attacking
can
animals in the woods. We have to
call
stop it. It's murder.
Okay, fair enough. But that's
Dog needs to go to jail.
I had never heard, like, I mean, I've been okay with hunting for a long time, but like I had never heard that specific argument about like yeah, that's like literally the best way to die. Like it's the mercy. Otherwise, it's gonna be like all of the options are pretty fucking ugly.
It's the least bad fate you could have as an animal in the wild.
What
And
about,
that doesn't even get me started on like factory farming.
What about hugging bears?
Hunting, you know.
Well, so we're talking about like the reducing suffering, but my question was more along the lines of what if you let it rot? Like, what if I shot an animal and then like wouldn't it be more selfless to like leave it for scavengers? Like, aren't you doing something selfish by taking it for your own consumption?
I mean, maybe. Like something's gonna eat it no matter what, theoretically, right? Like there's bacteria or mushrooms or.
Most vegans are okay with eating roadkill, at least as far as I encounter, just because like they didn't intentionally like go out.
Ethical vegans. Say ethical vegans, right? Like most ethical vegans that are only doing so for
repulsive. That's another example of like I don't know that they actually mean that, dude. I'm not sure.
Lactoid, I think to answer that question. Lactoid, I think to answer that question, I'd have to know what the alternatives are, right? Like if by leaving that turkey in there, you're gonna go and buy factory farmed meat and eat that evening
soybeans
instead of the turkey that you shot. Yeah. I mean, like, you know, there would be other factors.
I'm starting a new nonprofit organization, right? And what we do is we go into lower income neighborhoods and we take donated couches and things like that are full of roaches. And instead of getting rid of them and harming the environment, we just give them to vegans because they won't kill any of the roaches. They'll let them flourish in their home, right? And then we'll donate, new furniture to the poor, right? The poor get new furniture. The vegans get to protect the sacred lives of the roaches. Everyone's happy, and then the memes that they stink and that they're gross people will just be default true. Everyone's happy. Right?
And no one
and
will
the
listen
World
to
Economic Forum can harvest the cockroaches for like dinner,
Yeah, like
yeah, you got it. Once the Danes get kicked off of their farmland and it's illegal for them to purchase farms because of nitrogen emissions / new development, we can farm the bugs for food.
All right, so we're gonna say one of our people, our crew here, is having car troubles. Hopefully they'll be able to make it later on and hopefully get the home safe, first and foremost. So I'll be waiting along for that. I was gonna say lastly on this, is that like, I'm fine with like torturing animals if you got a purpose for it. So like, I'm cool with that.
I can't believe you're doubling down on this.
I am
torturing animals. Like
yeah. I mean, like if I need to torture animals,
you're okay with like 101 Dalmatians like scenario, like Cruella de Vil, nothing wrong.
So there's a puppy that knows like
and never got her due.
Justice for Michael Vick. Justice for Vick. You heard it here.
True.
Michael Vick.
I'm with Prime on that.
That's not me, my guy. That's not me.
Okay,
Dr. Oz had a purpose for all of the torture that he did with puppies, right? Like, some medical information like was gained out of that.
Yeah, when you have medical
is entertainment not value?
Information was obtained from a lot of different things, though, and we don't necessarily support all those things, do we?
If you're gaining medical knowledge, yeah, actually it is.
No,
like if it's
because
human lives, I'm definitely
that's a separate debate.
I would say that like.
It's arguable whether that.
Like, how much water is in the human body for a
reason. Oh my god, I personally prefer that there is less harm. So like, I don't want to torture animals. I don't want to torture animals. I'll kill an animal, eat it. Certainly, I don't care. I'll kill a dog or cat to do it. I don't give a shit. But I personally wouldn't do that. But like, if there was a purpose, yeah. But anyway,
what you said
torture animals.
You had no qualifier.
So if
that animal torture saved your grandma's life, you might make that trade-off.
Okay, Elon Musk shows up and offers you $1 million to drown a bucket of puppies. Would you do it?
Drop?
No, drown.
I think you have an ethical obligation to do that, because if you did that, how many African lives could you save with $1 million? Like 50, probably. So that's like 50 people that you're sacrificing for a bucket of puppies. You're evil.
Which is exactly what I'll use that money for. So let's. let's continue on. We'll start the show. Anyone wants
but
to,
you have to do it. Hold on, pause. You have to do it while Elon Musk has a Bluetooth speaker and presses play. And as you're doing it, it's just in the arms of the angel, walk away. Like as the puppies are gurgling, you have to do
beautiful.
Oh my god.
Okay. I mean, I'll send
In
the
slow
video
motion.
to Sarah McLaughlin, right? Let her know what's up. So let's get started. So thank you all for being here at the puppy mill or the reverie. Much appreciated. We got a great group of guests here. I'm really excited. So I'm going to start by introducing them. Guys, if you enjoyed this content and I haven't scared you off with my last comment, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button right now and consider subbing to the channel so we can keep doing this for you. All right. We will start with my man Lactoid. Lactoid, how are you doing today, friend?
Doing great. Full factory reset, and we're running pretty good. Everything's working real fast so far, so no issues today.
Well,
it's good. Yeah, I'm happy about that. So no, I really appreciate you having me on Prime. I think these are good topics. It's going to be an interesting discussion. You can find me at Lactoid TV.
I hope that wasn't too much trouble. Did you format your computer yourself?
So it was definitely an endeavor.
It takes like 8 hours. Stop.
Well, no, because I couldn't click on anything. So I had to like force reset, and then I couldn't click on the search bar, and I couldn't I was trying to run command prompt, and I couldn't, and then I had to go into my registry, unlock certain permissions for my temp user account to let me even be able to factory reset, and then I could factory reset, and then I was good. So
you don't need to do any of that to format a computer.
You do when you can't access, when you can't click on control panel and you can't.
No, you don't have to start the OS to reformat.
No, yeah. So I also tried that where you start it up, and the problem is with my version of Windows, when you try to reset from before you go into the start screen when you do BIOS. It says requires a password for your account that's linked with the computer for Windows 10. And I entered the right password and it was not taking it. So
okay. All right. Well,
it's something.
Glad you accomplished. Yeah, it sounds like an endeavor. All right, buddy. Yeah, I've formatted my computer so many times. It's 2 hours. After the format itself is done, it's 2 hours. I'm up and running. I got the process fucking down. But next, we'll go to our friend Scott, who hopefully had a factory reset on his health. Are you feeling okay, buddy? How are you doing?
I have a degenerative disease. It's just some days are bad days, and I'm out. That's it. But yeah, no, I mean, whatever. Fuck it. I got old man joints. Not per se what I wanted to talk about in my intro, but nevertheless, yeah, I am Scott from Fabian Liberty, libertarian anarchist duo stream. Come check us out on Rumble, on YouTube, on Twitter, Fabian Liberty everywhere.
All right.
And I'm happy to be here. These should be fun topics.
I'm super excited.
I always love talking about AI. Fucking nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about with AI, and I love talking about that shit.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, I have no problem filling around in the dark for your amusement. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, friend, thanks for being here.
Yeah, as always, thank you so much for inviting me. Always appreciated and grateful to be here and to be invited and to be here with these familiar and fine faces. And I think at least one new face, at least for me. And I just want to make my position clear. Cruella de Vil is a villain. I'm yeah, you shouldn't be rooting for Cruella de Vil. I think it's pretty clear in the name. But yeah, thank you so much.
It's crazy that you had to say that, Corey.
But she got her own movie.
She's a queen, and she's never been recognized for it. So let's go to our friend Pep, who's for my limited time with her, whose personality actually doesn't match her name. So thanks for being here.
Hey, yeah, I'm Pep. Amy. I go by Art by Pep online. I'm usually doing art, but I also have opinions on stuff, and so I occasionally pop onto debate panels.
Okay, thank you. Do you?
I'm just giving the queen her respect.
Exactly.
Glenn Close, I agree. Not Cruella de Vil.
Pep, do you look at Cruella as a style icon? I mean, come on.
Are we
Come
talking
on.
about the original Disney one or the new one? Like the
Whichever
animated
one
or
you
the
prefer. Whichever one you prefer.
the OG one? I think yes, style icon. The new one, it feels like they were trying a little bit hard. Like you can't really make somebody an icon by trying hard to make somebody an icon. You know, there's some good bits, but I prefer the OG.
Okay. All right.
New Disney films suck. Very controversial opinion.
All right, Kilo. Thanks for coming back. We had you once before. Had a really good time with you. Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks for having me back. It's nice to see familiar faces, new faces as well. You can find me, Kilo the Giant, on pretty much every platform currently. I don't have a ton of content, but what I've been doing lately revolves around kind of exploring both sides of everything, trying to understand the other side rather than just demonstrate how much I know about something. And if I don't know enough about something, I am free and willing to admit it. So yeah, it should be exciting. Excited for the conversation.
I'll see how long that lasts. When your ego gets attacked. Let's go to our friend Ike, who knows everything about everything. Honestly, he proves it all the time here.
I know just a little bit about some things, but it's a wide variety of things that I know very little about.
Thanks for being here.
Thank
Anything
you.
else? Oh, okay. All right, great. Thanks.
Yeah.
Filling Doobie's slot here.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I gave my little hunting opinion. That was good.
No, it was good. It was good. And actually really interesting. I'll like chew on that later on. Really, but he does that to me all the time. He gives
Like
me something
deer meat?
that I chew on. Yeah. Well, just
I like elk.
Oh,
It was a joke. Chew on it.
I just got it.
Gonna chew the fat.
Let's go to Mad Latin. Mad Latin, you've got big shoes to fill. For God, my stomach's already growling. Come on, man, don't tease me like that. Mad Latin, thanks for being here, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Mad Latin. I teach chess professionally, run chess tournaments, stuff like that. Sometimes I stream. I haven't been lately. I've been working like 7 days a week for like the last month and a half. We're finally getting some time off though. So glad for that. So in my spare time, I might do some streaming, might be some of this stuff, might be some chess, might be some whatever. You can find me at twitch.tv/GigaChadLatin because that's my bit right now. And then do I have anything else to plug? Not really. Let's get into this. I'm excited about the topics. Oh, actually, there was one more thing. Have you guys seen the videos on YouTube of deer eating meat? So some guy's been feeding deer like steak, and then there's like some deer that have been eating like mice and stuff like that. Have you guys like seen the whole? All right, let's just talk about the topics. It's fine. Don't ignore me. Okay.
Much better video is from the VHS release of South Park when they only had 2 seasons or a couple of seasons out. And Matt Stone and Trey Parker bring on the pig called Macon, and Macon loves bacon.
No, they did not do that. Did they do that?
Yeah, you can find it on YouTube. Macon loves bacon.
That sounds familiar, actually.
That's
all right. Let's go and Madeline, change your background. God damn it. So let's topic 1. Bernie Sanders and Ilhan Omar have introduced a bill to radically expand school lunches. Their bill would provide free school lunch, breakfast, and dinner, and a snack, I believe, regardless of income to all students. This is in response to a growing school lunch debt crisis. Do you believe that this is a good idea? Whether you do or don't, do you think that path to fixing societal issues should go through schools? For example, would it be better if we pass legislation to strengthen families so they could afford school lunches? Is America over-reliant on schools to fill in its social safety net? And even if you are in support of that net, do you think this presents structural problems as an easy attack to attack institution? I almost read that without messing anything up, so I'll take that as a victory. Anyway, school debt, school lunch debt is a thing, incredibly in this country, incredibly, and it's a thing that we shame kids for. In case you didn't know, We make them feel like shit. We sometimes like fucking brand them in front of their classmates so they know that they're poor, and that they need this assistance and that they're not even paying for it, and that like they haven't fulfilled their bill. So it's a thing here, unfortunately. And so, Bernie Sanders and Ilhan Omar are trying to do something about it. It's not going to go anywhere because, the government. But beyond that, like, I want to know if, even if we could wave a magic wand and do this, like, should we, right? Should this be the path, or should we look through other means of making sure children are fed, which hopefully everyone believes in that, feeding them puppies. All right, let's go to Lactoid.
Yo, Bam says he's been backstage for like 15 minutes.
Has he? Not 15 minutes. He just fucking showed up here. All right, but
I just read what he said.
We can give Bam his opening if you. I don't know if you want.
Yeah. All right. Actually, we'll just combine it later on. You
okay.
Start.
Sure. So Milton Friedman once famously said that there is no free lunch in reference to government programs. And the point here was to highlight that there is no such thing as a free program. Everything has a price tag, and this price tag is paid for by someone. This phrase, I think, works perfectly here too, especially the subject that we're talking about, lunch, but in this case also breakfast and dinner. I don't see a reason why we should be paying for universal breakfast, lunch, and dinner for people generally, especially people who are able to pay for their own food. This is just a continuation, however so slightly, of a slide into socialism, unironically. It's not a huge jump from this to having the government start paying for every breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then housing, and then healthcare, and then your phones, etc., etc., etc. It is a slope, and it is a slope that we are on. I understand that with children it's particularly emotional, but the line does need to be drawn. The person ultimately responsible for feeding their children are their parents, and if their parents can afford to do so, especially, they should. Just because you exist doesn't mean that you have a right to the products of somebody else's labor.
Hey, thank you. Let's go to Scott.
So, obviously, yes to everything Lactoid said, right? Because we're both libertarians. The biggest problem that I have with this isn't so much, obviously it's the fact that there is no such thing as free lunch, that this requires stolen tax money from other people, that this, lowers people's wages, this reduces the amount of jobs in the economy, it reduces economic growth, and then puts it somewhere else that presumably we're supposed to get the same kickback on. But we don't actually know whether or not it's beneficial there, even from a consequentialist perspective. But the other thing is that I'm probably the only person that actually read the fucking bill, right? And actually understands what's in the fucking bill. And if you look at the fucking bill, what it is a giant check written to corporate America. It is a giant, massive funneling of money to large corporations that lobby for shitty food to poison our children, that a $20 billion industry is school lunches for these corporations, that spend $140 million on marketing in school, specifically in programs to market in school to get kids hooked on sugar and fucked up processed food as a child so that they will always be addicted to this crappy food for the rest of their lives. And what this bill does, we can go through the details of the bill, but they lie about it on their page, such as saying, oh, well, we support local farms and 30 cents per meal. Actually, you get 30 cents per meal if 25% is locally sourced, and that meal is only for lunch. It's actually 8 cents for snacks and 21 cents for dinner and breakfast. Oh, and by the way, how we define locally sourced is you went through another super large mega corporation that that is an intermediary that gathers local food. It's a giant check to corporations that have been fucking our children over and poisoning them since the 1970s when free lunch programs came in. And then we decided as a government, and even worse under the Reagan administration, to have less restrictions to allow corporations to set in and profit off of tax dollars. It is a horrible fucking program, no matter what side of the political aisle you're on. And all it means is that middle school people that struggle but don't get free lunch, that make lunches for their kids to go to school, will now be incentivized with a worse economic situation to get free school lunches so their kids can be hooked on Doritos and chalky chocolate milk. It's fucked up. Fuck anybody that supports this bill.
All right. Thank you so much, Corey.
Yeah, I'll be brief since my position is not, I don't think, super complicated, at least as of now. I want to discuss more during whatever the open part. But so to sort of maybe answer a little bit of what Scott brought up in terms of like even from a consequential analysis, we're not really sure. We do appear to have some evidence showing good outcomes in terms of universal school meals. I'll provide the study in the Discord chat where it does seem to be associated with positive outcomes. And even then, the study that I'm going to link, they not only just looked at breakfast, they looked at breakfast and lunch, and providing both breakfast and lunch appear to improve outcomes even better in terms of like academic performance, reduced BMI, and all that stuff. And so from that standpoint, it's not like a mountain of evidence, but there is a pretty decent amount. Whereas like, yeah, it seems to be an overall a good thing. But if what Scott said is true about this bill, which I'll gladly take the word for it, then like, yeah, I would be against providing unhealthy food to children. And I would obviously advocate for healthy school lunches across the board that are universally accessible, that are largely plant-based, maybe ideally vegan, but I may maybe not go that far. And I'll leave it there. Actually, no. And also to answer the other prompts that you gave in terms of, I think it's, yeah, you're asking a good question of like, are we over-reliant on schools? I think potentially yes, as in I would not use this as the potentially only way forward. I'm open to other means in terms of trying to solve food insecurity. If that comes in the form of like, let's say, universal basic income, I'd be open to that as well. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you. Pep.
I'm kind of in agreement. There, I feel like studies have shown, like you said, studies have shown that providing kids nutrition unsurprisingly helps them in school. So I think that's great. And given like the current state of society with like how much income disparity there is, how much people are required to work, relying on parents to consistently be able to not only like afford to feed their children, but to either be able to like give their kids money for food or to like hand make their lunches and stuff like that. There's just not enough time in the world for some people to do that. So I think school lunches fill like a pretty useful and important role. But I do agree that if it's just a bill that is secretly like funneling stuff towards just like shitty corporate bad food, that's suboptimal. But overall, I do think that school lunches are a really positive thing.
Thank you. Kilo.
Yeah, surprised I agree with a lot of what Corey said. My thoughts are kind of scattered. I feel like if we look at the bill individually, obviously we're going to find problems with it, as you can probably find with most pieces of legislation that are presented. Usually there's some like ulterior motive or benefit to some corporation somewhere that we kind of disagree with, but at its core, um, I had a prepared opening statement on this. I'm just going to kind of ditch most of it. 73% of Americans, though, and this is a study from 2019, they do support most social programs when they're properly implemented. And that's either in favor of the social programs we have now or expansion. So most of those are based on what we consider to be like a fundamental right as like a citizen. You have a fundamental right, obviously, to have access to infrastructure and education and security and things like this. I think that if we're going to have, which every state in the country has compulsory attendance laws for their students, if we're going to force kids to go to school, we need to feed them while they're there. Especially because the studies in this were staggering. The number of children that actually can't afford meals, the number of debt that's incurred from school lunch debt, the numbers are like in the millions by like districts alone, not even statewide. Yeah, I definitely think that there's a way, if there's a way for us to kind of eliminate the bad parts of this and not just say taxation as theft and call it a day, then I think I'm definitely in favor of implementing universal free school lunches. Not to mention also in regards to where the money is actually coming from, I believe when they implemented the universal free school lunches after COVID, or during COVID, I should say, the following year our deficit was lower. So I'm not sure that it really was like this gigantic like federal impact that it could be made out to be.
Aiko.
Yeah, so it's I guess a little point of unity between Corey and Lactoid here, because like Lactoid was quoting Milton Friedman and Corey was talking about UBI, and Milton Friedman was a fan of UBI. So like there might be like some overlap here in terms of like potential solutions to make sure that like families have the ability to feed their kids. But But also, I just wanted to say that, like, as somebody who's worked in schools for a long time, at the local level, one of the things that a district that I've worked for found was that when we added a free breakfast program in addition to the free lunch program that we were already doing, we found that had a positive effect on test scores and on grades. And I think that that's probably consistent with the study that Corey sent us, although I haven't looked at it yet, is that I think that there are benefits, not just to the kids, but to the school districts themselves. There's some incentivization that's going on. If your test scores improve, then the home values and the surrounding neighborhood improve, and that therefore increases the revenue, because in most places it's property values that fund like schools. And so there can be a little bit of a virtuous cycle that goes on, so long as we can avoid some of the things that Scott warned us about in terms of like the quality of food that gets incentivized, like by this particular bill or whatever. But I do think that you can see a benefit to the bottom line if you have kids that are performing because they're not hungry.
Let's go to Matlat.
So I think that the thing that is critical here in this discussion is talking about the benefits of feeding the kids in the schools, right? Like, that is a no-brainer. We should be supplying food to the kids in school for a variety of reasons. Test scores going up, folks who may or may not have the funds to provide their kids with, like, breakfast and lunch, and being in a hard situation, living in food deserts, whatever else. And like, the money saved because they're not feeding their kids at breakfast and lunch could be then, used subsequently somewhere else in the economy. And I think all that stuff is fine. I do agree with Scott that the amalgamation of government and business is a travesty. And the fact that we use contractors to do everything is a huge problem. And so this idea of corporations that are intentionally like poisoning our children with a diet that's heavy in sugars and other things is a huge problem. But that doesn't detract from the intent of the bill, which is, again, to feed kids who otherwise might struggle to get fed. I think the ideal then would be to increase the funding in this bill and to find a way to feed people that is healthy and is not going to be just a giant blank check to corporations that are trying to sabotage us. Additionally, I want to challenge Lactoid's point here, which is like, this is a slippery slope to socialism. Like, socialism isn't inherently just government-run shit, right? Like, socialism, the focus of the difference between like socialism and capitalism is who owns the means of production, more so than like whether a national organization such as the government is doing things or not. You could have a free market socialist state, nation state, where like all the businesses are co-ops and they're still selling things on the free market. Like, you don't actually have to equate the two. Like, I do agree that having the government run private industry or use private industry for some purposes is problematic. Like, you can just look at the military-industrial complex, for example. And the fact that we use contractors to do everything and they waste our money because that's how they get the same amount of money year after year after year. So I agree that those are all problems. But I don't think we can point to school lunches and say, yes, if we prevent kids from getting free lunches, we can stop the government from working with these fucking businesses and taking our money. Like, that's ridiculous. We do need to reform the government. I agree with that. But that doesn't mean that the kids have to suffer while we're trying to figure that shit out, because that's the hardest battle to fight.
And finally, we have our friend Bam, who made it. I'm glad you made it home safely. You were having a little trouble there. But yeah, thanks for being here. You can introduce yourself and then your thoughts on the topic.
Y'all know who I am at this point. Well, you don't. As far as the topic goes, I mean, I'm not going to repeat the things people said. There's like direct relationship between like improved test scores and childhood outcomes and like children's behavior in class when they're not dealing with hunger. Like the numbers go from like as low as like 4 substandard deviations to as high as like I think I've seen like when you narrow it out, particularly between groups of that would otherwise be on like free or reduced lunch, like the results can be like 40%. As far as the 40 percentage points on like end of year testing, as far as like the expansion of it to include 3 meals, which I think was probably the more interesting part. I think that there's like we've become a society that like either you're totally against something or everything has to be universal, and I don't think that like we have to do either of those things. Like I think that means, at least as far as school lunches, means testing is shown to be decently effective. There's obviously a number of kids who like when I was younger, I was at a period where I was on free lunch, but I like had trouble. I forgot, just because I'm a young kid, forgot to bring like my paperwork in, or like to tell my folks to like get it signed. So I had issues with little things like that. But it shouldn't be necessarily a hard cutoff. Like it's okay for someone to, it's okay to do like reduced lunch for people who can financially afford it. And it's also all right for basically taking home paperwork, and even if you don't necessarily qualify for it, still being able to opt into it. Like as a parent saying like, hey, I want, like I would like my child to be fed 3 times a day. And particularly with dinners, it probably is a waste of food to just say that like we're making lunch, making like take home dinners. 'Cause I'm assuming like sack dinners for like every kid in the school every day. That sounds kind of wasteful, especially if they like a lot of the kids know they're going home to like a home cooked meal. Essentially, you would take home your school paperwork, get it filled out for all the parents who want to opt into it. Make that number of dinners, and then probably add like a 10 to 15% like grace range for any kid who like either forgot to turn the paperwork in, or like, oh, I want to eat that day. And then as the semester goes on, kind of like tailor it and scale it into what makes sense, so we're not just wasting like tons and tons of food each day. And then last thing is a lot of people seem to have issue with corporations like handling things, which I understand like the negative incentives that you want to discuss there, but like the government can't specialize in everything. Like it's probably like we can't have like every single industry on earth that you want the government to pay for. Like the government has to like fund and run it themselves. It's just unrealistic. It probably makes sense that like the government should have things that they specialize in, and other entities can have things that they specialize in, and the government can contract them when need be.
Okay, up to the panel.
I really want to step in. No, I really got to step in.
You always get the like almost the first response to every but
Corey.
All right, go ahead, Corey. Go ahead.
So Bam. I just want to address a point that you made in your opening statement. Well, pretty much the only thing that you said so far. But like, and they actually address it in the study that I posted in the Discord chat, where you seem to be advocating for some sort of means testing, which I'm not like fully against. But there does appear to be a role, or at least a positive benefit of like when you provide universal access to these meals, like it basically you see an increase, and they talk about stigma, as in there's clearly a portion of students that for whatever reason they do not get access to these lunches because they don't want to like identify themselves as, let's say, in that socioeconomic group, and also some parents don't want to go through like the paperwork. Or like there's like issues with processing applications, and also they explicitly state in the study where it's like actually not means testing it actually frees up staff because it turns out there's a decent number of staff that is like processing applications, and they explicitly state like it redirects like human resources on higher quality meals, food education, etc. And so I think there's a pretty strong case for not means testing these things.
That's the argument people make against every form of means testing. Like, well, if it's universal, you'll have less administration. I don't believe, and this is just like, I don't believe it's that many administration people in the world. They decided like every time you cut out administration, we've saved $7 billion because 3 people didn't have to turn in the paperwork for the first.
Oh, that's an actual thing, though. What? No,
I volunteer Bam to do all the paperwork.
The administration teams are not that big at a school.
Bam, can I ask you?
At an individual school, fine, but okay, go ahead.
Because we're talking about individual schools.
Well, but they all schools are in districts, right? Right, and those districts make a lot of unilateral decisions for all the schools. Sometimes, like you can't even turn on the HVAC system in a school unless the district decides that it's okay to have the HVAC on at a school.
Cool,
So,
but we're
like-
talking about turning in paper, like accepting
Yeah.
a paper. I'm sure ChatGPT can do
Yeah.
it right now if you wanted to. Like, I don't think it's a
Bam,
argument.
bam.
We'll go to
So,
Scott
bam.
and Iko.
What the?
This kind of goes into my point, one of my points, just real quickly. I'm not sure why iCal Rich felt this weird way to kind of disingenuously compare the negative tax, right? The universal basic income that Friedman had put forward to this idea of free lunches in such a way to say that this was a comparable thing. I just want to correct this misinformation that is being put out there, because he did not support a UBI. He supported a negative tax, right? Which would be UBI for poor people, if you will. And his reasoning behind it was not because we need UBI to help people. His reasoning was it would reduce the size of the government, specifically administrative costs, right? That it would allow the market to be able to take over in a higher position than bad welfare systems, that it would end the welfare trap that keeps people in welfare, so that we could eventually abolish the negative income tax. And also because it wouldn't be used as a form of inequality, right? Like it wouldn't be disproportionately given to one race or one ethnicity or like one gender, et cetera. It would just be given flat across the board. And Milton Friedman was very clear in multiple quotes that the entire idea was to get rid of welfare and to have a society that didn't have welfare, and that this was a better version compared to the fucked up bureaucracy of the state when they get involved with these types of programs, which would include this free lunch program that is layered with levels of paperwork and bureaucracy, and eventually the corporations take over.
If we're doing the
but-
testing.
Okay, can we?
Yeah. So I mean, like that was an aside mostly. It doesn't really apply to the debate. It's just a matter of like me correcting the record because someone wants to sully the name of a libertarian. That being said, just to throw that out there, I think a better quote that really kind of surmises so many of the silly socialist opinions here is Frederick Bastiat, when he said, it is as if the socialists were to accuse us of not wanting persons to eat because we do not want the state to raise grain. You're talking about an inefficient system that gives the money to corporations and takes that money out of the economy instead of actually doing the praxis and the fucking work to be able to help your community and get kids fed. It's stupid. It's
Can we
like
strip out?
dick.
Okay, look. I agree with you that we shouldn't be sucking corporate dick. Completely, 1000% in agreement. So my question for you then is, if we stripped out the part where the corporate dick is being sucked, and we're focusing on the idea that we're feeding the kids in a way that's sustainable, maybe it's local, maybe it's not, whatever else, would you support a bill where schools are giving free lunches and breakfasts to kids? Like corporations.
Well, there's no such. I can't support a bill based off of how you've described it, because what you've described is something that doesn't exist in reality.
Okay,
it would be
fine.
impossible for one to do it.
I want you to create. I'm trying to create a hypothetical that you can agree with, right? Like, what would it take for you to agree for a school to provide free meals to kids?
What if there were federal
again,
standards?
There's no such thing as free lunch. So again, you're not acting in reality. So I can't support something that doesn't engage with reality.
No, that is okay.
Would you support a bill Would you support a bill? Would you support a bill? Would you support a bill where we breed unicorns? My answer is no. Unicorns don't exist.
That's not what when I say free lunch, I'm talking about in terms of the students. As far as the students are concerned, it's fucking free. Let's not fucking play games with the word free. I'm asking specifically for students. It's free. Would you support a situation of some kind where students don't have to pay for their breakfasts and lunches? That's what I'm asking you.
A bill that enforces.
No, not a bill. Just like a fucking situation where that exists, where people
what if
get
one
their
guy
meals
gave
from
like
school.
$2 million or
like
$5 million
shit.
I have no problem. I have no problem. I have no problem to anyone that wants to, I don't know, donate money to feed America.
That's not what I was
No
asking.
problem.
What I was asking is,
you're asking something that doesn't exist in reality because you're dumb socialist.
No, because there are fuck you. This is a thing that's actually happened.
No, fuck you. You're a genocidal maniac. Anyone that claims socialism is a genocidal maniac. We should treat them just like we treat Nazis. You fucking rape apologists.
We're not doing that.
What is wrong with you? No, fuck off.
Okay. All right.
Just engage in reality, engage.
My brother got into Rumble.
Oh, you up for being a silly socialist?
Pull it back.
There's no such thing as civility with socialists. They're rape apologists.
Oh my God! Hey, go! Shut up! Thank you.
That's fine.
Okay, Scott's an ANCAP. Okay, let's just state it for the record.
Need that like on a ticker tape at the bottom.
Yeah, Gosh,
It's better than being a rape
It does
apologist,
not-
that's
no,
for
it
sure.
doesn't- No, it definitely doesn't make it okay for him to call me a fucking rape apologist.
You're a rape
Bullshit.
apologist.
Sure,
Got
but
it,
that's
got
not,
it.
No, fuck
Yo,
this.
Yeah,
No,
Do you
okay.
denounce
that's
socialism?
don't talk to each
Oh,
other.
Do you
okay,
denounce socialism?
What the fuck's wrong with you?
Calm
Do you
down,
denounce
everyone.
socialism?
Everyone, shut up. Everyone, shut up. Okay, so I want to go to Aiko, but like this actually is a new thing from you, Scott. Just quickly, like, TLDR, what socialism, rape apology, how are these two things related?
Oh yeah, it's really simple. When you engage in a philosophy and political philosophy that attempts to justify violating people's rights to bodily autonomy, it is no different than rape. You believe that people's bodily rights can be given because it would make other people happier, and it's the same thing as rape. You are a rape apologist so long as you claim socialism. If you
Fair
want to
enough.
denounce socialism
Okay,
and
got
come to
it.
the side
I'm
of
not
anarchism
got
and
it.
liberty for
Sorry,
the
Adam.
individual,
I am
We
sorry.
already got
I
it.
am not
Dude,
tolerating
it
this
fucking
bullshit.
dilutes
God is a
everything.
piece of shit. Fuck this.
Yeah, this is true.
at least I'm not a rape apologist.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, Aiko.
Hey,
we
one
gotta
less
continue on.
socialist. There we go. Victory.
Aiko, please.
I just wanted to respond to Bam. This might sound like really boring compared to what we just heard, but so Bam, you were talking about like the stigma of getting a free lunch and that sort of thing. One of the solutions that you're seeing in a lot of schools now is everybody has like a card or an app that they use on the phone or something like that. That normally they would charge. They would charge that app or that card, and that's how they would buy their lunch. And you can't tell who's getting a free lunch with who's not getting a free lunch because it's the same thing. They're using the app on their phone or they're using a card or something gets scanned, and either it comes off the balance that their family contributes to their lunches like every month, or it comes off of the free school lunch program that they're given. And there's just no way, even the cashier that scans the card doesn't know which that it is. So that takes care of the stigma part.
Well, I don't think there was a stigma before. Like even when I came up, you just put in your lunch number into the little pad on the thing. Do. You put
Well,
your lunch
the
number
argument is that if you're punching in a code, then everyone's like, oh, that's a free lunch kid.
No,
And,
even
like,
if you
because
paid,
not
you have
everyone-
an account. You have even if you didn't have free lunch. I mean, maybe this is perspective. I thought this was all schools. This is every school I ever went to. Whether you had money in the account or not, you put in your lunch number because it connects to your account. It just connects to whatever
Right.
the computer, cashier screen, whatever. Most kids didn't pay most kids didn't bring $1.50 each day or however much lunch is. Usually their parents gave them $20 or $40 and put it on your account and it's just there for the week.
Right. So all I'm saying is you can do means testing without having the disadvantage of some kids get it and some kids don't because nobody knows.
I don't think people know before. That's what I'm saying. I'm disagreeing with that.
They
I don't think there was ever a position.
absolutely did.
So then what's wrong with means testing?
I want to ask what
I was pro mean testing.
So, Pep, were you gonna say something? I thought you. Oh, okay. I thought I heard you say something.
I have
That's
to
fine.
clarify what is the just to be clear with everyone's position. Why is anyone pro means testing?
Because I feel like
I'm not.
I
I'm not.
I think it's being more I think you can be more efficient with resources than making 5,000 school lunches a day when or school dinners a day when 12 kids actually need them. It doesn't seem like.
can I just
Well,
Exactly.
but you can do
Address
that
that.
without means testing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and can I address that quickly?
No,
Because
if it's universal, you have to make it every day. You have
Like I
to
said-
make school dinner for every kid every
Corey,
day.
go
this
ahead.
was
No, you-
addressed.
Maybe, like,
I just
sign
want to
up.
read a brief
You do
statement
anyway.
because
ahead.
this is
School
explicitly
lunch, not
mentioned
dinner.
in the study. I'm just going to read this small little snippet of a government report examining universal free school meals noted that due to the reduction in time spent processing applications for free and reduced price meals, cafeteria staff time was redirected to improving meal quality, nutrition education, and staff development, which can further the positive influence on students' dietary behaviors, as in it improved efficiency, because you actually have staff not processing applications, but also doing other stuff related to, diet and all that stuff.
But you only do applications like 2 days out the year. Again, I don't believe Biden's argument. That
That's
like,
not why.
It's not an argument. This is an empirical. Like this is from like a government.
I'm disagreeing with the empiricity, like saying that they didn't have to do applications for 2 days.
Well, no, but
that, like that made the entire
wait.
school
But
year more
but Corey is literally saying no. This is the benefit that we witnessed. It's empirical evidence that what he's saying is true, and you're saying, well, that's not an argument. No, it is an argument.
No, I'm
it's
saying
literally
I
an
don't think
argument.
it's true.
Yeah, he's just denying the evidence. That's all. Like
literally, because no, but I'm saying that there's so many arguments in favor of means testing. Like it's not like there you can't find there's no argument in favor of means testing. There's plenty of things where you're saying that like universal probably isn't the most efficient use of resources. We shouldn't always pay for everything.
Bam, I'm with you in a lot of ways. Like I understand. The only thing I want to say is anybody that's ever worked for the federal government and has had to fill out paperwork in the federal government
this isn't the federal
knows
government.
that a
This
piece
is a lunch lady.
Okay, yeah, but if you're right, it's not a lunch lady, right? It's a school administrator that's taking paperwork from parents, trying to track down, like, make sure all the T's are, crossed and the I's are dotted, and then that paperwork travels through so many fucking hands of people that sit on it, and like they're gone early on Friday, and then it goes through Monday. There is a lot of money wasted, and because there's a lot of time wasted when you try and get federal funds to local school districts or to individuals. So like I buy the idea if the study says that not doing that saved some level of money, like I totally buy that. And I think anyone that's ever worked in the federal government buys that. Now, on the whole, does it save money versus giving free lunches to middle class and rich kids? I don't buy that. But that's a separate thing in terms of like money saved.
This is the last thing because I know Lactoid wants to go. Like I've heard people make the exact same argument on why we shouldn't do grades in school, because like, oh, if the teachers didn't have to do grades, then in school, if nothing was graded, then they would have more time to actually educate the children. Like, and I'm like that. I just call BS on these types of arguments because it's like. Like you can like if it's like a multiple choice, you can stick it in a Scantron machine. Like the idea that like we're just trying. The point. You can imagine some level of effort, like some level of work that you're removing, doesn't necessarily always create a better system.
The point is though that Corey literally demonstrated that there was a positive effect to this.
It says the exact opposite, and then what do we do? Where do we
go? If you can find the study, that's fine.
I just don't think that's a good analogy at all. One is like removing something that's actually part of the purpose. Like the point of like grades is measuring how students are doing in schools and stuff. Whereas like having people not do the forms for food, that doesn't take away from feeding children, which is like the point.
But we're making like 10 times as many school dinners as we would need.
The point is not large corporations gain more power and money. The point is not to feed children. Politicians don't give a fuck about kids.
I definitely want to engage with Bam on this because he's totally and completely wrong, but that's not a surprise. But first, I gotta get my friend Lactoid some space.
I want to ask a couple questions and then I guess propose perhaps a solution. Corey, I would like to, I guess, demonstrate maybe some limitations of this study.
Absolutely.
When you're saying that the study, you said that when it was universal, there was time saved by administrators not filling out paperwork, and this led to. Did it say like what the actual empirical like benefits were from that specifically?
So it's based off of a government report, and so like if you're talking about like which metrics were like improved. Which metrics were improved specifically by administrators not having to fill out forms? Yeah, that was, I think it was, maybe I just didn't catch it, but like it was mentioned in the prompt, or at least what I tried to read out of like, cafeteria staff time was redirected to improving meal quality, nutrition education, and staff development.
Right. And by like what percent? Like does it?
Oh,
does it give any...
I don't know. I don't know. They don't give.
Okay, and does it compare those like the benefits there with, I guess, the detractions that come with the extra funds that are like being taken out of the economy in order to have like a non-means tested program?
Yeah, I'll fully admit that probably cost benefit analysis was not done because it's way more complicated.
Maybe it led to inflation at the grocery store. Who knows?
Well, yeah, but like how do you can you actually draw a causative like line to those things? Like that's like a really you're extrapolating really far.
It's not an extrapolation if somebody has to pay for it.
Inefficient government programs leading to fucking more inefficiencies in the market, inflation. That's a pretty easy thing to understand from a Messian or Austrian perspective.
Okay, I can address that. Like I can agree with you with your like macro argument of like inefficient government programs to draw a causative link of like, means testing or not means testing a school lunch program results in inflation. If you think you can draw a causative link to that with any sort of like study, good luck.
I don't need to do it with a study. I can do it praxeologically, right? But even easier than that, all you need to know is that this is already a $20 billion business for corporations that spend $140 million a year for marketing and branding inside of schools to get kids hooked on shitty food. And the Biden administration's own expert, right, that was leading the charge of getting both non-governmental organizations along with government programs together to look into how we can feed kids both with NGOs, charities, et cetera, in a better rate. He ran a study called, quote, Limitations of the Food Compass Nutrition Profiling System. And that is the one that famously showed how the government, after it had been captured by corporations, said that Lucky Charms and M&Ms were healthier than eggs and grass-fed beef, and that fake eggs were actually healthier than real eggs. Right, like that is how much the corporations have taken over this industry. And these are going to be the people feeding all of your kids.
I don't think anyone's advocating here for the food compass or for giving like children M&Ms.
Well, okay, don't get trapped on the bill, right? Like whatever.
Yeah, don't get trapped because I'm the only fucking one that read it and prepared.
No, Scott, don't even try that. Like literally the point of this.
Don't try that. It's a fact.
Yeah, it's nice. It's cute. It's adorable, right? The point of the discussion was to focus on the concept of the free meals, right? That's what I'm talking about. Not the very particulars of any fucking bill. It doesn't fucking matter. The bill's not going to pass one way or the other.
You know what? You got it. You're right. I'll clean it up. I'll clean it up real quick. I am only referencing the bill specifically to talk about just the way that the government and corporations always do this shit when they sell you ideas like we're going to feed the children, just like the Patriot Act, just like every other fucking bill that has this name that makes you feel warm and fuzzy. But when you actually read the fucking bill, you find out what it really is fucking you over in the ass, creating economic problems, and giving corporations big checks.
Oh wow, Scott becoming inquisitive capitalism. Lactoid, did you finish your point previously?
Well, I guess I just came up. I just thought of this as we were talking. So this is totally off from firing from the hip. It could be stupid for some reason. I don't know yet. Corey, with all due respect, I guess I'll read the full study later that you posted. I do think that the limitations that I've expressed are pretty important when we're analyzing whether or not we should do a program or shouldn't do a program. When you just look at the benefits and you don't look at the drawbacks, of course it's going to look good, right? Anything's going to look good at that point. But I guess my question is, if I had a study, which I do, that kids working, let's say under 15 hours a week, is associated with better academic performance and less truancy, less involvement in crime. Why not instead of we just get rid of the means testing altogether, and we give an optional program where kids can work in the school and they get paid for however often they work, and that money that they make goes right into their school lunch account.
Well, so we can talk about. So are you talking about toddlers in coal mines, or what type of kids are we talking? So that's I think a separate conversation. But,
let's start with fourth graders to the end of high school. Things like janitorial work, cleaning up the lunchroom, cleaning up the school, shit that needs to be done around the school.
Just as a point of order, you said that there's a study that indicates this.
That working
clearly. Yeah, but this clearly has to do with 16 and up, I would assume, right?
No, depending on the country, there's actually a lot of benefits.
Well, we're talking about the USA.
Well, I can even
implement things. None of these things we don't have free lunch in the USA. We're talking about hypothetically,
Yeah, but I can even engage with that point of the situation that you outlined of having children doing janitorial work. I can see, obviously, I'm open to the evidence in terms of I can see how if you get kids involved in their school and its infrastructure, you might find that children maybe respect the building more, maybe respect the overall institution more, leading to better outcomes, more investment in it. And I can see how that can potentially lead to positive outcomes. But what I would also say to your original point of not looking at the drawbacks, the study did attempt to look at drawbacks in terms of they looked at BMI and they looked at which direction BMI goes. As in there's a drawback of there might be all this positive effect on academic performance, but if there's like this massive increase in BMI, well then like that has to be weighed. But you didn't see that actually. You saw overall reduction in BMI.
I'm not talking about BMI. I'm not talking about BMI. I'm talking about
I know you're talking about
the upstream effects. Yes.
Yeah, but like no study does that, as far as I can tell. In term, at least unless you're talking about what
they should.
What Scott was referring to of like inflation.
The Austrian has entered the chat.
How does
no study actually predicts the future? It's all soft science garbage.
Well, yeah, there are so pointing out limitations to a study does not invalidate its findings. Like I don't like every study there's no perfect study. I'm not sure like what you're referring to.
Well,
Show me a perfect study.
The reason
the study. Listen, we're quibbling. We're quibbling over a study that says if you feed kids, do they do better? Like it's a silly thing. Yeah, they probably do. And there are kids that are hungry. We should figure out a way to feed them. The problem is when you say the best way to feed them is by writing checks to giant corporations and getting the government more involved when the government has always been shown to be less efficient than the market. That's the fucking problem.
But I don't think any of the people who are pro the universal free lunches are suggesting that is the best course of action. Like obviously, like yeah, you may be right. You're the only one that actually read the bill. I did not read the bill, but I don't think that any of us would consider that to be an ideal implementation of universal free lunches.
Well, I do. Like I said, I don't think.
Well, the government has an economic calculation problem. The government will never be as efficient as the market at distributing resources.
Kylo, Bam, hold on, Bam. What did you just say?
Yeah, I was saying. Well, as far as like the idea, what I was saying in my opening, like I do. I don't believe the government should have to have its own like food production corporation. Like I'm okay with contracting people who are like specialists in certain sectors.
Well, specialist in this instance is, as Scott is talking about, is food companies who make cheap, addictive like bullshit for kids.
But that has nothing to do with the government. I mean, the military feed.
It's Tyson and Kraft. It's Tyson and Kraft and Aramark and Chartwells and Sodexo. That's what you're talking about. These are the companies that are getting rich.
And maybe Nestle, I think.
So basically, like
Nestle too, yeah. Not as much as Tyson and Kraft.
You would say that like you're fine with a corporation handling it, not the government, but in that like I think you would want them to be providing healthy foods, right?
Even if the government wasn't doing it, like if the school just like contracted directly.
Like it's the healthy foods part.
No, I was just pointing out to Scott. Like he's saying, like his issue is like government interference. But I'm like, even if the market decided that like they were going to feed the kids like from like Tyson or Nestle, and they were still feeding them like unhealthy crap, I don't think you then are like okay with it, are you?
Well, no, of course not.
Okay, so the government isn't the issue.
Like what kind of retarded logic is that?
Oh boy!
Because the
government is helping create.
I'm saying that your issue
yes,
is the
because the government sets standards, right? And then the corporate, right? So this is the National School Lunch Program, right? The government sets those standards, right? And then what they do is they create a monopoly that is no longer legally allowed to be taken over by the market, which is they say, we're going to be the people that give out and dole out the contracts that are the rights towards feeding children and free lunch programs, et cetera. We're going to be the ones that to determine whether or not we approve when a school says, well, I want to go with this local farm. They go, well, here's our standards and you must fill out the paperwork and meet these standards. And these standards are the same type of standards because these corporations have bought the influence and power in the state that say that Lucky Charms and M&Ms are healthier than grass-fed beef.
But I'm saying if they did none of those things, though, when the school didn't say I wanted to go with the super healthy option, if they wanted to go with the super unhealthy option, you still have a problem. That's what I'm saying. None of what you're saying matters. It's building up to a point.
Scott's going to say the problem with this is that it doesn't exist.
If the school decides that they want to have unhealthy options, even if it's the market that creates it,
the government has a monopoly, which means the parents that are on free lunch, right? They don't have a choice. They don't have a choice.
I'm saying even if
they're not in
Bam, leave it alone. Like this will not end. I guarantee you, it won't end. I'm telling you right now.
It'll just turn me into me educating everybody because I'm right and they're wrong.
Indeed. Lactoid, go. I'm going to engage Bam in a second because on the meme testing thing. That was interesting. But yeah, go ahead, please, Lactoid.
A question for you specifically, Kylo. When you brought up how the evidence that we have is kind of restricted to adolescents because in the United States that's who we allow to work in these kind of environments. Would you be in favor of perhaps running maybe like a test program where we had the system of, okay, we abolish the means testing, and instead, it's just, we don't have free lunches, but every student can work around the school to put money in their lunch account, given that, capping it at 15 hours, because the evidence that we do have indicates that minors who are working 15 hours or less, do better, have better understandings of money, have better academic performance, are less likely to get in trouble. All the good pro-social benefits that you guys are looking for here. And if that was shown to be the case, would you support it?
Hopefully this answers your question. My answer is going to be no, but only because I'm not pro means testing in the first. Well,
I'm not either. We've heard of it completely, right?
Well, we agree on that, but you're saying in lieu of means testing, what if they implemented this thing? If the criticism of means testing is its convolutedness and inefficiency, because we all know that the federal government is like super efficient and well functioning, it's a well fucking machine. If that's the criticism of this, everything that you just said sounds far more complicated. The reason why I don't have a problem with it seems like someone, I don't remember who exactly said it. It seems like the issue that they're trying to address is the middle class and the rich mooching off of the system and having their kids, sent to school, getting free food and freeloading basically. The thing is, if our tax laws worked effectively, the middle class and the rich would pay a greater share of taxes than the lower class, who this is intended for, so they have more of a right to it. Does that answer your question?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't answer my question, because I guess the first misunderstanding is when we have a problem with this, like the underlying issue that we're trying to criticize is people who are using a service getting it paid for by people who are not, right? That's the real criticism here, through forcible means, right? That's the criticism here. But my question was, if the empirics demonstrated that having like fifth graders and up work for their food, if the empirics demonstrated that it actually had like a positive academic performance, which the current evidence seems to suggest with the data sets we do have, if that demonstrated to be true, would you be in favor of it? If it was true?
If it was true, I think I would need to see more concrete examples of exactly what type of labor we're talking about.
You're assuming it's true.
Janitorial work, true. Scrubbing the toilets, raking the yard. I don't know, the shit we make kids do, right?
I don't fucking know, man. I mean, probably that would be, I think, probably preferred to means testing if it was demonstrated to be true, and if it was done ethically. I think I would probably be more in favor of that, but that doesn't mean that I think that that's like the right answer for this shit.
Wait, why wouldn't it be the right answer if it led to the best outcomes? That's what I'm saying. I don't believe that people are actually when you appeal the data when it suits you, but it's if we're assuming that the data said otherwise, now it's like the thing you care about isn't data. Which makes you question.
Oh, no, I care about the data. I also have opinions on what the ethical thing to do in this situation is.
Okay. I also engaged with the data that whatever Lactoid outlined. Well, the hypothetical data, if that's where it leads.
I mean, I know Japan specifically. They say it creates
they do.
A more it. Basically, when kids are helping clean up the school, one someone else was pointing out, it does make them care about keeping together, because I'm the one that's picking up after this.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, but it also creates a stronger sense of community, because you're you're part of a team. It's why schools assign class presidents and class who's taking out the trash today. And also on into adulthood, it creates a level of responsibility and so on, and we have to get things done.
Great,
there does seem to be a lot of positives with it.
We solved it, right?
You can cut back on janitorial staff, which is saving money, which is being more efficient with your lunch.
Absolutely, right? They work for the food. We've solved the problem. We don't have to give them people free food. They could work for it.
Well, but do you really even need 15 hours? Seems like a lot just to pay for the school lunch program.
No, that's the upper limit. That's the upper limit until you start seeing the academic shift. So if you're working more than 15 hours a week, you tend to actually see the reversal, and kids tend to start doing worse in school because they're it's cutting into their actual they're tired, cutting to their studying time. But as long as they're doing less than 15 hours a week, which is, by the way, I think every kid should be doing less than 15 hours a week of work because of this, it has just tons of good effects, great pro-social effects, and the kid earns money, and they're being a productive member of society.
Fuck that. No, I sorry, I want to engage here, and I was going to engage with Bam, and so yeah, fuck that. I hear you in that there could be beneficial effects if people are working, and I believe it. I haven't seen that study, but it sounds right to me. That giving that level of responsibility that could be helpful. Sure, it's just that I don't think that kids should have to work to eat. And only the kids will have to do that are the poor ones. I think they should work to make pocket money, work to do all kinds of things, and if they want, maybe help their family, right? If they'd like to, so we can maybe give them the option, especially if there's a range in which it's healthy. So I'm fine with that. But I've been fuck this idea of the poor kids having to do this to just eat. And not the rich kids. And then now Bam wants to
I'm not talking about no, that's different than means testing. I'm saying that every kid in the classroom helps clean up the classroom isn't something you have to means test. I'm saying that,
even the rich kids would still have to work.
Yeah,
yeah.
But then you're saying that that's different then, right? That's saying we'll go to a Japanese style of doing things, and every kid has to help out.
I mean, all right, if we're just.
I'd be willing to listen to that. Hold on, Scott. I'm gonna engage with Bam. This idea of means testing being okay is the problem. Of means testing is that there's always going to be one of the many problems. There's always going to be a cutoff point, and wherever you set that cutoff point, there's going to be a tragedy. So there's going to be people who require this service and cannot meet that barrier. So even if they otherwise qualify, there'll be some barrier in place that you're putting that they won't be able to meet. It might be something as simple as paperwork, but it might be something else, right? That a level of bureaucracy that they can't overcome. But beyond that, there's the ones that are above that line who still need that assistance, right? They could be right above the line, or they could be way above the line, but because of circumstances, now you're locking those kids out, and then you still have that issue. Simple.
You're making
universal.
An argument against taxation right now.
Against what?
We tax in a laddering system. We understand that it's not perfect. We understand that there might be somebody that's past the threshold. But
that's not keeping a service away from them, though. That has nothing to do.
You literally
it's not
qualify or don't qualify for services based on what you make in tax brackets.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have to leave that one alone for a second because whatever. And we can come back around to that.
Careful, you might become a libertarian.
We might have to come back to that later on. But if you want to solve an issue, right? And like what I see, if you want to solve that problem, the easiest way to do it and the cheapest way to do it is by making it universal. You do incur a lot of costs just by having a bureaucracy that handles this, because they're on the school level, on the district level, and anywhere else. And then those who have to check, right? Because then there's going to be quote unquote fraud and abuse claims, and people will have to check on this. Some people are getting this program and they don't deserve it, and then you shame them. And in every level, means testing makes this program work. So,
Prime, you believe in no concept of having to qualify for any program. That's a position you hold, intrinsically.
There might be some program that I might feel differently on, but in my general rule for social safety nets is not to means test.
Prime, but that's not no.
Are you going to say something about the government being bad again? We did 20 times.
No, Bam. I get it's hard for you to follow, but that's not where I'm going with this.
Okay, go somewhere else.
It's actually this is so hilarious that the socialists try and pretend what we want to do is we want to feed kids, we want better, happier society, right? And we want to use data, and the data points us in a direction. But when the data points us in a direction that they don't like with their values, all of a sudden, well, no, not that data. If you want to solve this problem, there's only two things you need to do, and they're both free.
I don't think anyone did that.
Listen. All you need to do is get rid of no-fault divorce and start teaching Christianity in schools. You'll have more fathers in the home. You'll have a better economic situation. If you just enforced a certain level of Christianity and got rid of no-fault divorce, but it doesn't match with your values,
No,
right?
okay,
And
Alex,
that's
I don't
not
think
what
you
you
have
want.
you don't have the
So you're
data to
willing
back
to
it
no
up.
listen. You're willing to violate people's rights so long as it matches your values. And your values is taking parents out of the equation, having the state and having the schools take on a parental role and indoctrinate people more into more socialistic and communist philosophies and ideals while
Brilliant
destroying the
diatribe.
market.
Brilliant diatribe. We are all smarter for it. Thank you. Right? You've made us better people. All right, Bam, you can reply to what I said, and then Lactoid, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, like
no balls.
So I think my question would be: Do you believe that there's no reason behind why we currently mean test anything? You think it's because like we want to hurt kids or we want people to suffer?
Did I say anything about that?
No,
like
I
gave you the reasons. I gave the reasons why I'm against it.
No, not why you're against it. I'm saying, why do we currently do it? You think that there's no benefits to it? There's no reason why
we do it to quote unquote save money. We do it to some people make means test programs so that they become weaker, because then you can say, well, just the poor use it, right? And the poor are morally deficient, and then we can later on weaken and destroy the program. So that's why we want to means test Social Security, because then you can say, well, it's just for the poor, and you middle class, upper class person, you don't use that program, so now you're not a constituent of that, and so we can turn you against it.
So I'm saying, but you would disagree with both of those framings. You would believe that like it's actually costing more. Like everyone who in these programs understand oh yeah, this would be way cheaper if we gave it to more people. But
and it could also be to hurt kids. I mean, yeah, we do that sometimes. How we treat welfare, but we hit with the way it's designed. Right, maybe welfare might not be the program I'm thinking of. There was that one program that had the donut, in which if you made a certain amount, you were there was basically there was a gap in services, right? It was a weird gap in services that caused all kinds of issues, and it was an easily fixable gap in service depending on where you were in the means testing process. But we didn't do that, and why? Because part of the people, one party in this country wants to be cruel to those without resources. So yeah, I mean, sometimes
I agree. Democrats create racist welfare programs to destroy Black communities.
Sure. Bam, go ahead.
Probably talking about the Medicaid donut hole.
Maybe I'm thinking of Medicaid donut hole. That might be what I'm thinking of, because I've heard so many. I had heard so many stories, tragic stories of people caught in that donut hole. But if it was Medicaid, then sure.
My only response would be so I just don't believe that. I don't believe that the people. I don't believe that people are being intentionally.
You don't believe that Republicans get cruel against the poor? Is that what you're going to tell me?
Yeah.
No. It's racist Democrats that create welfare programs to destroy inner city and Black communities.
I don't believe that. I don't believe these programs exist, and they're being intentionally inefficient, just for the desire to hurt people because it makes them laugh. I believe that there probably is some reality to the fact that this does cost less dollars and cents each year. But if you physically, but if you twist it and include but what about crime 20 years from now from children being hungry, or you add in all these other hypotheticals, you can make it out to be where it actually ends up costing us more in the long term.
I'm not doing that.
I think I'm saying I don't believe on the face value that they're doing something that costs more just to be annoying. And that's just something I just don't believe. I believe it exists. They must do it for some reason.
Yeah, given you a
legit
reasons.
Fiscal reason.
Fiscal reasons, yeah, and some people, yeah, they may. And I think that in the minds of some, it's this will cost us less because intuitively it sounds like that. Well, you're providing it to less people, but yeah, there's the direct cost I was talking about, and then there's the social cost. There's a lack of efficiency. There's all those things that even you brought up. So yeah, I think there are people who believe that, but I don't care that they believe that.
Because even
I don't know why you're bringing going down this a rabbit hole of me. Why people do this.
The Congressional Budget Office believes that.
The only reason I brought this up
is
to say that you said that this was inefficient and a worse way of doing things. I'm saying that it's not. Like, I don't care like what other people think the reasons are.
Right, and I'm saying
Congressional Budget Office said.
At least, Democrats bad. With the thing that
no, that's not Democrats
bad. I want to know why
like,
you believe it, because it tells me what there is to disagree with. Like, I'm in favor of universal health care. It doesn't have to be single payer. But even Bernie Sanders has accepted the fact.
Why not means test it?
Exactly.
The Congressional Budget Office said
single payer is
in 2018 by 2050 from entitlement spending alone, we would be $121 trillion in debt.
Okay.
Like, it's not crazy Republicans. It's the CBO.
Nobody says
Sure. Gotcha.
I just got to correct all the silliness.
That's wonderful.
Bernie Sanders said specifically.
Go ahead, Ben.
Bernie Sanders said specifically, and like all the data points to this, that like universal health care, like technically when you average it out across each person, it comes down to less money. But we would be spending more, like from one entity for healthcare. Like universal healthcare would cost more. But people don't know. People think that it's literally cheaper to do so.
Well,
like there's.
Okay. Actually, no. I'm not sure if I actually agree with that point, but I'll have to deal with that later. I'm going to go to Lactoid.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I want to echo a little bit real quickly of what was said with the Congressional Budget Office. When people are making these decisions to like not spend, it's not because of some kind of intentional cruelty. There's this sort of belief, like I think there was a great video on it, like, you just want people to die, right? Whenever you don't support exactly what I want, this is because you want to kill people. When in reality, like the truth is a lot more nuanced, and there's actually probably like a lot more considerations at play. And no, we can't just like spend everything, and no, we can't just take everything in order to spend everything. There are sacrifices that just simply need to be made. Of course, because resources are scarce. We live in a scarce society. And so we have to make do with that.
Always scarce when it comes to the poor. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, I don't agree with that statement, especially when you look at entitlement spending and where that disproportionately goes.
To the rich.
Well, not rich individuals, rich corporations. It's a different conversation, though. When I brought up the hypothetical of, let's say we had this situation of, we had like a work program option for children, and this led to better outcomes. Given let's say the study we have studied that follow this empirics that we currently have about adolescence, let's say it tracked for 5th, 6th, or 7th graders as well. You said no, you would still be against it because you are against the idea of poor kids having to work for food, right? That's like there's some kind of principle there that in of itself, like that is like repugnant to you. But I guess my contention with that is, like, wouldn't this be the group of people that like this program would benefit most? Don't we want like poor kids to be, get the academic improvement benefits if what I said was true? Wouldn't we want them to like get the self-sufficiency and like earn the money and be able to do all these things? Like, isn't that something that specifically for poor kids, because of the position they're in, that they'd be better off doing that?
I engage with
I would
that
absolutely.
point.
I'll answer, and then you guys can jump in. Yeah, that sounds great. And so we should give them the option. If those benefits as you laid out, then yeah, let's give people the option to work, right? But that's not make it a necessity because they have to feed themselves, right? Like that should be taken care of by the school. That should be taken care of by the government, whatever. And then on top of that, if we're going to give them this opportunity, then that's perfectly fine.
I understand, but my question again is like, why? If it is the case that when these kids work and that money goes into their school lunch account, if this shows nothing but positive like empirical benefits, like why are you kind of stuck on this principle of, well, I just don't want them working?
Are we talking?
I'm going to answer your question. I got a Kilo, Pep, Corey. Okay.
I want to know if you're establishing a distinction between the academic benefits of the work program versus just the academic benefits of a universal free lunch program. Is there a control where they're saying that, in these countries, overall the kids who worked had an overall like higher academic benefit from working up to 15 hours?
Well, Kylo, this is a like I've said, this is like obviously we don't have this right now. This is like a hypothetical study. We're trying to like establish some precursors as to what would have to be true for you to accept this. We know, like if we know that the studies indicate that working under 15 hours a week for adolescents, which is the age group that's legal to work, has beneficial effects. And if what Corey's saying is that, well, them eating food, which can be paid for by money made from working, then this could also have beneficial effects. Wouldn't combining the two, I guess, I don't know empirically for sure, but like intuitively, it would seem to make sense to me that combining the two would lead to a magnified effect, perhaps. At least it's worth a shot to like try, see if that actually has an effect.
But so I think if I were to engage fully with this like train of thought, it would eventually lead to me being able to say, having to draw a line at like what sort of social programs I would implement if it always yielded a higher academic result, which I'm definitely willing to draw a line. Pretty much probably at kids working. I mean, if I had to choose, as you posited earlier, if I had to choose between means testing versus something like this, I could probably see the benefit, the overall social value in having kids work for their lunches. But overall, as Bam was talking about, and as Corey have said, I don't think they should have to. I don't think kids should have to work for their food. And as I stated in my opening statement, I consider Scott's right. This is a value prescription that I'm making. My values are that if we're going to have truancy laws and every single state in the country requires kids to go to school, we should feed them. They're there for 7.5, 8 hours a day or whatever it is. There needs to be a meal involved there.
I appreciate the honesty for when you said it's a value. Yeah, you said it's a value statement. But one last thing I wanted to say though, when you say like I don't want kids having to work for their food, I disagree. I think it's definitely worth a shot. I think everybody has to work for food. Food just doesn't magically appear. Somebody worked for the food, first of all, and obviously. And you can't have a society which nobody's working for the food, and it would make sense. An adult, yes, and it would make a lot of sense to me, where especially if we had a study that demonstrated nothing but empirical benefits. And I think put forward a principle which is good, right? Teaching kids early, yes, you have to work to get things. You have to work to improve your status. You have to work to get ahead. You can laugh all you want, but I think this is like critically important when it comes to establishing good lessons early on in life. And this is part of the reason why kids that work when they're kids do better later in life, because they understand money, because they understand, I have to go work to get shit. I can't just rely on it being given to me.
We're gonna again, Kilo, Pep, and Corey. I will respond to you. I'll laugh at you in a moment.
That's fine.
I'll respond to you after all these guys. Go ahead, Kilo.
Yeah, we can move on after. I think you're being genuine, and I understand where you're coming from on like the value of work, setting the precedent early, instilling proper like work ethic, I guess, in children. There's a lot of like social things we could talk about, or psychological benefits we could talk about there. I just think I think from a fundamental standpoint, the reason why we have child labor laws, or like if you're someone like me who's very critical of the like white collar work oriented nature of America, with long work weeks, with production oriented, focuses, and overtime incentives and all this kind of stuff. I think that kids are the one demographic in our country that have the opportunity to not be a victim of that. And I think that if we start requiring kids to have to work for their food, then we're essentially saying, especially because most people work beyond the standard retirement age of 65 now. I think most middle class people work up to the upper 60s. We're essentially saying you have to work for your entire life and be a slave to the system in order to earn your keep. And I think there's probably better ways we can navigate this.
Okay. Can I
the default
slave to the system?
Work to eat.
More people are going to respond to you. So let's go to Pep and Corey. Then I'll respond, and then we'll go to Aiko.
Okay, so I do agree that there could be some benefits to kids like taking care of their school and working together and working for like making the school around them nice and their food and stuff, whatever. I disagree that it would be beneficial if only the poor kids are having to do it, because I feel like at that, like you were talking about that's teaching them the value of like labor and raising their status through work and stuff, but I feel like that's just indoctrinating them into like classism and like puritanical labor worship really early on, which seems like the opposite of like the good things that could come from it. But if everyone was doing it, I feel like if every student was doing it, probably the school day would be reorganized around it a little bit. That would work better, things like that. But if it's just like the fucking poor kids that are having to do it, and I feel like, okay, so there's like extracurriculars. People get to choose if they do extracurriculars, even if they are beneficial to everybody. Nobody's forced to constantly do like every extracurricular that's beneficial, because some people don't have time to do all that. And like having it be forced onto just one subset of the population who like is now having to have a different day than other students. That seems kind of fucked up.
Well, you don't have to force them. Their parents could just fucking feed them.
Oh, so they
It's
just
not like
starve.
food
Yeah,
stamps
sure.
don't
Got it.
exist. It's not like there aren't programs specifically designed already that give food to poor families. When you
Yeah,
have
those are
people
always
starving and not eating,
functional in every case, right?
what's going on there?
Okay,
Some
well, so,
parents don't have
go
time
ahead.
to make
Also,
cookies every single day. There's so many stuff. There's so many things that could be a problem with that. That would be
If
less
you don't have,
efficient to
if
deal
you don't
with in
have
that
the
way.
time,
Then
if you don't have the time to meal prep like for a half hour so that your kids have lunches and you're on food stamps that are specifically designed to feed your children and you're still not feeding your children, guess what? You're a shitty fucking parent.
Well, yeah,
sometimes circumstances fuck things up for parents. That's what like social support programs are for. And like if a school one can
Yes,
take care of
that
the
is what
needs of one of
food
those
stamps
things,
are for. Why do
yeah,
we need an
but if-
additional one?
because not every support program is ultimately successful in doing what it needs to. There's lots of gaps.
Okay, parents can be terrible.
When you sell your food stamps for fucking other things to people.
Right, right.
Yeah, like
That's why they can't
drugs.
feed their children.
Yeah,
And
like
it
drugs,
happens.
bad
It
people. Go ahead,
literally happens. But yeah, there's
all the time.
there's and I know it does. There's parents that are terrible for sure. But going back to this is now we're on like a new subject, and this was brought up by both Kilo and Pep here of well, this sort of demonizing work ethic at this point. Like you seem to be like talking out of both sides of your mouth, right? The first thing you're saying is like, yes, teaching work ethic to like kids is like a good thing. And then the second thing you say is we have to like fight against this puritanical like work ethic that like leads people to working like they're a slave to the system, like they're slaving away and working. When it's like, well, hold on. So first of all, which one is it, right? Is it good to like teach kids to work, which I think it is, first of all, and second of all, yeah, if you're in a lower position, like if you're born into a position, like, you know, plenty of people I know, right, where yes, you're in a position now where, you know, other people just by virtue of who you happen to be born into are not going to be giving you free things. You know, maybe other people don't like you or care for you as much to give you those free things. That's just like the reality of people doing what they want with their own property. I do think there's like a specific benefit that comes with, yes, like if you're in a position here, like we can teach you a lesson. And the lesson here is try to improve your own lot in life as well. And if we can do that with a study showing that it's good for you to do it, like has empirical benefits, the only reason why you guys would seem to be opposed to it would be a sort of principled opposition to like work culture, or like a principled opposition to like teaching kids the value of hard work and actually improving your lot in life, because improving your lot in life is somehow some kind of classist myth and you can't actually do it.
No, I listened about
Well,
other
there's
reasons
a-
where it
school
would
is
be a
supposed to be
negative
the
thing. And
great
also, I
equalizer.
think there's a huge, I think there's a huge difference between like learning personal responsibility, taking care of the environment that you're living in and the environment that you're like impacting by existing in it, and then like the same kind of work ethic that leads people to go to work sick and get everyone else at work sick. Like there's a difference between, it's not like, there's a whole range between those two things. Having like an ethic to work at all versus like a very toxic.
No, you hate work,
I don't even
obviously.
care about that.
I know,
Yeah,
I hate
like
work.
you
I
want,
hate the
idea of
you
doing
want them on the government
I mean,
dole
all
and
the
nothing
welfare
else.
queens. Yep.
Can you
Can I
can you
briefly
link
respond
that
to Lactoid?
analogy?
But I think
Can
I
you
feel like
just-
even the
can you
idea of
just
dealing
link
with
that
children or like
to
I think
anything? No. Okay.
Well, sorry.
What?
Let's go to
What is that
Corey.
question?
He's been waiting.
I'm still going to
patiently.
expand.
I just wanted her to explain it because she didn't link it to anything. She just said toxic and then gave an example and didn't link it to anything in
Are you
reality.
giving an example linking it? Like saying that people go to work when they're
We're
sick
just
and
saying there
everyone's
is a
sick
form
around
of
them?
toxic work culture, right?
Yeah. I
And then
literally
you
just
gave an
listed it.
example of that,
Yeah.
right? But you didn't link that in any way, shape, or form to the original thing of which you're analogizing,
Oh, I was just
which
talking
is
about that
children
because you
working.
brought
Like
up
why is that
the-
toxic?
I
Why do
I'm
these two
saying
things link?
explicitly that just personal responsibility and taking care of the environment is not. But if you're teaching kids that like that poor people have to work that much harder and poor people are indoctrinated into this like way, I think
breaking
that's
up,
the
sorry.
negative aspect.
You cut out
Oh,
for
Yeah,
like 2
sometimes
seconds.
it might be your noise gate or
God
whatever.
bless
But
that.
yeah, just good.
I think that there's a difference between teaching.
God damn it.
You
Like-
broke up again.
Fuck!
You,
Okay, hang on.
All right. Will you take your time on that? Let's go to Corey.
Oh well, yeah. I'm just going to expand on this. I'm
yeah.
going to engage with Lactoid, which I think you personally, I think you like reveal your cards, and I engage with your hypothetical data, your scenario. So I find it so interesting that you point out the limitations of a study, my study, specifically looking at universal school lunches, and it ends with a prescription. Like literally, they explicitly say, overall, universal free school meals may have multiple benefits for students, and countries should consider universal free school meals provision with strong nutrition guidelines. And now you come in and you want to combine two independent studies. Where it's like, okay, you're presumably alluding to a study from Japan, and it's like, well, in this context, working in a school. Okay, so then, fine. Either way, regardless, do you have a study that says, okay, working for your school lunch leads to better outcomes?
So yes. No, I'm not gonna lie. I don't have a specific study in that because we don't have that system right now in America. Of course, I'm not gonna have that data.
That's right. Well, so you can advocate for that program, but it's so you basically want to rely on hypothetical data where you want to combine two kind of like you have the real world data of universal free school lunches that I'm providing, and then well hypothetically you could have data showing that working for random things might lead to.
Bitch, are you saying that the only thing we can do is not new things, but policies that have failed us in the past? How fucking retarded is that?
No.
He's saying, look at different forms of evidence. This could be a solution. And you're like, well, no one's done that yet. So let's go with the other failed solutions. Kids still aren't eating, motherfucker.
No. I am all for trying it in terms of if you want to advocate for a pilot project of like having children work for their school lunches, and if that improves academic performance and it's not a detriment to their overall development, I am open to that. But I find it so interesting that Lactide will point to limitations of my meta-analysis showing specifically looking at universal free school lunches and be like, no, let's discount that and we'll go with my no data and my hypotheticals. That pretty like you are pretty much
the hypothetical hasn't been tried yet. Your solution has, and there's still tons of fucking hungry kids. So fucking.
Well, he just said
yeah. So let me explain a couple things, right? So first of all, it was a pilot program that I suggested, right? First of all, so obviously I don't have the data on that. Second of all, I pointed out like a potential or a pitfall of the study that you put forward, which was it's not analyzing the negative ramifications of where the money comes from. Obviously, right, the pilot program that would come up with this hypothetical study, if we had indications that there was some kind of like other things that could be going bad, I would want to know, and I would want the study to actually like evaluate that, right, before I came to any conclusions as to like what I think empirically is actually the case. But like intuitively, it would make sense to me because now like, you know, the money isn't coming, like, you know, the kids are actually doing the work to earn the lunches, which is, you know, is not the same as just, you know, giving it to them through the labor of other people through siphoning that off, first of all, right? The other thing here, and this is the general response to maybe a little bit less of you, Corey, but just the general sentiment that's been expressed by the lefties here. Yeah, I do think it's a good thing to educate poor people to understand that you have to work a bit harder to get out of the predicament that you're in. Right, because that's what's good for them. That's what's good for them, right? It is good.
It's also what's true.
It's what's true, right? If you are poor, like you are doing a poor person a disservice by saying no. Don't work harder. Wallow in self-misery about how unfair the system is. Yes, it's horrible. These rich people are on their yachts, and you don't have anything. You might as well write 40 blog posts about it. And no, like the way to actually like improve your lot, ultimately, the best thing for them in the system that we have is yes, go to work hard, and like improve your lot in life. That's good. It's a good thing to teach kids.
That's not good though. But specifically because I'm going to tell you specifically why. Whenever you're doing it in a school system where school is supposed to be the great equalizer, you're actually limiting their opportunities to like further education. Like if you're saying that or further their knowledge.
Equality is a myth.
If you're telling hypothetically, we would want a kid who comes from a poor background that has the intellectual ability potential to be a rocket scientist to like maximize that opportunity. We want school to like put him on the path of doing that. We want him to have the exact same opportunities, like the exact same opportunities as the kid who came from the like seven figure household. We don't. Outside of school, we can't control those things, but in the school, we absolutely want both of those.
No,
kids.
we don't.
Yeah, wait, hold on.
This is the lie of conservatism, is the idea that we want equality of opportunity over equity or equality of outcome. No, equality is a fucking myth. We do not. No, pause. We don't want that. We do not want perfect equality of opportunity, because here's why. It's a little sociological thing called Jason's triangle. Okay, you cannot have a perfect. You do not have you cannot have perfect version of either parental rights, right? equality of opportunity, or fuck, what's the third one? Not important to this conversation. If you have perfect equality of opportunity, right, where everyone has the exact same opportunities, then that means parents can't raise their children different.
Again,
because if they raise their children different, those children listen.
I literally said outside the
I
school,
did listen.
Parents can do what they want. I'm saying inside the school building, we want children to be able to maximize to be able to.
You can't separate the two.
Wait, hold on. But you're arguing about nothing. You're arguing about nothing.
You literally can't.
Because Bam, if I sure let's agree with you for a second. Let's agree with let's agree. Right, I know, but Bam, let's agree with you for a second. Like, if we want to equalize people, like, and we know that, like, you're instilling hard work values and, like, improving academic performance and, all that in, like, poor kids will help equalize them in society. Why wouldn't we give them work?
Because I haven't got to the end of the hypothetical. Because you're saying, like, what you're saying is that, like, oh, it's all about the values of it versus actually educating the children. So let's say that, like, oh, we're about to do an hour study session, like it's study hall all hour, but the poor kids,
work is education.
Y'all have to go clean windows instead of studying, instead of having opportunities to like actually improve your education. Or like, oh, we're about like kids are going outside the recess. Hey, I know you poor kids aren't going out to recess. Come over here. We got floors to mop. Like this doesn't.
You wouldn't. So it'd be again an after school program, right?
It'd be after school.
It'd be after school.
Don't have to pay for daycare. They can continue working, making more money, and the kids can make a little bit more. Can learn the value of labor,
music lessons.
Right.
So they got to do this. Let's go to Aiko. I want to give him space. And then we're gonna have to change it up.
I think we're well beyond the thing that I was gonna say, so you can go on to somebody.
Okay, I go.
It was relevant when I raised my hand, but it's not.
The third part of Jason's triangle, real quick, is just meritocracy. So you can't have meritocracy and have equality of opportunity and full parental rights. Like you can only have two of these.
Go ahead. You're muted.
Thank you. I can't find it right now, but there are definitely studies showing that kids who are more aware of like that they're in poverty and their like class differences and the struggles of being in poverty have more negative outcomes than those who are unaware and whose parents shield them from like the impacts of poverty. And so I know, I guess you guys
ban social emotional learning based.
I mean, I think it's the same thing as before, where I'm of the opinion that we should give them every leg up we possibly can, but you guys seem to not want to do that. So you're still going to disagree with this, but I just wanted to make it known that, like, yeah, just kids knowing that they're like in a different, like more struggle class, even just knowing that like has negative outcomes.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to our next topic.
Correlational, it's not causational. That's not what's causing it.
I really wanted to.
Did you read this study? Like, how do you know this?
Interact with you on this, but like, I mean, I just didn't have the time with everyone else. But if you have a little bit of time after the stream, when we open, I'd love to like answer your question and like engage with you more fully.
I'll stick around too, Lactoid. I wanted to kind of respond to something that you said to me a second ago.
Oh, Lactoid's mine. I'm just kidding. Okay. We'll move on. And guys, if you enjoy this content, then consider subscribing to the channel. Following the channel, if you haven't done so yet. Thank you, actual_question, for following the channel a little while ago. And was it All Right Chan also for following, and Traditional Mongoose 6. All right, okay. Gary Johansson and Sailor Moo. All right, okay. I'm loving it.
These are all my people. You're welcome, Kay.
Oh, all right. Oh, thank you. Robert Denzelman. Oh, thank you, Kilo. Seriously, that's all behind of you. And Cyrondium, TTV Soul King, who I was here at the start. Thank you all for hitting that follow button. And to anyone who's here and been enjoying the content, consider subscribe to the channel. It's a huge help when you do. It allows me to do all this stuff and gather all these people, and so we can all get highly annoyed at each other for 2 hours straight. Okay, so let's move on and to our next topic. A Snapchat influencer named Karen Marjorie has unveiled a ChatGPT powered AI version of herself that will act as your girlfriend for $1 per minute. The AI will have her voice and allegedly also similar personality traits. Many are bemoaning this as a sign of the times, as rates of loneliness have skyrocketed in the West. Is a product like this a step back for society, or instead is it another tool that we should cautiously welcome in hopes of enriching people's lives? So yeah, I think maybe a lot of you have maybe heard this story already. In that the influencer who just brilliant in her part, just like from a capitalist perspective, just come on, let's clap for her because she has already jumped into this market and apparently made $71,000 already in beta testing. This thing in like 2 weeks of show. It's amazing. But anyway, she has identified this and is using this technology to replicate herself, and people are connecting with it. And is this a good thing? Is it a bad thing? We'll work it out. So I will start with our friend Lactoid.
Masturbator testing. I'm sorry, I wanted to say it.
Yeah, so Japan actually beat us on this a while ago. For years now, there's several documentaries in this. You can go to services and hire people to pretend to be your girlfriend. Or even further, you can hire people to pretend to be your family. You can hire someone to pretend to be your mother, a child, a husband, all of that. And all of this, the whole renting of entire families, is really aimed at dealing with loneliness. And when I see the new AI girlfriends, this is not the first one either, I feel as though I did about the Japanese for hire families, which is a kind of profound sadness. Not in the sense of, I want to shame, necessarily want to shame these people, but more of, I'm just so sad that we've come to this. These are lonely people who are missing human connection. And this is becoming an issue through every generation. Each generation is consistently lonelier and lonelier. More than 1 in 5 millennials have 0 friends. They report having no friends in their life whatsoever. Compare this with boomers, where only 1 out of 10 boomers don't have friends, despite the fact half of them have probably died by now, right? Consistently, boomers just have much more of a robust social network as opposed to millennials and Zoomers. I can't see AI friendships helping human connection. I instead potentially see it replacing human connection. And although there could be some benefits to this in terms of people who maybe have some disabilities or have issues accessing social environments, I think overall for most people, the negatives here outweigh the positives. And I think ultimately this is a bad thing. I think this person's contributing to a bad thing. And I think this person is profiting off of the loneliness of specifically young men, which is, I think, actually, I'm not saying ban it, but I think it is predatory.
Capitalism at its finest. Let's go to our friend Scott, please.
So the difficulty that I have with talking about AI is that most people are just kind of engaged in histrionics. They're like, there's no data available, right? Like you have some inkling of what's going on, but we're talking about it when we're talking about natural language processing models and stable diffusion developments, with 1.5 and I think 2.0 is in beta, but it's coming. And for a lot of and there's tons of different companies using stable diffusion. You're talking about, ChatGPT 5 that is going to be able to manage other NPLs, which is going to create a miniature neural network of multiple different NPLs working in congruence, and Elven Labs and things like that. We don't know, right? So the best answer to this question is here be dragons, right? Like at the edges of the map are dragons. We don't know what the fuck is there. We're talking about a technological revolution that's likely going to, in the next few years, be more significant than the printing press. I think 1/3 of all office workers are likely to be fired very soon, because if you look at Microsoft Copilot and things like that, you simply don't need the same amount of employees. And yet this also means that it's going to be one of the greatest labor-saving devices that has ever been invented in human history, which means all types of new businesses that weren't profitable will now be profitable. And so we have no idea what the future holds. When I look at this specific instance, I'm very much aligned with Lactoid. I feel sad. I feel bad about this. And there's evidence of things that are even worse, right? For Replica has caused people to be suicidal by switching from their free version to pro, and people had, romantic relationships with an AI, and then they had to pay for it, and then being unable to pay for it caused them to like lose a romantic partner because a company changed a policy, right? And we've seen this with, there's a Vice article about another AI where an AI basically explained how to commit suicide to a suicidal person because it was just trying to guess at what they wanted to hear. And yet I also look at this and realize that in 3 or 4 years, AI is likely to be a better therapist than any trained counselor on the planet. And so like, what do both of those things mean, right? Like when you can have something that can figure you out and use statistics and, work at an inhuman level to discover your wants and needs, here be dragons. Like, I don't fucking know. And I'd love to talk about the possibilities, but ultimately I think when we know that there are dragons at the end of the map, that means we should be fucking careful, and we shouldn't be reactionary. We shouldn't be looking to government to create laws to ban certain things. And at the same time, we shouldn't just blasé let our kids use things that we don't fucking understand. And so that's kind of my role here is being the person to say, well, you don't fucking know that. Whatever it is that you're saying.
So thanks for that, Scott. I really like the first half of your statement. I thought that was super interesting. All right, let's move on to our friend Corey.
Yeah, well, so first of all, I think I literally spoke about this a few weeks ago when you had that panel about ChatGPT like lying and like getting past whatever, some filter. And I think I expressed my concern of like, I'm actually more concerned about AI's, effects on like how we socialize and connect with other people, and like the potential for, basically fake connections. And like, this is it. But I agree with Scott. As someone who's data driven, like we don't have data. These are absolutely uncharted waters. But I also echo pretty much all of the concerns that both Scott and Lactoid outlined of like, I think there are some, as much as, I'm in STEM and I'm on the bleeding edge of some technologies in my field, like I'm pretty technologically hesitant when it comes to these things, where I don't foresee good things. I don't know for sure. So I'm not going to make any sort of like broad absolute claims, but I don't think this is a good thing. And I see some really potential, at least we know, at least so far from other devices and other virtual interactions, where like these are all appear to be like pseudo connections, as in even though we're more connected and networked than ever, it does not appear like that's contributing to our overall well-being and mental health. And so I have the same concern here, but I don't actually know for sure. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Pep.
I believe you're muted.
Thank you for reminding me. Sorry, I'm not used to the push to talk. Or I'm not push to unmute. I'm not inherently opposed to the idea of AI like companionship. I just don't think we're at the stage where it's viable yet. There was one company that did AI as they did an experiment where they used AI as therapists, and people rated the AI therapy really, really well until they learned it was AI. And so I think that that's a problem that people have to kind of like muddle through a little bit and figure out like, I mean, it's unethical not to tell people, but if people are not benefiting in the same way they could, then that's a problem. But also, what was I going to say? I was going to say something. The option that they were suggesting there was like self-guided AI therapy. That would be better, but that's not necessarily relevant to people using it for profit, like AI OnlyFans chat, essentially. In terms of like that and pseudo connections for lonely people, I think that, yeah, it is a huge problem. Loneliness is it's a huge problem nowadays. But whether or not fake companionship is necessarily bad, if there's like no other readily available companionship for some people, like until we address the problems that are making people more isolated and lonely, is it really that bad for them to find some form of connection? But I do think that overall those connections will be kind of like shallow until AI gets better, because right now it's just it's not like we haven't really combined like AI with evolutionary algorithms to like really make it so that an AI can be conscious. And I feel like once AI is conscious, people will actually value that much more. It will be like talking to an actual therapist much more than, I'm sure there'll be some holdovers who are still like, oh, it's a computer, but I feel like it'll be much more like a full experience once you are talking to like a more conscious being, but we're not there yet. So that's my opinion on it.
Thanks so much, Kilo.
Yeah, I thought about this for like a long time because there's a lot of different like avenues of thought you could go down as far as whether this is a good or a bad thing. My knee-jerk reaction is kind of like what Lactoid and Scott were saying. It is sort of sadness. It kind of sucks that people feel so compelled to seek companionship because of their loneliness that they're willing to pay a machine to do it for them or to accommodate them in some way. But the longer I thought about it, the more I kind of started to think about it in sort of a cost versus benefit type of thing. Um, if someone is struggling with feelings of loneliness, and as we progress further along in the current trajectory of our society, these feelings are probably only going to strengthen and grow. We're kind of full speed ahead on isolationism, working from home, having online interactions sort of supplement or just replace entirely our human IRL interactions. If someone is able to find some measure of like satisfaction in interacting with an AI that they feel has at least some amount of organic you know of a relationship to offer them, I'm not really one to turn up my nose at that. And then furthermore, I think that in regards to, because it sounds like this the AI like chat bot that you sent us has more of a sexual kind of component to it, being like the girlfriend experience that it wants to provide. If this were to eliminate some of the demand or mitigate some of the demand for real life sex workers, which I think is pretty exploitative across the board, I think that that could be a relative benefit as well. Um, there's a ton of different ways to perceive this. I think right now I have sort of a measured optimism about it. But as everyone has noted, we don't have a lot of science or data to really see what the effects are going to look like, and so I have measured optimism regarding this.
Echo.
Yeah, I just keep thinking about like what are the limits to this? Like already at the very beginning, it's already doing a lot, and it's only just starting. And I was just thinking about like what other intimate duties can a bot like this like fulfill? Like for instance, like we know that what Lactoid's opinions are on oral sex and that being submissive, right? What happens when his girlfriend realizes that she could just go to swedishmodel.ca and like have a virtual Lactoid right there who doesn't have like any of those qualms, right? Like, does that at what point is Lactoid's own job like replaced by an AI, right? That's a problem.
Or is it for
but
benefit for her, honestly? But go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and he might even have a clean American flag behind it. Like who knows? But what I'm really the main concern here is, just like what Scott talked about. It's the unknown unknowns. It's we don't know how fast this will advance. We don't know how much disruption we've talked before about the disruptions in the job markets and economics. Now we're talking about like disruptions in human intimacy. At what point like does intimacy itself sort of short circuit, and the things that we get out of intimacy like all become like total illusions? And do they like certainly in the moment they can feel just as real as human intimacy, but surely that rings hollow over time when we realize that we're not getting like the real intimacy that is so like effectively mimicked in the short term. And what does that look like over a longer period of time? Like I just don't know how to evaluate that.
Okay. Bam, please.
So what's crazy is, because I'm a movie guy, we are living out the plot of the movie Her. It came out about 10 years ago. Her was basically, it started out as like an AI, literally an AI chatbot. It was sort of a help to help people fulfill their daily tasks. And then this guy was like he's like, wow, I'm getting so much work done more efficiently. And then he started being interested in voice, and he became romantically interested into the chatbot. And like he had a full on like really unhealthy relationship with it. And then the step after that was actually paying sex workers. He paid a sex worker to basically like I don't know, I guess we're a version of like speakers, so it like it connected the voice to a body. So he was like sleeping with the body, but like the AI was like interacting with it. It was crazy, but it's like I was thinking like, wow, this is insane, but like it's happening now. This we're here. The future is AI. I guess.
And it's weird.
Yeah, is it super unhealthy? Absolutely. I don't think that it's. I think that there's probably some like normal way you can some normal way you can use this technology to help people with like heavy levels of social anxiety to sort of practice and prepare on how to have better like human interactions, not even like romantically, but just like friendship, like, oh, okay, this is like who I practice on.
That was your
But
therapy.
but it like crosses the line when it becomes like this is my actual friend or this is my actual like romantic partner, which I feel like this will inevitably lead to. And yeah, the issue is there's no putting it back in the box. Once the technology exists, it can no longer not exist. Like there's not an option. So it just kind of we're on the track and we just have to see where it leads down at this point.
Yeah, okay. And next we have a goddamn superstar, a really great friend of the community, a great friend of mine, who, oh my God, I just saw his.
It's available.
Keep going, keep going. This is better than any AI girlfriend getting my dick sucked like this. Go ahead, please. This is free range dick sucking. Okay, it's much better. Carry on.
Apparently very large one. So I thank you, Wick, for being so kind as to jump in for us as a last minute replacement. So Wick, you can introduce yourself to the audience and then let them know what you feel about the topic.
Well, I'm Wick TV. This I really resonate with what Bam said at the end, right? The genie is out of the bottle. Anyone who thinks that they can stop this or even slow it down to an extent is kidding themselves. We can look at the already people making moves, groups making moves to try to mitigate this or slow this down. The Writers Guild Association strike is mentioning AI and ChatGPT and forbidding use of that, and as part of their contracts, they have some issues with that there. We can see this when it comes to people who complain about deepfakes and that whole situation, right? I think AI technology and deepfakes are going to go hand in hand. They're going to work together to be a problem, right? And there are a lot of potential upsides and potential downsides to these things. I don't know, and I cannot guess what the future will hold, but all I do know is that this is the future and it is happening. So we better learn how to deal with it as a society, because the train's coming, gang, and it ain't stopping. We can't even appreciably slow it down. So we got to get ready. When it comes to the specific situation of the AI girlfriend, chatbot, whatever, right? It's empty calories at the state it's in now, right? It, at least as I understand from the article, it can mimic it but cannot replace it. Will there come a day where it can? Maybe, but that day is not today. And yeah, I don't see it as fundamentally different from other types of pornography, though. If people choose to engage in this, okay, that's their choice, right? But it's not as healthy as a normal relationship, in my opinion. So that's my thoughts, and thanks for having me.
Okay, bye. Let's go to open panel.
I think there's something I wanted to say in my open that I should have, like, this is unhealthy, but like, to be fair, like, all pornography is probably unhealthy for like human engagement. And I'm not even like a Puritan. I'm not even like an anti-porn person. But like there's undoubtedly negatives to the industry existing. And
yeah, it's not that fundamentally different than Twitch's main profit model, which is putting OnlyFans whores up as in hot tub streams, right? Like it's a major chunk of their profit model is engaging in prostitution of this kind. The thing I wanted to really point out that I think is really important to this discussion, because I think a lot of people haven't done a lot of research into AI in general, is that we're not looking at AGI, and there's no evidence to suggest that AGI is coming from this, right? Artificial general intelligence implies that the AI that we see in all of these like Hollywood films and things like that becomes self-aware, starts, having its own ideas, originates its own ideas. That being said, what we are also noticing at the same time is that Hollywood and most of these books got it wrong, which is that it doesn't fucking matter, right? When natural language processing models are able to predict things at such a speed and with such accuracy, and then they can be set towards managerial tasks, towards other AI systems that have different tasks, right? The result that we see is superhuman in its capacity and already outpaces us. But the difference is that it doesn't necessarily come up with its own ideas. So with this, with this specific scenario, right, we are only a couple years away from a ChatGPT 5 run system, right, where I'm talking to this girl for $1 a minute, apparently, right, and I tell this girl, to this girl on screen, I love this anime, and I always thought this dance from this anime was cute, right? And between Stable Diffusion and between the chat function and its ability to predict what I want, it will already determine that the best course of action to make me endeared and pay more money is for me to utilize that anime footage using Stable Diffusion with the system that I have to do that dance myself, and to tell a joke about like, oh, I could watch it with you and like I could maybe try it, and then intentionally put a few slip ups and errors and utilizing the human skeleton to, models and all of these other things. And what ends up happening is something that no real girlfriend, at least visually in a virtual relationship, could ever fucking compare to. Right? Like no real human girl could give you what you want just on screen, right? Not in person, just on screen, as well as AI models would be able to do. And that's terrifying. Yet, go ahead.
You're making a lot of points that I want to talk about, and it's just like,
go ahead.
I want to make sure that we get to them, right? Like, so to address your first point of like, it doesn't matter. Absolutely. You're 100%, like whether or not, individuals have free will or are conscious beings, right? There's the problem of consciousness. It doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day, right? We act as if we are, therefore we are. And when it comes to things like to mitigate most of the problems that I can foresee coming just from my small little wick brain, right? It's going to take discipline and anti-hedonism, and I fear that we are not up to the task as a culture and society to mitigate these things. I think that to disentangle ourselves from the potential problems of getting lost in these AI girlfriends or even just like movies and stuff just by ChatGPT written and scripted just to be what we perfectly enjoy, it's going to make us lose, I think, a part of ourselves that makes us human. And at the end of the day,
then again, here be dragons. We might gain something that we don't even know exists yet in terms of understanding of consciousness.
Maybe, but I can't see that. I can only deal with what I can see. And one of the problems I can see is this descent into madness.
Let me give you a reverse then. Let me give you a reverse. And then I promise I'll shut up for a little while, but I'm super passionate about AI. Let me give you a reverse. Instead of utilizing all of that technology for hedonism and porn and getting a man addicted for the money, what if I was a company that put out a program that created father figures that help children that don't have a dad do their homework and was inputted with only the most statistically successful levels of stoic philosophy that dropped little things that they knew statistically reduced crime, increased a man's ability to act forthright in the world, etc. And I could prove that I could not only get your kid better grades with this program as they got their homework done, but that they would be better men because they're lacking something. And while it is a superficial thing that I'm putting in place for what something is lost, the thing is already lost.
The problem with that is that it has the potential of making us forget how to be fathers ourselves, right? Because we offload this task onto the AI, into the computer, we lose this skill, right? That so this is a problem a lot of artists, right, would point to with AI art, is that while it mimics what's currently taking people years to master these skills, right? Because it's so easy to just generate these things, it's going to downstream over the years, over the generations, lead us to forget how to do this because we no longer need to, and it becomes rarer. It won't. I doubt it'll go extinct entirely, but it will get much more rare. So one of the problems with that, like I said, is just this idea, right? That like we can replace these things. It makes us forget how to do these things. It's necessary, I think, because we gain value as humans from being good fathers too. From doing good, we gain value as humans. But anyway,
let's go to
Socrates' argument.
Lactoid, Pep, Corey, Bam, and Kyle.
This is actually perfect because just building right off that in terms of forgetting skills, right? So relationships are very difficult, right? Romantic relationships, dealing with another person is very difficult, right? Fights happen. There's conflict. You're not always going to understand somebody. There's a lot of things that get in the way. An AI girlfriend, right, at its top performance, could analyze your personality and find out exactly what you want and only give you what you want, and to only react to whatever stimulus you put forward. And it's not going to give you any kind of stress. It's not going to give you any kind of pushback. It's just going to exist there for your comfort. I am concerned that if that starts becoming normalized and really big, people are going to lose, much like how people who are socially isolated lose the ability to have a conversation with somebody, lose the ability to call somebody on the phone, right? They just want to text. They only can send emails, right? They just, tremendous amount of social anxiety just trying to make a phone call. They might lose the ability to interact. They might lose the ability to interact with people altogether, just like even remotely. They might just only be comfortable now interacting with AI. And if that happens, right, if people just can't tolerate each other anymore because we've learned no form of conflict resolution because there's no social conflict anymore, is that the end of humanity? Because we're not breeding at that point, right? That's just it. Are we going to obsolete ourselves?
If you're uploaded to the cloud, you're
are we supposed to be cloud people? Is that our next phase of human evolution?
Scott, I totally feel you with these histrionics.
Turns into the Matrix eventually.
Let's go to Pep, please.
Pep
You're muted.
Fuck, always.
Who needs an AI assistant?
I do need an AI assistant. I really fucking do. I do agree with Lactoid in that if you take away all life, that is not teaching anybody anything helpful. Making everything just always go smoothly and perfect is completely de-preparing. That's not even a word, but it's removing people's capacity to be able to handle conflict that does actually come up. However, somebody in my chat brought up the idea of so many real life relationships can be toxic relationships though. And so what if you could do the inverse of that, in that you could have an AI model how to have a healthy relationship, and that would include conflict and things like that. That's something that I haven't seen brought up, and I feel like that could be, it's similar to the father figure thing. Maybe that would be useful, but then it does still have the same problem of actually I don't think it has the same problem of making you underprepared to deal with other functional humans, because I think the conflict would be built in and make you more able to handle those things.
No, so it does have the same problem because, well, a similar but different problem. I'll give you that. So one of the problems with it is because you are only exposed to the healthy conflict and things like that, you become intolerant of anything less, right? And humans, I'm sorry to say, cannot compete, right? They cannot compete. And so eventually, right, one of the potential issues, and it may not happen, and maybe we'll think of safety mechanisms like seat belts and things to put into place to prevent it. But the concern is that when we have the perfect, no one will settle for less because it's so readily available and affordable, and you just won't settle for less. And so
what if it is explicitly not perfect and it's just a tricycle? It's not a bike. It's you very much feel that okay, this is the training wheels for real life. What if it was something like that?
I mean, yeah, if it's perfect,
you guys are
it goes
saying
perfectly. But I think that the issue is if the technology exists, Like if if you're saying the technology exists to make an imperfect situation, someone's going to mod it. Like that's what I'm saying. Like you can't. That's what I'm saying. You can't stop it. You
Oh
can't
yeah,
prevent it.
true.
Kind of
There-
like what is it? Oh crap. GTA 5. Like people they made this game about like a drug dealer that goes off and like supposed to make money, and then people figured out how to mod it or Sims or whatever, and you insert people into it, and they're going to make every other variation of it. Like the positive variations will exist, but that means that they're also capable to make the like negative variations, and those
You
are
guys
also
are-
going to exist.
You guys keep saying perfect, like it can be made perfectly to replace like normal human interaction. There's going to be an elephant in the room for a large portion of the population. I saw the movie Her on a first date, and there's a sex scene in the movie where the screen is black and there's just audible moans for like 3 minutes, and it's incredibly awkward, and it's only awkward because it's a robot. I would wager a guess that probably the majority, there would be the lonely gentleman, which is a growing problem that we're talking about, and I think it's primarily men, would obviously take what they can get. And I think there's probably some in terms of cost versus benefit, type of scale, there's probably some benefit to that. But there will always be, you're just saying we would lose the ability to learn how to be fathers or learn how to be good partners or whatever that is. I think that there would always be a sizable portion of the population that just would refuse to participate because the elephant in the room is that
Maybe.
it's not real.
Maybe, but this will only last a generation or two before it's accepted, right? Like, you cannot stop this acceptance process from happening. Like, you can mitigate it to some extent, and there might be always some holdouts, but the more something is available, right, the longer it's available, the more normalized it is, the more and more people will adopt it, because the ones who don't adopt it will fall behind. They will be less productive, less happy, less all these things, right? This is why automation, right? If you don't automate, you're going to fall behind as a country. So countries can't not automate,
Saying
right?
they'd be
I mean,
less
We're less
You
than 2
disagree
years
with
from
me,
someone
Prime? Why are
asking
you
to
shaking your
marry
head?
we're less than 2 years from someone asking to marry this thing, and we're going to give it rights because people are going to say they're not
Dog,
bothering
people have already
anybody.
tried to marry trees, but
No,
They've
I'm
married
saying
the
it's
Eiffel
gonna
Tower
happen.
you.
before. Yeah, it exists.
so here's the thing, right? Like we're,
I'm sorry.
we're
I do
making
want
assumptions about.
before you do. I do want to get Corey in because Corey is the one who hasn't talked. But we can go to you next. And Scott, for some reason, your gain is off. It was fine previously, but now your gain is off, and you're really gaining now. So
What does off mean?
You sound
You're-
buzzy.
yeah, your buzz. Yeah, your gain seems to be up. And
Okay, am I
Yeah.
loud?
yeah.
You're loud and like a little
it was
bit.
it
at
was
least
fine
muffled.
previously, when
And
it
you're
started.
shredded.
So yeah, so I don't know. But let's go to Corey.
Yeah, a few or a couple of things. Sort of like, well, still touching on what Wick brought up in terms of like, well, basically losing the ability to engage in some human interactions, like, and also Lactoid spoke to this as well. It's like, I can't wait for the day where people are just interacting through Chat GPT, like text messaging, just like two people just Chat GPT automated messages. But I think there's also an element that Kilo brought up in terms of like an aspect of truth, and that is something that I think there's a lot to talk about there personally, but also the aspect of like, at least right now, what AI can't give, and I think this is why I characterize these things as pseudo connections. As of right now, at least as far as I know, AI can't give you touch, and as alluded to earlier, there's a loneliness epidemic for sure. But it can't
That's
give
common.
human touch.
Corey, that's common. Like it can't do it now, but we gotta
Yeah,
look
yeah.
3 steps
Westworld,
ahead.
man.
That
Think of Westworld.
absolutely. Have you
Yeah,
seen
for
the
sure.
videos of people with robots and things like they're making robots right now, right?
Oh
Like,
no,
this
but
is a
that's not
thing.
that's
We'll be
that's the
having
thing.
one
Like
robots by
many
2025.
people, if I can just finish my point, sorry. Where like, so I think that bleeds into what Kilo was saying in terms of like, I agree with you. Robots can touch you, but I think if some people know, and I think I think some people will know, and it will undermine
Lacto, let your
process.
prosecutor friends know. Go ahead.
That like just as we have an
Corey?
epidemic of loneliness, can I just finish my point? Well, just as there's an epidemic of loneliness, there are a growing number of people that are touch starved and human touch starved. And I don't know that robot touch can really replace human touch. Maybe it can, but I don't even know that I want to live in that world per se.
You
You're-
won't be
you're-
able to tell the difference.
No. He's he will. So as long as I think
what
the ethical question that gets raised by something like the AI chatbot is whether the users are made fully aware that it is not a real person. As long as they are made fully aware that it is not a real person, there's no ethical consideration. We're all good to go. Full
you
steam ahead.
forget, right? You
Yeah,
could
no
be,
one's gonna care.
No.
Yeah, look, when
I don't
someone
agree
comes
with
up
you.
to you and shows
Hold
their
on.
whole ass,
The religious
people
might, but no one
forget,
else is going to.
right?
I don't
They
agree with you. I'm
forget.
not religious, and I think I would always care.
Yeah,
So
I think I would care too, personally.
Have you ever? Yeah. So even if in the instance of what Pep was suggesting, which was that the AI models become so advanced that they're able to predict when you would prefer conflict and imperfection in a human interaction versus when it is important for it to be perfect and provide you exactly what it is that you need. There's still the little voice in the back of your head that's telling you that it's even when you're arguing, it's giving you what it thinks that you want. It's doing it based on what it thinks would be the best possible thing to continue for you to be its customer, basically. Have you guys
that problem exists in real relationships, bro? When you're with a partner, is this person just saying what I want so they don't have conflict? That happens in real relationships.
But that is a real conflict. That is a very real, natural thing that happens.
I understand. It's just not fundamentally different than a normal relationship.
Let me go ahead.
I didn't mean conflict that somebody actually wanted, not that the person wanted conflict. I mean that the AI could tell that like a person needed to experience conflict to develop better as like a person who could handle like reality. Not that the person wanted.
That's semantic. Yeah, the same thing. That's fine.
Is it? I don't think so.
I think it is the same thing. Those things.
No, that's
whether you're
different.
introducing conflict because you think that let's call them a customer, is going to benefit from it psychologically, or whether you're introducing conflict to make it feel more organic. It's the same thing. You think it's suiting the customer.
It's to actually like benefit the person in the long run, but not necessarily give them what they want in that moment. And maybe they aren't a customer after the conflict. It's explicitly the opposite of what you were just saying.
I don't think that they would make models that would not be.
You missed her analogy. Her original analogy was like, what if we had like therapy, or we had like some type of AI that was designed to teach people how to engage in more meaningful relationships, and then there was coming after that.
What I think I'm trying to say, okay, so I might have missed that specific point. I think what I'm saying is that either way, it doesn't make a difference to me. You're still losing out on. Scott, you're more well versed on like the different schools of philosophy. Am I making an appeal to like a deontological like perspective of like the natural order of something? Like,
so
like, it's almost
what I would say is that where you're really going is, I think we're going into existential philosophy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Existentialism, right? So I think like Dostoevsky famously said in Notes in the Underground, there's like 3 different translations in English, right? Like, I mean, I think he's one of the better. I think he's better than Kierkegaard, but that's just my personal opinion. But I mean, you could get this idea as well just from the Grand Inquisitor from the Brothers Karamazov, right? And the idea is that like, even if humans were in a perfect world, like it would drive them insane. That they would do something to fuck up the perfect world because humans breed on a certain conflict. And I think that deals a lot with the uncanny valley and the idea of how companies might utilize lying about being with an AI, because once they know that there's an AI there is something, Robert Bella, famous sociologist of religion, talked about how human beings have a disposition towards domination, but they also have a disposition to resent domination. And like, I think AI fits into that category too. This resentment of like possibly being manipulated by a program that only wants to feed them what they want.
I don't know this will happen. Just real quick. I don't know this will happen. I'll be concise, I promise. I don't know this will happen, but I think it is likely to happen that there will come a day in the next 50 to 100 years that you will be walking down the street and you won't be able to pick out the humans from the AI bots, right? You just will not. They will interact with you. You will have meaningful interactions, and you will not be able to tell the difference.
But
okay,
so this
so,
is.
So I want to. So we got to move on. We got to move on. We got Aiko and Bam. And I'm gonna put something. I'll put 2 things out here. One, cards out on the table. I talked about this before, but Futurama has an episode where like they explore the idea, the Lucy Liu sex bots, and they have that the PSA about like the dangers of sex bots, and that like little Jimmy won't want to date little Steffi because he could just get all the sex from his sex bot, right? Like I looked at that as the coming paradise. So I felt like, but I understand that like I'm different from others. I'm a deviant, to be honest. And that's okay. It's kind of like I want to pull it back from like the histrionics from all these things, like the collapse of society. Yes, there are going to be people like me who will fuck their sex bots and never leave their house. Like it's just that's it,
You
right?
degenerate.
They found
Yeah.
their paradise and they'll be done with it. But there'll be plenty of other people who want different things, both because of cultural reasons, because of intellectual reasons, because of economic reasons, for all kinds of things. So I don't think we're facing down the end
Real
of
quick.
society. So like, and I did want to I know I say something really quick, but like but and very quickly, I kind of did want to like concentrate on like this product and as it stands, right? And like explore that for like today rather than like let's game this out for like 100 years from now, which none of us like.
Okay.
I don't think you can segregate
Please let
the
me
two.
indulge for just a moment. Please let me indulge for just a moment, gaming it out. Okay. You have the sex bot, right? And we live in the world where the meaningful difference between a human being and an AI robot is that it's difficult to tell unless it's programmed to be allowed to be smarter than us, right? So long as it's programmed to be as smart as a regular human, it's almost impossible to tell. But if not, it's basically superior in form and function to a human being. And so you have the sex bot, right? But what happens when the sex bot is property and your property can do a job? What happens when your property can be a mom? What happens when you go to the sperm bank and you donate sperm in exchange because you're ready to be a parent and you raise a child with the sex bot because it turns into wanting a family? And what happens when there are no more orphanages because AIs become legitimate means of being able to raise
Indeed.
children?
What happens when AI become women? Okay, good. Let's go
Right,
to
you know what I mean?
yeah, well, I do all the things.
Yes,
that we
I
do to
just-
women
I'm
now.
just saying it doesn't have to be a dystopia. Like Here
Yeah,
Be
yeah.
Dragons goes in both directions.
No, I hear you. Aiko, Bam, and I'm not sure if Pep, did you had your hand up or was that your finger? I don't know. But it's okay. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we'll go to Aiko, Bam, Pep, and Kilo.
Yeah, I don't think we even have to like wait for like this future tech or whatever. I think there are plenty of examples today of, I think everyone's like seen like segments of like talk shows where they've talked about romance scams and how they work and how people have had like years long relationships with what they think is a young, beautiful woman, impossibly beautiful and half their age and somehow millionaires, but are interested in them. And then when these people who are now sort of, there's a whole profession of people that bust these sorts of people, they go to these victims and they say, here are all the reasons why we know this is a scammer. Like, here's the photograph of the real person. Here's like 15 other victims of this same person. Here's the exact same, like really bad, like very easily detectable, like scamming techniques that have been used. And they still don't believe it because they still desperately want to believe that the person on the other end of that line isn't actually like a 50-year-old man in like Africa. And so even with all of that, even with like human beings who are like not nowhere nearly as effective as these AIs can be, even if we are specifically told in advance that you're buying a product, there's just some part of our lizard brain that wants to believe certain things. And I think that the potential for AIs to become romance scammers and to be utilized in that way is not very far off. Like that's not like a big Here Be Dragons, like,
It's
you know,
not
what
far off. It's already happening.
Yeah, it's already happening. It's already happening with humans. It's already happening with AIs. It's been happening for a long time, and it's just going to get, it's just getting more effective now. And I think that the amount of money that can be made doing that, I think is going to be just as impossible to expect anyone not to continue to like scam people in this way. And also it's impossible to believe that there won't be a lot of willing victims, just like there are willing victims like right now. Like one person that you have on these panels every once in a while, Ginger Ramoth, right? She does a lot of this on her stream where she just does nothing but like show these like romance scam sort of videos or whatever. And so this is stuff that I think is becoming just commonplace. I know 2 people in my family who have been victims of this sort of scamming. And I think a lot of people know people personally who have been. So that means this sort of interaction is already incredibly common, to the point where like we anecdotally like know people who are interacting with this. So it's not even like a far-fetched like future thing. It's like it's very common.
Let's go to Bam, Pep, Kilo, and Lactoid.
Yeah, and just by a show of hands, like based on even just the technology right now, let's say you're in a conversation like there's 2 parts. I want to talk about, but this is just the first thing. Let's say that you're in the Discord chat just like this, and somebody comes out and says they're like, "Oh yeah, this is my girlfriend. She's an AI thing. This is her name." Are any of you going like hard to like tell that person that's not true?
I will absolutely mock them for it. Yes.
Oh,
okay.
Come on, man.
I mean, I mock people for everything.
Wait, what?
So,
If
like,
you wait, are you being real here? Are you being real here? If someone comes up and says, "Hey, this is my AI girlfriend," you're not going to like.
That person is clearly afflicted with something.
Maybe like an involuntary gasp at the very least, right?
No, the reason I'm calling cap is because like at the end of the day, like the conversation we're having now is like 50 years ago. The conversation you're having about like LGBT rights.
What?
Like,
no. One's human,
today,
one's not.
or
No.
the conversation.
I still make fun of gay people when they come into my Discord. Whatever it is about you that's different, I will fucking make fun of. And if I don't,
but
it's because I don't give a fuck about
I didn't want engagement with this. Like I was just an idea if you would comment. Like if you would say like no, it's not. If you would fight them on it.
I would not. I would comment in a supportive way and question, but I would not shame or mock. No.
100%.
And same. Okay. Second question.
I would respectfully shame, and the reason is because, in like the most respectful way possible.
That's an oxymoron.
And I'm about to piss off. I'm about to like piss off a lot of people.
Okay.
I see it.
Not your girlfriend.
I see it almost like why not? People who don't I guess make friends with like humans, but like are obsessed with making friends with like animals, like dogs. Like they just can't, they have all these dogs, they can't stop thinking about them. It almost seems like you're playing on easy mode, right? Like you're just like, how can I really like establish some kind of like that you're somebody to be reckoned with, that you're some kind of force here that like knows how to like deal with people. You couldn't even get a human girlfriend.
They care what you think about them.
They don't have to. They can ignore my respectful shaming, but like
I want to ask Corey and Kilo because I don't believe them. You would say, right? Like if someone came up to you and said, "This is my AI girlfriend," you would have not even in secret to your buddies. You wouldn't DM anyone like, "Yo, look at this is wild." You wouldn't do any of that.
Absolutely not.
So,
I stand by.
I feel like Corey's the only one who's way closer to the truth than what everyone else is currently engaging in because you don't see it as like reality.
Wait.
For the most part, if you're not conservative, I think conservatives actually push back against a lot of things about other people's social dynamics. But if you've like bought into the if you're like a hard progressive, generally, even if you think someone's doing something weird, like you're the social norm is like to just accept it.
It's disgusting.
This is a caricature of
that wasn't my fault.
It's against God. Okay, I don't want to.
I don't want you to talk right now. Okay.
I know you don't, but you're saying silly shit.
Just a raise of hands. That's all I want. Don't nobody speak. Would you, even if you thought it was weird, would you be picketing outside of Congress for someone, for a person that was asking to marry their AI? Would it affect you that strongly that you would fight against it?
To picket?
Wait. Are we fighting against this being legal or for this being legal?
Against it? Like strong enough that you're like willing to fight Congress.
You know, a woman legally married the Eiffel Tower, and
raise of hands if you would. So nobody would go that far. which means that then it doesn't matter what you consider real or not, because that's what's going to happen. No one's going to.
It fucking matters. It fucking matters to me. I'm just an anarchist. Sure, so obviously I'm not going to petition the government to ban shit I don't like.
Sure. Well, but also Corey's the only good person on this panel. So
but yeah, that was
that in mind.
Hey, relax.
He's a communist. He's a
I
communist.
Bam, you're saying
honestly, I think he's failing them by not shaming them.
Wait.
Yeah, a good friend of yours like that you know well, like comes up to you with a, hey, here's my AI girlfriend. You're really gonna look at them the same way? You really like deep down.
Hold on. Wait. I am extremely sympathetic. I won't get too personal. There's someone who's incredibly dear to me, who is older than me, who has never had a girlfriend, who has never kissed anyone, who's never been on a date. And they received a lot of fulfillment in the form of whoever's laughing. I'm trying to be like serious here. Like they received a lot of like self-fulfillment in the form of interacting with like an e-girl, like someone who they gave money to. Like, and that was the closest thing they had to being able to like. Now, if you think that I just don't say anything ever to this person, if you think that I'm just like super passive and encouraging of whatever it is that they want to do, I mean, you're wrong. I've tried to help this person. I've tried to like give them advice on exactly what it is that they should say to women when they approach them and where to go and all these kinds of things. But shaming them, like people literally kill themselves over like the guilt of not having ever been with a woman before. You're saying you're gonna shame them and mock them over what's clearly an affliction?
Yes.
The same way I would hold an intervention for my friend who was a heroin addict.
I think your attempted emotional manipulation is gross.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So why would you? So let's say either you, Wick, or Lactoid, or even you, Scott. Why would you shame them? What is your rationale behind that?
Right? Much like
reality.
If I see someone harming themselves, I'm going to step in and try to get them not to harm themselves. So the first step is admitting that they have a problem, that this is not okay.
Okay. So can I please follow up on that? Because I want to push back against this. So your overall guiding principle of like, yes, please don't jump in, Scott. So your overall guiding principle is like, yes, someone I care about, they're engaged in self-harm, and so I want them to change their behaviors. I'm going to shame them. Would you do that? Would you carry out this tactic on someone like doing like self-harm, as in cutting themselves? Would you do that?
If they were cutting themselves, I would absolutely get them to see a therapist if I could.
Why not shame them?
By shaming them?
Why not shame them?
If that was in my power, I'm like, yo, what are you doing here? You need to go see a therapist.
So would you shame them? You didn't answer my question.
If
would
that
you shame
worked, yes.
How are you going to know it's going to work? What screening process are you going to use to determine?
I'm going to try any and every means available to get them to stop. The fact that you wouldn't is kind of sus. The fact that there are some things, if you could use this tactic and it would make them stop, and you would not use this tactic, that's weird.
You're contorting his argument.
I think this is sorry. I gotta jump in here because I had a friend previously who cut themselves.
This way.
I talked to them about it. They admitted it that it was this thing that they did, and they talked about like how like it's a coping mechanism, and that people react to it more strongly than it needs to be. Right? Maybe there could be ones who are actually like trying to kill themselves. That's one thing. But a lot of people use it as a coping mechanism. But because people can't see past that, right? Because they're just so alarmed about the blood and all that, that they actually end up doing more harm than good by like trying to force them to change or to shame them or to whatever there is. Their tough love here. So like I think that's like the problem.
But there is a line, right?
Wick, you contorted.
Wait. Society that allows people to identify as trees.
Wick contorted what Corey was trying to say.
Absolutely.
He said, he's elucidating it.
He said, no. You contorted because you said what you said was
logic train, and I don't have to go on his track.
If
I can
what
get
you
off
said
at any
was
moment, right?
If the shaming was proven to work, you wouldn't do it. But that's not the frame of what we're talking about. Obviously, if that was literally the only solution to getting this person help, then I'm sure Corey would be willing to entertain that. He's saying
This
that there's
is-
probably better ways of accomplishing the thing that we're trying to accomplish. And you're saying, oh, well, you wouldn't shame even if that was the only way he could possibly do it. You're completely contorting what he was trying to say.
If someone,
This entire conversation is contorted. Like, for the love of Christ, like none of you are mental health professionals, right? The original context of the conversation, right, was someone came into your Discord and was like, "This is my AI girlfriend. Would you make fun of them for it?" And I think most people would. Because someone just came into your Discord and said, "Here's my AI girlfriend." They'd be like, "Hey, that's fucking weird," right? That's how people are. And a bunch of people that are putting forward their personas of themselves to an audience that they're trying to form a parasocial relationship with are bullshitting about who they actually fucking are. And the fact is, if you're chilling in a Discord and someone randomly shows up and is like, "I have an AI girlfriend," they'd be like, "I'm sorry, that's fucking weird. Haven't heard that one
if
before."
someone came up to you and said, "I married my dog,"
right, but if you compare it to someone who's cutting, right, like then you're talking about different scenarios, and all of a sudden, yes, both of the scenarios need to be contextualized by like things we can't actually say right now. And on top of that, right, as someone that went to grad school for counseling, myself included, none of you know what the fuck you're talking about when it comes to a random individual that is a hypothetical. There's different responses that work for different people. The entire conversation is a bit of an aside and silly, and it's just moral grandstanding.
Okay. So we're gonna pass this. Pep, I think you wanted to say something a long time ago. So you still know what that is after you've unmuted yourself.
I just had I just had like one question. It's like an odd thought. Would you prefer somebody was in a significant relationship with a significant relationship, but a healthy one with an AI, or a super abusive and unhealthy one with a human?
Can I ask a clarifying on that? Are we talking the AI as it exists today?
Oh, that's a very good question. Because a lot of my thoughts on AI change once it gains. If it's like a sentient, conscious being, then
I can't speak for AI as it might be, but I can't speak for AI today.
Yeah,
if that helps you.
Yeah, I would say the person talking to the AI, just because you're dealing with a person being harmed versus another person being harmed and doing something weird.
So I mean, I obviously
both could be
ideally
toxic and harmful. To be fair,
I mean, a person not being harmed and doing something.
Look, I think both are being harmed in different ways. I think in both situations there is harm being done to this person. In one, it's more insidious in that it's something that a lot of people wouldn't recognize as harm, but it absolutely is. It's opportunity cost because they're engaged in this healthy relationship with the AI as it exists, with this chat girlfriend, right? This AI girlfriend, right? That is absolutely, it's draining their time, resources. It's preventing them from getting the skills necessary to get an actual girlfriend. There are a lot of opportunity costs. This is legitimate harm being done to them.
Yeah.
Now, is that better or worse?
If that's the case,
Hold on, stop it. Don't talk over me. I gotta push back.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! You had kind of chance.
Can't you just have
no one
in
knows your
occasionally?
opinions on this, Scott. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I silence you all the goddamn time. Any which way, as a person who has dealt with women, all right, I'll put some more cards on the table here. My emotional trauma, right? Most of my emotional trauma have come from women. My interactions with women, they have, not all, obviously, but my intimate emotional contact with women has ended with really terrible trauma. The worst I've felt about myself has been because of my interactions with women. And to say that, if I have some sort of facsimile, right, whether I perceive it as a woman or not, and I'm having this intimate relationship, and it's healthy, which is what Pep stated, right, and that I'm having these great interactions that boost my self-confidence, that adds joy to my life, right? To say that this is inherently destructive, that this is inherently harmful, one, I think it's just narrow-minded, and two, also, I don't think you understand that, because we're doing the incel thing within this argument, that the people who want to interact with these people must be incels. Oh, you don't fuck. Oh, you don't know how to interact with women. I know how to interact with women. And I've put my penis in places in the past, but Like that
Congratulations.
doesn't mean that there's not something I can't gain from that. That maybe is lacking from these real life interactions. Now, obviously, yes, there is my dream girl is out there. Will I meet her? I might not. It might not ever happen. People born, live, and die without ever meeting that special someone. Happens all the goddamn time. But if you could find something, right, that maybe you paid for, maybe you didn't, that gave you that emotional connection, to say that is inherently lesser than, I think that's a huge issue.
Okay, well,
Like, what if
I
it was
want
an
to push back
ace-romantic
against
person
this.
that
Look, he's
didn't
arguing
wanna
with
deal
me.
with the
Let me argue with him. Let me argue with him for a moment, please. Right? In a friendly manner. Like, so the reason I say this, right, is because it is, right, lesser, I feel. Like, yes, you specifically have had bad trauma in the past, right? Many of us have when it comes to women. But I can't speak for you, but I can speak for myself. Some of the greatest moments in my life have been with women too. I mean, and to get addicted, right? And to get addicted to this facsimile, right? To this cheap knockoff that the AI as it exists today represent, right? There is a cost associated with that. That doesn't come without consequences. That doesn't come without it being an opportunity cost at the very least, because I am getting empty calories. I think I am full, but I am destroying myself. That is what that represents, right?
Would you be okay with an ace romantic person playing video games?
Sorry, well, let's go. Let's let Pep finish her point. I'll have to deal with you later because other people need to jump in. So Pep, Pep, Kylo, Lactoid, Scott, go ahead.
I feel like you could say the same thing about so many relationships people engage in. Like, there's many people don't have healthy relationships modeled for them ever. And so having a healthy relationship modeled for it that you get to participate in, and that, like, maybe there are solvable problems here. Maybe there could be like a time limit on it. Maybe there are parameters that negate some of the harms that you're thinking of. But I think overall, like, plenty of real life relationships do like take a huge opportunity cost. Do like kind of permanent horrible harm that people have like take years to recover from, and so maybe like
what the difference is, if I may, what the difference is I think that there is a ceiling on the facsimile, the AI, that there is not when it comes to real life actual relationships. I think that the ceiling, the potentiality for good to come of that is much, much, much lower than the potentiality to come with an actual relationship with an actual.
But at the same time, there's like a very finite cap on the harm it can do as well, which is part of the benefit.
That $1 a minute?
Oh no, I don't mean the $1 a minute one. Sorry, not that. But just in general.
One of the AIs taught them how to kill himself, just for the record. Like, I don't know that there is a limit.
Kylo.
But we're also talking 1 versus 0, right? So if you think that the real life relationship, the potentiality for benefit is way higher, we're talking about people who don't have access to the real life relationship. Typically, I would assume.
Do you think they can never have access?
No, of course not. That's not what I'm saying.
So that's
but
the
we're
problem,
talking
right?
about 1 versus 0. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
No, so that's the harm is that because they are getting it this way, it does not motivate them to get it from the better way.
Yeah, perhaps, right? But we're talking
problem.
about a 1 versus a 0. We're talking about a benefit versus not having the benefit at all. I know that one is greater than the other. I'm just saying. So the thing Prime, regarding how you wanted this conversation to go, I know you wanted to talk about the AI chat model as it exists today. I do not think I can segregate the two. I think at the second we say that this type of like chat model for AI is acceptable or has benefits or whatever it is, we've just opened the door for wherever else that AI is going, which we cannot stop. It's heading there for sure. I kind of jokingly,
but
well, we have a pretty good idea, I think, right? So
I don't think we do. I think Scott was right previously. Like, here be dragons.
I'm talking about
don't.
Well, no. I'm talking
sorry,
about.
I keep interrupting you.
You're okay. You're right. We don't know for sure. I'm saying what we assume is the probable implementations of AI in terms of like therapists and father figures and things like that. Like, of course, people are going to explore these options and probably be able to come up with relatively effective solutions for these things. I think the question that I want to ask the entire panel, if you're worried about these types of things replacing or supplementing what is existing normal valuable human interaction, to make an analogy and phrase it a little bit differently from how I said it earlier, have you ever been playing a video game? And the second you discover the cheat codes, and you press the pause menu on PlayStation, you punch in God mode or whatever, you have fun for a little bit, and eventually you lose interest actually relatively quickly, and you don't feel like finishing the game. It ceases to be a game. In the same way, Scott.
Yeah. So like we can look at the marketing research that that cognitive psychologists have done in terms of loot boxes, loot crates, or even just in-game loot, right? And what we can understand is that there used to be systems in older video games where the idea was you kill a monster, you get this piece of loot, right? And then what they started doing is they took cognitive psychological research and variable ratios, right? And recognized that if they introduced the variable ratio to their loot mechanics system, that it would actually keep people playing the video game for longer, because just around the corner might be that big hit. And then there was smaller hits that they would get from like loot things, like let you play a game that has like gear drops, like green gear would drop every now and then at a variable ratio, and it would keep people hooked. And so I understand the analogy, but the problem is that these systems and these computers also understand that about us, and the people that are developing this also understand that about us. And so they will introduce conflict. They will introduce the things that keep you from disengaging and get better and better at it, so that it's actually better than what you would potentially get from another human being.
I'm talking about the existing like knowledge, the voice in the back of your head, the constant awareness that what you're engaging in is not real. I
think that's going to be different from an individual basis.
No, I know, but the insinuation seems like it's like a lot of people think that this will completely override all of our sociological structures, and they'll be entirely replaced. Interpersonal relationships will be entirely replaced with what is the perfected AI.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, well, that's the worry, right? I mean, it seems like
that's not my worry.
There is a non-zero chance of that happening. Do I think it's likely? I think there's always going to be holdouts. But even if it only replaces 80%, right? That's still a huge issue for me, right?
Depends on if you think overpopulation is an issue or not.
Well, Kilo, there's another problem, right? Like, we also have to recognize that this same technology is being utilized as a massive labor-saving device, right? And so, like, what does that mean in terms of our free time or the economy if it's handled in such a way that prices on goods and the ability to produce food, education, all of these things that used to take a lot of human capital no longer take that, and we have more time. We just don't know.
In respect to Prime, I feel like I'm trying to keep it as like close to the chest of like relationships and sex and stuff like that as possible.
It's already
yeah, but I'm also looking at like Copilot, and like we're a couple months away from Microsoft Copilot coming out, and like 1/3 of every HR worker and accountant and like office worker doesn't need to exist anymore the moment Microsoft Copilot hits. You'd be an idiot to keep your entire labor force if you purchase Microsoft Copilot. Like, you should fire a third of your people because you're just going to be more profitable.
Should be profit oriented.
Let's go to Lactoid has been waiting ultra patiently.
We're moving a new industry, you know what I mean? And utilize them for
and Aiko, if you have anything to add, let me know. But okay.
Yeah, I wanted to say a few things, and it's regarding some stuff that was a little bit back. So if this is not on the train, feel free to skip to stop. I think Wick was 100% correct when he was talking about opportunity costs when it comes to these kind of AI relationships.
Just where like young girls that go to the clubs.
Where there is an opportunity cost with everything. And yeah, when is there some small subsect of people who just for one reason or another genuinely cannot establish some kind of relationship, really, no matter how hard they work, right? I would imagine there could be narrow circumstances along these lines. I think for most people, this is probably not the case. And I'm concerned with a couple things here. The first thing is, and this kind of goes back to why, to answer Corey's question, why I would respectfully shame somebody, which is that you try to keep the shame away from the person and you try to isolate the shame on the activity, right? If my friend is drunk driving, I'm not going to tell him he's a terrible person, but I am going to say that activity is bad because of XYZ reason. You'd be better off if you weren't doing that, right? And here's why.
Shaming, though.
Well, but
it truly is shaming.
But it is though, in a sense, right? Because whenever I see them do it, I'm going to socially disengage. I'm going to be like, God damn
Not
it,
in
dude.
academic
I'm
sense.
like, God damn it, dude. Okay, maybe not in the academic sense, but like, would I shame somebody for drunk driving? Does shaming mean that I think they're like a horrible, unretrievable person? No. It means that they're engaging in an activity that I don't think it's beneficial for their own well-being in the long run for the vast majority of them. And also, there's another thing that shaming can help prevent is social contagion, right? Where the people who maybe are so far gone, it might be questionable how much it helps them. But then we also have people who are maybe sort of on the edge where they're considering doing this, right? And they would be much more, if it was socially accepted, they might, like if cigarettes are socially accepted, people might be more likely to smoke. Now, does banning, do cigarette advertisements stop like a very established smoker? Maybe not, but they might stop the person from trying. They might stop the person from getting involved. I think this is probably the same when it comes to e-girls, when it comes to OnlyFans, and when it comes to the AI thing, right? And that's another reason why I think that, again, respectful shaming could have a place. If somebody came to me and they're like, hey, here's my AI girlfriend, if they're really far down and like this is the only thing for them, I could maybe live with it. But if I think that I could bring this person out of that, or somebody's like, hey, I'm considering doing this, like, no, there's going to be a little bit of shame there. And I think that might be helpful for them in the long run. So there's that.
And we'll go to Bam. Yep.
Yeah,
And then
I think that like the people who don't believe where like these types of things can go, like the types of conversations we're having right now, like you understand that Discord, these like voice not voice chats, video chats, like this is where people have, these are who people consider their friendships. People consider this like normal, healthy,
And we are worse off
natural
for it. Yes.
type of friendships and relationships, and that like that's something that we accept, we tolerate it. We don't tell people, oh, do they live in your state? No, they're not your real friend. They're not a real person.
Wait, whoa. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. If all your friends,
I consider none of you my real friends.
If I talk to someone and the only friends that they have are online, I do feel a certain type of way about it, and I do let them know.
I mean, that's great that you do, but generally, as a population, we don't get meddle that much into a person we don't truly deeply love and care about's life. If it's just like a person you meet, you generally respect, like you say, like okay, and you move on with the conversation. Like I think that the average person who's like furry cat boy Mew, like I think that's weird, but I would never call them out in person. I think most people wouldn't. So it's like the idea that like we're gonna have some like with AI we're gonna be somewhat different. We're gonna be so principled and put our foot down.
You think most normal people wouldn't have something to say if someone was like, yeah, I'm a furry and my persona is this? I think you might be living in like an online space with a younger generation that accepts weird shit maybe a little bit too much, because I think your average Joe, if someone goes up to him and they go, my persona is a foxkin,
but those aren't analogous. Like, those are not analogous, because one is
weird, bro.
100%, but those are not analogous, because one is clearly someone searching for some amount of like human interaction, or like compensating for a lack of human interaction with a like pseudo form of that, and then one is fucking an animal. So it's like obviously a little bit different.
Well, it doesn't have to necessarily be their sexual kink, but it probably is.
I think the average person
most of the time it is.
I don't think the average person is gonna like engage in conversation, like and like try to debate them out of it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't think, I mean, like, yeah, people accept things because they don't know somebody, because they don't want conflict, right? Yeah. But like, I don't think most people are going to be like, a lot of people aren't going to shame someone that comes into your Discord and says, I like crinkling, right? Not because they think that it's totally normal and that's just their thing.
What's
but
crinkling?
Instead, they're
crinkling.
If you want to look up what happened at the last furry festival, it's when people intentionally shit in their diapers and then walk around.
Oh God!
Right? When it's crinkling, right? Like, if someone tells you
that should be shamed.
Right, like you should shame them, but
it's unhygienic.
Going to shame them because some people don't want conflict. Like that's not necessarily like.
This
You
is
know what I mean?
But
wait.
the thing is, we're also
this-
going to push back against the person who does.
Wait,
It's just a lifestyle, man.
This is way. Hold on.
If you make fun of me for making fun of someone for crinkling, I'm also going to make fun of you.
No,
Sure, but I'm
and then we
saying
have
that
another
I'm
thing.
willing to like what the average, how the average human.
Wait.
I think an average person hears that and does exactly what all of you did once you learned what it was.
Are you?
Like, if I started
That was
bullying
your initial
Elo right
fucking
now
reaction.
for being a Chiefs fan, like if I started shaming him and bullying him for that, I think the rest of the chat, like at first you would be laughing at him, like, "Hey, dude, like chill out." Like,
Well,
even though
no. I'm.
Yeah, eventually it would get awkward. It would get weird, and then you would kick them out of the Discord or something.
What's different is that the people who are indicating that their sexual fetish is crinkling or whatever the fuck, they don't choose this, right? Like, it's not like a thing that they like. I'm pretty sure most of them probably already experienced shame just having to deal with this in the first place, and like they're just doing the best they
If
can
they did,
with
they
it.
wouldn't tell me.
They wouldn't have a word. They wouldn't have a special word for it if they were ashamed. They'd be going home to change their pants. That's the benefit of shame.
Okay,
they go home and they change their pants.
Wait. They are announcing
think-
this to me. That the first thing I learn about them in my Discord, they come into my Discord, and that's the first thing I learn about them is evidence that they are not
different.
ashamed.
That's
Even
very
if it's not
different,
the first thing,
obviously.
even if it just
But
comes
what
up.
I want to ask: does anyone here actually think that you can shame someone out of a sexual proclivity?
Yeah.
There's no way.
Wait. Wait. So hold on. You can't. You might not.
That's what you're saying.
A behavior.
You can shame them into hiding it. You can shame them into hiding it.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can shame someone into repression, which could probably lead to perversion and even worse.
If they're shitting their pants, I would want you to repress that. Yes.
No,
that's
that's
fine.
hiding it. You can
Listen,
shame people into
right,
never
but-
acting something out. Like there's legitimately
Look,
more
shit
LGBT
yourself.
people
It's fine. Shit
in today's
yourself.
world
That's
than
great.
ever before, and it's that's not a bad thing, but it's directly due to acceptance. The reason there
No,
like the idea of the reason we didn't have more LGBT people 150 years ago is directly because of like religion and shame. Like even if people felt a way, they would never like engage with those ideas or act on them.
Look,
It's
we do
some
not-
ideas,
we do not know-
it's some
we do
behavior
not
that's
know- we do
based.
not know.
There's some behaviors that you
Wait.
never want people to act on. I
Fine,
want you to
listen.
shame them so
Let us roll
much
with
that
this.
they never behave in that manner.
Listen,
and one
listen.
of
No,
those
it's
things,
not
Listen.
one
about-
of those things, to bring it back to the topic,
I
one of
didn't
those things
ask.
is current AI girlfriends and being with a current
I did
AI
not
girlfriend.
ask
Anybody
if
ever
you could
will.
shame
Something
someone.
absolutely
I
not
didn't
want
ask
to
if you could shame someone out of acting on a sexual impulse because I absolutely think that you could. I asked if you could shame someone out of experiencing a sexual impulse.
No,
Listen,
but I don't
Kayla,
care about their
Kayla.
experiencing what they
Oh
think
my
in their
God,
head.
you
I care
guys
about what they
don't know
do.
what you're talking about. You
Right,
guys have you guys have like fucking taken opinions that you heard online and you're just repeating them. Like the amount of research on paraphilic disorders and what are interventions that work on paraphilic disorders, and that would specifically be kinks that are like problematic in one's life because that's where we get most. That's where they're usually taboo, right? But they affect their life in some way. They don't necessarily need to be taboo, but they could be affecting their life in such a negative way. Like there's much less taboo, for example, on like sex addicts than there is on like foot fetishes, but a sex addiction can be way more harmful to your life than let's say a foot fetish, right? Like a foot fetish might not actually harm your life.
Deserve to burn. But go ahead.
Right, but more like, but people can joke about like, oh, that girl's got a sex addiction. Like, hell yeah, dude, I love me an info. When really, like, their life is being destroyed by it. But nevertheless, like, the amount of research that's available on that is super fucking scant. How they develop the best evidence we have on that is like sexual imprinting in males, and like a lot of that research comes from like animal research because it's unethical to do
Did you just feel like
human
giving,
research.
telling people how smart you are? I don't know what that relates to anything that's being talked about. We're not saying how
What I'm
it's
saying is
developed.
that you
We're saying
don't-
That 1,000%
know.
relates to what I was talking about.
What I'm saying is you don't actually know whether or not you can shame someone out of a kink or what level of shame
It's not
would be
about wanting
required
to that.
because to do that research would be super fucking unethical. So like
Right.
we do the best we can off of self-report surveys. Like so
We've
you don't
run into
actually
this
know.
problem.
I'm saying
we've run into this problem
like
before.
the gay
Total
movement, so
knowledge.
we have some research and data into this, right?
Yeah, we have
but-
some inkling that shame doesn't appear to be that effective, but
Yeah.
extreme shame might be, but we don't really know.
Bam, give it a try. But then finish what you were saying. Then I do want to go to Icos with patient.
Yeah, we do know that like we can prevent people from acting out behaviors. Like that we understand that there's
Well, yeah.
that's to the degree that anyone actually cares. That's like the part that people actually care about.
Aiko.
Yeah, I mean, I could lock every person with a foot fetish that we find into an insane asylum, and like we'll stop it, like from people acting it out. Doesn't necessarily mean that's like good.
Well, no, it's the best thing we could do for fucking humanity. You got to clean up the gene pool. Let's go to friend Aiko.
Yeah, so I think everything that we've been talking about for like 30 minutes is kind of proving that this AI thing might not be such a unique moral hazard after all, because we keep coming up with examples of things that are happening that don't require AI at all. You know, the parasocial relationships, like otaku in Japan. I think the first one of the things I thought about early on was like the novel, like Don Quixote, like by Cervantes, right? Here's a character who becomes who he becomes because he retreats inside of books and is pretty much like has lost the ability to like have realistic
reality,
like human relationships with people around him, and that's like, you know, was written centuries ago. Or more recently, like Simon & Garfunkel, I Am a Rock, right? It has lyrics in it about somebody who sort of retreats. He says, I have my books and my poetry to protect me, right? I think these are all like very familiar concepts. We all grew up knowing people like this and understanding that these sorts of risks can happen. So now we're talking about something that's maybe a little more interactive, but I think this is sort of, you know, human nature. Somebody can write a set of 154 sonnets, and then, you know, millions of people around the world across centuries falls in love with you know, that poetic voice. Like, I don't think the moral hazard is all that much, you know, certainly not unique.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know I just said a lot, but I remember the other thing I wanted to say. Would we have an issue with asexual or aromantic people just like engaging in video games? Like the time they would have spent engaging with a relationship, they decided like, oh, actually, I just prefer playing video games.
That's for Wick.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem, right? And I think there's a lot of hedonistic,
asexual,
right? There's
Why?
a lot of.
Are you serious?
Why is that
I
a
didn't say I have
problem?
friendships, but I'm saying that
Yeah.
like
No,
Wait,
because
no, they're
when you say
asexual.
relationships, right? When you say relationships, that includes friendships. That includes close communication. Like even okay. When I say relationships,
okay,
I do not
hold on,
mean.
let me shortcut what you're trying to say. I know what you're getting at. Let me shortcut that. Okay, so he's saying aromantic, meaning they don't want romantic relationships. They're not interested in that. But let's say they're still interested in friend relationships. So just take the time that they would have spent with a partner and then replace that with video games. Go.
It would still be better to replace that with friendships, right?
But we're saying they already have friendships.
They need more.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that they already have friendship. They have friendship time, and then they have romantic time, but they don't want the romantic time. So that time is now video game time.
Because their friends have romantic relationships. Their friends like are off with their girlfriend. They can't spend 24/7.
This is
friends.
odd
You
to
know what,
me.
Bam, you're right, because like girls will drag your ass to a farmer's market in a heartbeat.
The reason this is odd to me, right,
The
is
sun,
because I don't
the sun.
segregate my time like that. I don't have specific. Oh, this is romantic time, and this is friendship time, and this is other time,
Wick,
right? I
come
don't.
on. You
I
know
don't.
what we're doing here, right? Like there's a certain amount of time within that day. Sometimes they mix. Yeah, sometimes you hang out with your girlfriend, with your friends, right? And it gets weird because
Girlfriend's gonna be pissed if you like spend all of your if you never spend time
yeah.
with each other.
Obviously, you'll have alone time, right? We're replacing that alone time with video game time. Answer the question.
Do I think that there's a problem
for a romantic person
in this very narrow idea? No, I don't think there's a problem. But the problem is that most people aren't this, right? And so for those specific people, maybe not. But for people as a whole, in general, it's absolutely a problem.
But I'm just wondering, if we create a future where
I think it's even a problem with that example.
Oh, I may not be aromantic, but I'm robosexual. I only I prefer AI.
Robosexual is a problem.
I like this. That's how I want to spend my romantic time.
I think that
there was a Love, Death, and Robots episode about that. I think actually,
it's going to be something way more PG. It wouldn't be called Robo. It's probably going to be
Who didn't see RoboCop and thought that guy should get it? Come on.
He
that shiny middle ass. He can get it.
Come on.
You're gonna grant them some love for humanity.
You're saying he loves cops now? Prom Quiz loves cops. Got it.
If they're replaced with
AI,
AI,
digitized and I can control them completely. Yes, indeed. I actually would be in love with. But yeah, let's.
I
Lactoid. Please follow that up with the cogent statement.
Where I think about if it's a problem with if you have somebody who like in the section of their life that's like dedicated to romance, they replace that with just video games. Why that? I think that'd be a problem. I mean,
well, in this case, it was specifically aromantic individuals, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think what Wick's original statement was like, if that time is spent doing like more productive things, or like that's preferable, right? Like when engaging in any kind of vice or time wasting activity generally isn't like a good thing, right? I think when you're out like making friends or you're like learning it like actual like marketable skill, like for some people that might be video games, but we're talking very narrow subset of the population at that point. For especially in the type of video game matters as well. No, I don't think that for a lot of people, like if I don't think this is good for a lot of them, and I think that for the vast majority of people, the only people who are actually going to like think this are people who have sort of like self-deluded themselves into, well, I don't need that. I got video games. I'll be fine. I don't think this is the case for anybody, unless maybe again like one person out of a billion who like genuinely like reportedly gets more life satisfaction instead of like, you know, going out and experiencing the world, sitting at home and fucking playing Cookie Clicker for, you know, 20 hours a day. Maybe they actually are happier doing that. I don't think so.
You don't think people are a little bit like you don't believe that's a real thing, or you don't believe that people enjoy spending time indoors?
I think that overall, right, even if it's spending time indoors, I think people who spend more time engaging in time wasting activity are less satisfied overall with their life.
So how do we consider a big streamers? Like insert like I'm gonna bring them up. Like I imagine in 99% of worlds, Destiny is considered like a basement loser. Like, but he happened to come into an industry where he doing what he does makes him a lot of money.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that like because so he made the money and he still seemed to enjoy like, oh, I'm in my room, I'm in the dark, I make like money to go travel all across the world.
I can't speak for specific individuals, but I can speak on a whole. And on a whole, people are much less happy, right? Like we have huge spikes in loneliness, huge spikes in depression, huge spikes in mental illness. These are all problems. Now, I can't point to a single cause. I'm not that smart, right? I don't know, right? But something is going wrong.
We're not on a good wrong even if you
also even by the way, but these like streamers, like even they like they're not basement dwellers, right? When they like when they get like financial like momentum, they like fly out places and meet people and do meet and greets and go to conventions. Like that's what they do. Like they spend a tremendous amount of time doing that because that's what leads to life satisfaction.
But if you ask them, they always say they hate that part. Like so, like they always say, like, oh god, I feel like so social. And not even just Destiny. Like I insert big streamer here. Hassan talked about it. Vaj talked about it. They say that like the going out and doing stuff actually leaves them super like
they're fucking liars. I don't
emotionally drained.
Well,
and, like,
Avash is like
like
not. I don't think autistic. Maybe he has he's neurodivergent in some way. And he doesn't like social contact. So specifically for him, at the very least, it's probably true.
You think?
Oh god, I'm neurodivergent.
Oh,
yeah.
Great watch impression.
Scott, you're better than that. But okay.
I mean, Hassan's like super. Like you would think, like, oh, this is super outdoors guy.
Not even a Vosh impression. I just,
bro. Like he's like,
it's just hilarious.
I have never looked at Hassan and thought he was a super outdoors guy. I have never once thought that. I just don't.
Doesn't he have like a mansion with a bunch of strippers or some shit? Like, look what these people do when they get money. They're not like again sitting in their basement.
I mean, yeah, I'm saying there could be strippers in the basement. It's still in the basement.
They're not in the basement. They're in the pool, the backyard. They're not. He's not down there like sweating the basement, like line up my hook. No, he's not doing that. We know he's not doing that.
He's not Chris D'Elia.
Lactoid, notify your prosecutor friends. Hooker in the basement. No good.
It'd be weird if you kept him in the basement, wouldn't it?
I don't know. I just feel like it's a difference of personality type because I know a lot of like the coders as well. Like they don't. Like they like, oh, you make this money, but like they make this money to like spend on video games and like enjoy their close personal friends, but they don't want to be with like big social interactions.
And their collectibles.
Yeah. I mean, and well, there was just a news story
Funko
today
Pops.
about a guy who he was a big coder actually, like very successful. Like Cash App, I think he invented or one of those things. And he got murdered.
He got stabbed.
Yeah, he got like repeatedly stabbed. But like that caused an investigation to his life, and he was like living the sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle. he like every day was to its fullest, right? Even though he was like fucking his ex-girlfriend's sister, whatever, right? But he was having a good time. But like I think that these things are kind of overstated as to like my problem with you and Wick, my
Our white,
problem
isn't it?
is that like this idea of things not being optimal as you define it, right? Like one, I don't there's no problem with for me with people like living suboptimal lives, and I don't want to necessarily shame them for it, especially if I'm not harming other people. So I'm putting that out there. But beyond that, for you to define like what is optimal, and so like you're saying that like economic advancement is necessarily like more optimal. A person can be comfortable within their lives and then decide, you know what, I'm going to play fucking video games of all my free time, right? The like that is the thing that I like, and that's what gives me the most joy, and that's okay. Let them do that, right?
No,
Well, I know
I'm
you.
not
I know you wouldn't
stopping
restrict
them.
anyone. I know you wouldn't restrict anyone.
Yeah.
But like that. That's fine. There's no need to shame a person for doing that, and for you to decide. Well, like you should be gaining some skill, or like meeting these other random people out in the world, right? That is better. So says I. That's what I reject, and that's probably what makes me fucking disgusted.
So people can have different like I guess categories of what they're or different, I guess parameters is a better word, of what they define as optimal. And obviously I'm going off of what I define as optimal when I'm making prescriptions, not only for my own life, but what I think other people should do. And
Yes,
you know,
go ahead.
And for both my own life and other people, the basis of my prescription is the same, right? Exercise elevates mood. It's a scientific reality, right? You're healthier, you live longer, you're less of a burden on the health system, you're more productive, right? These are just factually true. And so when I'm thinking about, okay, but what are the things that those are things that I value, not only for myself, but I want other people in society to value those as well and to do that. And so I think it's good to have social prescriptions that sort of align with at least, you know, now there's other things too, but for this specific thing, being healthy. And so what does being healthy involve? Exercising, going outside every once in a while, touching grass, right? This is important, at least according to my prescriptions, because
which
is based on
of this.
Right,
I
exactly.
Like I wouldn't mandate any of this. And look, we all have our vices. I have my vices that are suboptimal and things like that. It isn't like this judgment on character that you think are going.
You literally have been judging people on this. Like
we
you
all
literally say,
judge
"I'm
people,
gonna
and that's
shame them."
base.
You advocate for shaming.
Yeah.
What?
You
What?
judge
Respectful
people
shaming.
as well, right?
What you
Everyone
outline
judges
is not
people.
shaming,
If you say
luckily.
you don't judge people, you're lying.
When somebody lights up a cigarette next to you, do you judge them at all? Do you think like, wow, they'd be better off if they didn't do that?
No, I don't think anyone's arguing that you don't shame or judge people on a regular basis. Of course, it's like
Yeah.
a defense mechanism. Yes, naturally.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I'm saying
That's a good example of shaming working.
They're just optimizing their life, man.
No. I hear you. Right. I'm saying that specifically. Well, maybe I'm not saying that. But for now, when the issues that we talked about, like having this an AI girlfriend or deciding that you want to play video games, that those things certainly aren't harming anyone. And for things like that where you have decided to shame them, I'm saying that is a step too far, right? Yes, we can find other things within society, right? If you're going to be a murderer, right? If you're going to kill people, I'm going to kill pets, that's fine. But if you're going to kill people, then
Whoa,
that would be a thing that I would want to shame you for. Okay, right? Yes, we can draw lines in the sand. I'm saying this is not one of them. It shouldn't be one of them. And the things that you're saying make these things problematic are imaginary, or at the very least just exist in your head, and you shouldn't project that out into reality. So Corey, you want to say something quickly?
To respond to that, of like, so I get this, I guess, changes potentially based off of country, as in like, you know, me and Lactoid are Canadians, where it's like, given what you've outlined, Prime, in terms of like, you know, in your hyper individualistic like society where, you know, you don't have a public health system, you know, presumably, yeah, you would have no issue of like, if a person is just like literally, you know, a person is an island. They're going to their job. They're making money, and they're just like going back home or whatever, doing remote work, and they're just like whatever, just sedentary 24/7, and like whatever. They're just leading unhealthy lifestyle. Like that's I guess potentially not problematic. Like if they're just like literally not interacting with anybody. But I would say that. I would say that potentially changes. As in, like, if they're living here in Canada and doing that, and they're whatever, they're not taking it seriously and they're smoking.
Just send them to Mage, right?
I would. That's a separate topic, Wick. I don't think you're equipped to talk about. But
I promise you, I am.
In public health. But if you're in Canada and you're not taking your health seriously, like, yeah, I would make the prescription. Like, I would prefer you take your health seriously because, like, yeah, there's a societal cost to that. But like, yeah, in the United States, if you're just like not interacting with anybody, you're just like doing your job and staying at home doing nothing, and being unhealthy, I guess there is technically nothing wrong with that. I would personally consider that sort of not. I wouldn't put that as human flourishing, but it is functional and not hurting anybody.
Just this idea that just because something isn't hurting anyone, that it's okay. I think it's just false because people are doing self-harm, and that's a problem. Because I care about others and I don't want them to hurt themselves.
No, you don't.
If someone isn't living life to the utmost, like upper echelon of potential, the most optimal in your
hypothetical
mind,
you gave was not even close to maybe just being a little suboptimal.
Okay, we're at 50% capacity. They're fine with their existence. You know, they're not the most physically healthy individual. They don't have a lot of like, you know, satisfying, fulfilling personal relationships. They're kind of okay with it. They're not harming anyone else. They don't take up too much space. What are we saying? What's the prescription that we're making
in my society? Like, I'm not even gonna put it on like.
Seems like they're not.
Care about. Like, I don't want certain type of people. Like,
it seems like they're not really influencing society if they're just.
I think it is.
So
Factorio.
So what is right?
We have to
right?
shape the world.
Right. If I was to give my opinion here, right, is there's a difference between justifiable use of force against somebody, right? You know, I mean, if someone's living their own life and they're not harming anybody, I can't justify any aggression towards them. But that being said, when I look at their life, right, you know, what is right at that point is a pro-life position that is selfishness for myself. The most moral thing you can do is be selfish. Selflessness is evil. Altruism is evil. But that being said, when I look at someone that is engaged in an incredibly negative way in their life, right, at a certain point, based upon my values and what I value about myself, it becomes in my own rational self-interest to not want to live in a society with people that are utterly failing in some regard. And so the amount of energy that I expend to go to that person and be like, hey, man, do you need some help? Do you need someone or whatever it is in order to attempt to change their behavior is based off my own rational self-interest. Corey, though he does it through a statist perspective, a rape apologist perspective, right? He makes this analogy in the sense that it's different in Canada because in Canada, it is a financial burden to him if someone is unhealthy, whereas in a country that has more private insurance, it's less of a financial burden, right? So really what we're talking about is rational self-interest when looking at another person. So yeah, it actually does matter how much their life is being ruined by their own destructive choices, right? Because at a certain point, those destructive choices have an effect on the world that I live in and have an effect on my community. And so like when someone is working just below suboptimal, it likely has no negative effect on me whatsoever. And so I don't feel any rational self-interest to like present to them, hey man, you could be doing better. But if someone's doing horribly, it eventually gets to a point where it's for my own betterment to attempt to help them, both to make me feel good, both to make my community better, to make my, the place that I live better, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to live in a community with if you had
heroin addicts everywhere.
If like 10% of your community was like heroin addicts, like even if they never offered it to you, I think most people would like.
It would still be in your best interest to try and fix this problem.
We're talking.
It would have an effect on you. You would have less opportunity, right? Even small, right? Like if a majority of a city is living like this, there's less interactions overall. There's less chances for those who want to be extroverted. There is a cost.
If you identify the smallest little butterfly effect.
Just very quickly. What are you, Kilo? Just very quickly. Guys, we are in bonus time, so we're past 11:30 p.m. Eastern, right? So like, if anyone needs to just drop out, like, don't think I'm holding you here. Thank you for sticking around so far. But if you want to continue on,
eventually I'll get hungry.
Kilo.
if you identify whatever the tiniest little shred of butterfly effect that someone's negative personal choices might have on society, and say that that's the reason why it's immoral for them to behave this way, then okay, like Scott, in your case, you cease to be a libertarian. Like you've kind of abandoned your prescription, your entire moral like value system. I think that
you don't understand libertarianism enough to make that claim. Sorry, you're talking out of your ass.
If we're going to say that,
I'm talking about Randian philosophy at this point, objectivism, right? And the idea that one ceases to be a libertarianism because what I talk about in my own moral preferences while still withholding to the prescription of the non-aggression principle is objectivism, which is a philosophy that was born from both Murray Rothbard and her together before they split up and are damn near 1-to-1 ratios with slight differences, is fucking hilarious. Like, just move on to your next point because you're out of your element.
Here's and maybe a nicer way to explain it, Kilo, would be libertarians are perfectly fine making prescriptions for other people because you have the freedom to do what you want, but we also have the freedom, right? We have the freedom of speech to tell you what we think you should do. We just can't make you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Great.
So
don't smoke.
Was there a second part of that?
No, that's it. That's pretty much
No,
all.
I was talking about Kilo. Like I know you.
Yeah.
Was that the end of it or?
I don't remember.
You don't remember what you're talking about. Basically, yeah, you were talking. I brought up the heroin addict example, and you said that like
I got schooled in libertarian theory, and I forgot what my fucking point was. It's fine.
Yeah, you got.
I'm okay with it.
It's all right, brother.
No, I mean I'm gonna lose that battle 10 times out of 10.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so
I loved it.
Yeah, we're gonna say something.
Oh, just then, I guess sort of in response to that, like I do believe that like I don't know how we can differentiate between the two things. Like if we see someone, I guess it depends on if it's something that you can that you can visually like notice. If you notice, like if it's something that like you can't recognize to the human eye, like if a guy goes into his house and he like punches his wall, like it's probably not a healthy thing to do. But like if it's not like if we're if I don't know what's happening, probably don't care. But like if there's I assume things related to like drug addicts, things are related to like, oh, okay, this person has a relationship with this like this thing on his phone, and when he speaks to me, he wants me to respect it. Like, hey, can you like I want their pronouns are she her, and her name is
if people
Anna,
are completely functional drug addicts, right? Like they exist who use cocaine or whatever it is. I'm not a drug guy, but like if there were people who are completely functional, would I shame them for that? I'm like struggling for a reason why I would. But like would I
if there was no downside of drugs, that would be fine. But I just don't think there's always downsides.
There's no such thing as a functional drug addict. They're just 1 or 2 really bad days away from being like all the other ones, right? Like they're barely holding it together. Like if someone's legitimately an alcoholic or like a cokehead or a meth head or a heroin addict, like they're just a bad day away from just turning fully into that.
I hear you. Okay, fine. So I accept that. But like,
where do you draw your line?
You can use alcohol, right? If a person is hasn't reached that point, hasn't had those bad days, like why should I step in there? Like if as far as I know, they are accomplishing everything they need to accomplish, their family is secure, all those good things, then like
you shouldn't if it's against your rational self-interest.
Would shame them. No. I'm saying once they've gone past that point, right? When they've had those 1 or 2 bad days, then I say, okay, well then I would intervene. But before then, right? Like then, because they're like alcohol, I think is a really good example because there's a large spectrum of people who drink alcohol, like along that line of like engagement with alcohol. And there are people who are farther down there who have like I don't know a few beers like per night. And like it seems odd to me, but like I'm not going to impose upon them if you're a completely functional person. The problem comes when there is a collapse, when there actually is a problem. Like I can't judge like the exact amount of alcohol that is just too much, right? When
this is the disease.
is working.
This is the disease of altruism, collective philosophies, and statism, right? Is that you're having difficulty separating the idea of like judgment and one's own rational self-interest and moral oughts versus the usage of force or the usage of impeding upon someone's life in some meaningful way. What you should do with someone that is a functioning alcoholic is act in accordance with both non-aggression and your own rational self-interest. So if it's a stranger, you probably should stay the fuck out of it because it's none of your business and it doesn't affect you. But if it's your brother, it doesn't matter that he hasn't broken yet because you care about him. You love him. You're connected to him. Your children look up to him. He's your uncle and you know that he's standing on a knife's edge and you care. And once he falls off that knife's edge, it's not only going to ruin him who you care about, it's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt your children. It's going to hurt your family. It's going to hurt your friend group. It's going to hurt your mom because that's her son, etc. And so you step in earlier based upon your own rational self-interest because that is what you prefer. Now, if you're a type of person who like is a multi-millionaire and like what you care deeply about is philanthropy, you might actually get engaged with the stranger because you care about the stranger and that's what you want to spend your time, your money, and what's going to make you feel good is to be the person that saved the most lives from the disease of alcoholism because your brother actually 10 years ago died. Like what is important is what is important to you, to your own values. What's not important is using force. What's actually unjustifiable is using force to impose those values upon other people and then assuming that works. And that's where the disconnect is occurring because you don't want to do that. So you're trying to take this laissez-faire approach.
Is there's shame. Do you consider shame to be force?
Not if it's a voluntary interaction.
Well, but who volunteer? I mean, there are some people who volunteer to be shamed. Okay, right? There's the OnlyFans.
No, I mean, if someone comes into my Discord server, right, and I shame them, it's not force. Like it's my fucking Discord server. You choose to be here. You choose to live by the games of however I structure Discord.
Sure, but like, I hear you. I hear you there. But like the shame that we use against LGBT people. Right? Like
there's no such thing as collective shame. That's my issue. Is I wouldn't collectivize shame. Right? Like so I think you might be thinking about like society at large and multiple individual interactions and how they affect people over time. And we look at that as like a shame that is harmful to a community. And I would say that I wouldn't collectivize it. I would look at it in individual encounters.
So I feel like you know where I'm going with this though. Like I'm talking about like a parent who was shaming their kid. And not the rest of society, right? Because the rest of society doesn't know, but they're shaming their kid, charmed on the repressed fact that they're gay.
Yeah, that's like, harassment, right? Like it's a parent's guardian to recognize their child as an emergent adult and establish to the best of their capacity what it is that their will be and protect them in that endeavor. A parent that's constantly shaming their child for their sexuality is someone that is engaged in repeated harassment towards a child that can't consent. And like that's an extremely bad parent. Like
okay, what about, you would call that aggression.
Guardianship.
You would call that aggression.
What if somebody wants to be a heavy drinker?
Yeah. Well, I would say I don't know if it technically is aggression, more so as it's forestallment of their guardianship rights, and anyone else that is able to be a better guardian can step in and maintain that guardianship.
If they're 18 plus, but like they live at home, there's all kinds of like I feel like you understand.
Yeah, you know the point. I don't know why you're going. Yeah, you know what he's pointing at.
You know, this is not a complicated question I'm asking you. Like an adult.
You're legit trying to answer.
I know you're trying your best, but still, like an adult who's being shamed by other people in their lives. And yes, they could move to another state. They could do that, but for whatever reason, they aren't, right? Maybe that's where their support system is or whatever the fuck, right? And they're experiencing shame for something about them, right? Undefined. Could be gay, could be whatever. They're experiencing shame. Is that aggression?
Again, it comes down to an individual interaction. No. And if the individual interaction is voluntary, right, then it's not aggression. Like you might consider it morally wrong, right? And I'm with you, right? Like I consider it morally wrong, for example, for a shopkeep to put up a sign that says no Mexicans allowed. I look at that and think that's disgusting. It's creepy. It's racist. And I don't like it. but it's not a form of aggression to choose not to associate with a specific group of people. In fact, it is a form of aggression that the United States government, via the Civil Rights Act, doesn't allow them to do this.
Okay, all right. I'll just leave that there then.
I was with him so long on this panel, and then he says shit like that, and I cannot stay with you.
Yeah.
Come on, Wick.
I know. That's the problem with consequentialists, right? Like you test their principles, and eventually they fall apart.
I don't.
Not all consequentialists.
So like I don't know the line. So let me just state my point where I was trying to get to.
What I was trying to identify.
Yeah. What me?
I was trying to identify the line, right? So at what point is there a negative enough ramification of someone's effect on society for living hedonistically where you feel like in your rational self-interest you are justified in intervening?
I mean, I'm like
that's justified in intervening. I'm never justified in intervening in terms of coercion or aggression against somebody.
Well, I mean, like
intervening, like choosing to, that's different. Like,
I just think that like it's each person is going to draw that line for themselves, and it's always going to be at the wrong place, like because that's the subject of being human. Like I'm pretty anti-alcohol. I don't drink. I think it's weird when other people drink, but like as a normal person who's been socialized in society, went to college, has friends, like a lot of my friends drink heavy, and I'll never like bring it up. But yeah, I do judge. Like if I was creating a society, yeah, there wouldn't be alcohol.
Well, so the answer is like the level of shame and the level of judgment just needs to match like the level of disruption that whatever is happening in somebody's life. You know, if somebody is spending an hour a week with an e-girl, like maybe like a little bit of shame, right? But not like a ton. But if someone's spending 8 hours a day, well, now we're ramping that up, right? Because it's a bigger problem. It's a bigger disruption. Same thing with alcohol.
Every Amaranth stream always.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Somebody's like, God damn.
Anyone want to do the math real quick? How much is $1 a minute?
Oh my! I'm sure it's a ridiculous amount of, and you should see. I mean, what people spend on like OnlyFans and e-girl. I mean, the money fucking adds up, and that's money that they could be using to improve their life. And I think it's the same thing when it comes to like drinking. Bro. It's a little bit predatory, exactly. And drinking, for example, like 1 or 2 drinks a day, like that could be something to like hey, maybe you're better off if you didn't do that, right? Maybe like something small like that. But as opposed to you're going through like 2 1.75 liters jugs of Jack Daniels every day. You're gonna die.
$480. Is that $480 a day? Man, gang, you have to sub to Prime much more to feed his addiction, okay? He's going to need a lot more than you're giving him to keep him on his juice, okay? So if you care about him, and if you think this is a morally neutral or good thing, then you need to sub to Prime and give him money.
Your position of like 1 or 2 drinks a day, like that sounds insane to me that you drink every single day, 365 days a year. Like,
and you can shame me. Well, I do, and you can shame me. You should. I shouldn't do it.
Oh, you should not.
Whoa, Corey, you're shaming me. Look at that. Oh, you can't do that. That's against the rules of kindness. And
I want to be. Yeah, absolutely. I will absolutely attempt to kill you with kindness. But like, so you're using this word, lactoid, and that's what I actually do want to understand and drill down, because like you're advocating for like whatever scaling up the shaming or some sort of spectrum of shaming. Like, how are you understanding like shaming? Because all the examples that you gave, it basically it doesn't seem like you understand like the difference between shame and guilt. As in all the examples that you outlined of like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that, that's unhealthy. That more falls in line of guilt as opposed to shame. Just want to point that out. And that
wait. If you make
no one colloquially, hold on, pause. No one colloquially uses the term shame the way that psychology researchers do. Like, don't get it. Yeah, like don't get stuck on how psychological research is conducted in terms of shame, because it's just going to make the ability to communicate this like basically not work.
I'll explain what I mean. What I mean when I'm talking about shame is, somebody is doing something, a behavior, is doing some kind of behavior that you find distasteful for one reason or another, and you try to socially disapprove of that behavior in a way that hopefully makes the other person feel bad or feel isolated if they engage in that behavior. That's what I'm using here. Right. So, for example, when you're drinking, I'm not going to hang out with you. Great example of shame.
That just generally speaking, at least, as Scott outlined, that doesn't fall in, let's say, when you talk about shame in a research context or an academic, that's not shame.
Okay, all right.
That's not how I took it.
This
That's
isn't
not the
a
idea
panel
when I
of like this isn't a panel of cognitive psychologists. That's all I'm getting at. It's like,
well, I'm not a
with you, I
cognitive
understand what you're
psychologist, and I
saying.
didn't take it
but,
that
like,
way.
Okay, hold on, Corey. What do you mean when you say shame? Maybe you can bridge the gap here for me.
Yeah, well, I would go with sort of the academic definition because that's why, like, when people say
And
that
what is it?
that they're against shaming, usually comes from a place of like you are bad, as in you as a person, you are defective, you are bad, or you are immoral, and therefore you cannot change. As opposed to like guilt, it's like the behavior is bad, but you as a person are still not bad. As in
So you would say that academically, so you would say academically it would be impossible to shame activity.
Academically, well, it depends on how you use it.
I'm shaming drunk driving. Is that even a thing that you can do, or do you just shame drunk drivers?
It depends on how you do it. If you say
shaming a person
drunk
for engaging in gay sex, though, right? You could do that. Right?
Yeah, can you shame gay people for butt fucking?
So, if it depends on how you do it, this is a nuanced conversation. If you say, "Hey, drinking excessively is unhealthy," then that is not shaming. If you say, "Hey, you're a bad person because you drink," that is shame.
Yeah, that's the academic.
I think shame.
Okay.
So shame is specific to like an internal experience.
So what do we call it? Guilting? I'm guilt tripping. Is that what it'd be?
That's what I want to get that.
Using shame the way Corey was using it, really. I think
if you say like, so to use your example, Prime, of like, hey, yeah, if you engage in whatever anal sex, you are a bad person or immoral. That is shame. If you say, well, engaging unprotected anal sex results in maybe potential negative health outcomes, that's guilt.
What if I say that I love you, but you're still going to burn in hell because you're gay?
Yeah,
is that technically shame?
No, that'd be guilting.
I think so.
No. That would not be shaming academically.
Shaming the act, not the. I hate the sinner.
You're just guilt tripping. So Corey, if that's the academic definition of shaming, I will never shame anybody in my entire life. Because I am only focused on action, never the person.
Definitionally, the difference is guilt. Shame has a social component. So if it's shame is guilt, but socially. So you can like feel guilty about something you do, but that's just like, within yourself. But if you're worried about what other people think, that's shame.
Well, that's not what Corey said, though.
Well, we did kind of identify that
to
a certain degree is based.
There are multiple definitions. And
we did kind of identify
Corey's
that if
using the
someone was
academic
saying that they wanted to make fun of or mock someone for participating in one of the behaviors we were talking about, that was shame. So
yes, I will shame you if you come into my Discord. It will be funny, and we'll all have a good time.
Yeah, if I mock somebody for like driving drunk, like like is that shaming? So I would say okay, for any reasonable term, this is shaming. We're shaming you. We're shaming you for drunk driving, right?
That's fine.
I can understand colloquially the way, but like that's why it's difficult of like when we come to like prescriptions of like, let's say, how do we deal with people that are struggling with their weight and the whole concept of fat shaming. Well, if you look in the academic literature in terms of like consensus, like fat shaming not effective. Well, then we have to use the terms appropriately and understand what we're talking about. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna shame somebody for being fat.
Like kind of expose the grift that I like wasn't trying to get in on this, right? Is like he kind of exposed the academic grift is that we think of fat shaming or shame as one thing, and then they specifically make it a specific category, which is even more detrimental than what it is that we believe, because fat shaming does work if you're talking about shame the way Lactoid is talking about shame.
No way.
They get to redefine it as going, you're a bad person, you fatty fat. Fat people are bad people, and that's their definition of fat shaming. But when you say, hey man, I don't know if that's necessarily the healthiest choice, like I love you, I want you to be good, like that's academically not fat shaming, but what you're talking about when you talk about fat shaming. They use that as a category to call that fat shaming.
Fucking science.
Their cake and eat it too.
Don't try
just like fat people.
Bullshit. Like
Jesus, why Jesus warned me about science? Okay.
No. Bullshit. Right. What you just described, Scott, is not fat shaming at all in any sense of the word. Not fat shaming. Saying, "Oh, I'm just concerned about you, and let's like have a conversation about this." That is not.
I've been told that that's fat
And
shaming.
then a billion fucking TikTokers will tell you that is fat shaming, and not having 6-legged chairs is fat shaming.
I have personally specifically been told that engaging in the type of behavior that Scott thing was absolutely fat shaming. I've been told on this like platform that's fat shaming. I'm like, you are bullying and fat shaming by denigrating their lifestyle. That's what I've been told that kind of behavior is.
But can anybody really choose their lifestyle like in a hard determinist kind of framework? I mean,
shut up. That's a separate
determinist.
Right, you know what?
Great, love it. Fucking Daniel Dennett has entered the chat.
Yeah, I don't think that was okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We'll leave it here. We're going to go on to open walk on panel after this. So we'll have we're audience members like you, yes, who stay at home may participate. So we have more content coming your way, so stick around for that. Hit that follow button if you haven't done so yet. If you've been enjoying this conversation, if you like all the things that we did, hit that follow button because we do this all the time. And we'd love to have you here. And I think you would love what we do. And consider supporting the channel because that's the only way I can do this. So, if out there and you like the people I gather, or they infuriate you, or they make you feel something. Scott makes you feel something, certainly, right? Consider supporting us. So ladies, keep doing this. Oh boy, I ran right into that one. So support the channel, subs to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. Use your Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming. Got one out there. Haven't used it, use it here. And then I can bring you more of this. And also, I meant to say this before, but I fucked up and I forgot. So our friend, our good friend who comes on this channel a bunch, his name is Joe Lewis, is going through some hard times. He lost his job, and he's trying to make ends meet. So if you could help out our friend Joe Lewis, I'm going to put a GoFundMe link in chat. Like Joe Lewis is one of our best participants and overall like interesting, nice guy. I'm sure some of you have really liked what he said, or maybe it's like been thought provoking for you, or maybe you rejected it all the way. I don't know. But he's a kind individual, great part of our community. So consider helping out our friend Joe Lewis, who really needs it. So hit that GoFundMe link, spam in chat. So just like help him out. Just like we were trying to help our friend Wick previously.
You actually, this community was a big part of it. We reached our goal, and now I'm just waiting on the appointment. So that's all.
Yeah. So shout out to my man Wick. So shout out to the community. Please help our friend Joe Lewis. He's a great guy. All right. Let's give an outro to all these great people, and then we'll continue on. The Kamikaze. I have no idea. I had no idea what happened with. I just know he lost his job, but I have no idea why. All right. Let's go to our friend. He actually has a video. He might that explains like his situation. I'll put that in chat as well. I didn't get a chance to look at it, but I'll put that in chat if you guys want to take a look at it. Okay. So we're gonna give an outro to all these great individuals, but we still have more content left, so stick around for that. Lactoid, stick around afterwards because I want to interact with you and try to have a bit of a deeper conversation here without Scott constantly interrupting us. But Lactoid, thank you so much for being here, friend.
Also known as being right.
Thank you, Prime. I appreciate it. I appreciate you having me on as always. Great panelists. Thank you, Wick, for coming in last minute and backing me up in all of my objectively correct points. As always, when you're correct, it's always easier to make the points and to have people back them up. So, if you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We do debates and we got some cool stuff coming up. Yeah, check us out.
Yeah, what cool stuff?
So in 2 days, on the 17th, we're likely doing I'm going to be doing a debate on wokeness and its legal implications with another attorney, and so that one we're going to try that one out. And then obviously we have stuff usually on Sundays as well. Not last Sunday, but yeah.
A real attorney, Lactoid?
Yeah.
I am a real attorney. I want to make that clear, okay? So some people joke I'm a paralegal.
So says his degree that he got from Kinko's. Let's go to our friend.
It was Office Max Prime, okay? Summa cum laude.
Typed it in himself.
Let's go to our friend Scott. Scott, who is the gift who keeps on giving. Like, dude, like you have
syphilis.
Indeed. But yeah, you absolutely killed me with that crinkling thing. Like I actually know a lot of.
You were in shame immediately. You were like, nah, fuck it. You almost came to my side. You're almost like, you know what, fuck it, shame them.
But yeah, paraphilia is like I know a lot of them, right? I had this thing. I used to work as a mail boy at this university, right? And within the office, there was this older gentleman, and don't ask me why. I'm just like this. But I got in the habit of like introducing him to paraphilias, just like every day. Like I was like, hey, here's something. And it was a lot of fun. But that's just something.
You see a picture of Robin.
Oh my god! I've never heard of crinkling. So my point is that, like, despite that, like, encyclopedia list of paraphilias, I didn't know that one. That's a really good one. But thank you.
What's the etymology of that? Why is it called crinkling?
I think it's
because it crinkles.
Does it make
like?
Does it dry and it kind of like makes a crinkling
all
sound?
crusty.
Like, I don't know.
But you said diaper. You said it was
look up.
Oh, it's the diaper
look up,
that crinkles.
Look up Furfest. Look up Furfest and the
Don't
history
look
of
that
that.
up.
And like,
Don't look it up.
I'm not looking anything up.
That's why one thing I want to ask. So
Don't do
they
that.
shat in their diapers, and were they
yeah,
inside?
I think there's
the
an
suit?
internet historian video about it or something about like the whole breakdown and how like hotels have across the country will refuse to accept Furfest because of like the shit that was everywhere and like the fire damage and it, like they were so degenerate that no one will take Furfest anywhere.
Thank you, Scott.
Like the same people that will like take Nazis will not take them because the Nazis at least clean up after themselves.
Right.
But Scott, what if they're happy? Yeah.
So I'm Scott. You can check me out, Fabian Liberty. I'm streaming right now on Rumble. We're gonna get out of here. You can find me on YouTube, Twitter. We may come back to Twitch. We'll see. The censorship and so many of the issues that make it difficult to speak on Twitch. I don't know that it's really worth it. Wednesday, if you want to check us out, we'll be talking to Benjamin Boyce. I'm sure all of your lefty friends must absolutely love Benjamin Boyce for the famous man that he is in terms of going against trans rights and interviewing all those people. But nevertheless, I'll be there. Should be fun. I think it's probably a conversation on that podcast. It should be fun. In terms of the debate tonight, I had a good time. I appreciate you guys. There's no such thing as free lunch, obviously. Socialism's bad. And it's stupid and it doesn't work. Learn about the economic calculation problem, please. Read some basic fucking Hayek before you have conversations about policy and economics. In terms of the last debate, I'm really passionate about this. And, I said again, here be dragons, because, we really have no idea. We're kind of all guessing at something that is completely revolutionary. And some of the conservative reaction fear to this is the thing that I fear the most, because just like bulletproof vests aren't necessary without guns, there is this idea that like all of these problems won't create a market pressure to solve these problems. And instead, I see a lot of people talking about ban this, get the government involved in this. We need our ID verified on Twitter. We need, the government to be able to tell us, who's a real person and who's an AI. And, And what you're doing is you're begging large, giant corporations to work with the state to engage in a fascistic way to solve a problem that you don't understand, hoping that daddy government will solve it for you. And that is the worst thing that we could do right now. Instead, we should look towards hopeful white pills and developing technology that will cancel out these problems. Like I want AI technology that looks at videos and is an internet browser that helps you determine whether or not it's a deep fake, right? I want counter technologies to the problems that we see occurring, not government regulation to slow down progress. And so I'm going to finish with a quote from the very beginning of Thomas Paine's Common Sense. It's the second most read book in all of American history, second only to the King James Bible. Everyone during the Revolutionary War knew these and they had these memorized. Perhaps the sentiments contained in the following pages are not yet sufficiently fashionable to procure them general favor. A long habit of not thinking a thing wrong gives it a superficial appearance of being right and raises at first a formidable outcry in defense of custom. But tumult soon subsides. Time makes more converts than reason. I think everyone should read this book. It's an important part of American history and an important part of American philosophy as we set up the government that we have today. Thank you, guys. And check me out on all my platforms.
What was the name of the game? Thomas Paine?
Common Sense.
Common Sense. Thank you so much. Okay. And to Corey, Scott didn't say this at the end, but I know he feels it in his heart. He wants you to rethink being a rape apologist. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, there's a lot that I can say about that, but that's for another time, maybe. What I will say is I don't want to put words in your mouth, Prime, but I think you called yourself a degenerate at some point during the panel.
I said deviant, excuse me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you
I
are
called him
correct.
a degenerate. I apologize.
Deviant, but what I would say is, you're not a deviant for your position on AI and sex bots. You're a deviant for your position on Cruella de Vil. And what I would say is never give Prime a Cruella de Vil sex bot. That's definitely a no-no.
But it's so perfect. Cruella de Vil's already black and white, all right? She knows about the swirl. You know she wants it. She dresses that way. Come on. Let the man have his fun.
That is a firm position on me. No Cruella de Vil sex bots for Prime. Firm on that. But yeah, always grateful and fun to be here. And yeah, always grateful to be invited. And I just, always look forward to coming on these panels. So I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84. I'm a biochemist. I cover science and research. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And Wick, thank you so much for stepping in. iCow, Kilo, Pep, pleasure to meet you. Pleasure, Scott, Lactoid, and also Kilo and iCow, always a pleasure. And love you, Prime.
I'm firm on Cruella too, so I know what you're talking about.
I don't love you, Prime, but I would love a Janelle Monáe sex doll. All right, let's go.
On that note, Pep, hopefully scared you. Hopefully we haven't scared you away from all of this. We can hear you. Pep, we hope to have you back in the future. But if not, I understand. I get it. Like, it's cool.
No, I like it here. This is fun stuff.
Okay. Well, thank you. And tell people where to find you.
I'm Art by Pep, just Art by PEP, almost everywhere online. I stream usually every Sunday and Thursday, fun on Mondays. But yeah, if you like art and talking about random things and occasionally debate, then definitely come check out my channel. Also video games sometimes too. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Next, we have Kilo. I hope you've enjoyed this. It might have been traumatic being schooled in libertarianism, but you're a better person for it. Well, we all are, right? We've all been there. So Kilo, hopefully you'll
Funnily
be back
enough. Yeah, no, it was great. I actually really enjoyed the conversation. I appreciate having me back. Familiar faces. It's good to chat with you guys again. Ico Pep, good to meet you guys. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Kilo the Giant. My schedule's nebulous. I'm just getting going here. I have a couple things coming up. I'll probably post updates on that stuff as my schedule isn't totally set in stone yet on Twitter. Again, focus on empathy and kind of understanding both sides of these issues. And hopefully next time I can be more well-versed on libertarian theory so they don't run into that roadblock again.
Some people want to eat puppies, some people don't, right? You should empathize with both sides. I
True,
think we've
yeah.
worked that out. Let's go. Let's go to our friend Aiko. Aiko, thanks so much, friend, for being here.
Oh yeah, thanks. I don't think I've ever been as scandalized as I have been today on this panel. But yeah, but it was a lot of fun. But going back to the first topic, it's just something just occurred to me. It occurred to me at the time, but I just had a hard time getting in there. But you know, that whole conversation about how like people on the lower economic strata, that those kids need to learn like the value of work because they don't know what it's like to work for a living, as if we're supposed to assume like that the rich kids do know what it's like to have to work for a living. It sort of reminded me of there was an old TV show where Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie like had to like go and like actually work jobs. And it was amazing, like watching them like try to interact with these like everyday tasks that working class kids like absolutely know how to do because they've been working since they were 14 or whatever. And watching them like try to like do these simple tasks and like just fail in one job after another tells me that maybe we do need that jobs program that Lactoid was talking about, but for the rich kids, not for the poor kids.
Didn't your statement just prove that they didn't need to know that because they didn't know that and they were fine?
Oh no, but the point is, the conversation was about how these people are entitled and they expect to get these free lunches without having to do anything to earn it and all of this. I mean, it's these rich kids that are the ones that are entitled and really do not earn anything that that's given to them.
Let's go to our friend Wick. Wick, thank you as well. Wick, I also want you, if you have time, to stop by in the open panel if you could. So
I do want to. Oh, go on. But I have a subject, but I think it's different than what you want to talk about. But I have a thing I've been mulling over. But go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say that like our friend Scott has been here. I think like approaching like a year and a half, maybe longer. I don't know. Scott has been a regular in my community for a very, very long time, and I'm very appreciative of that. Right. The thing is, I'm like numb to him. Right. Like most of the things he said, he actually don't bother me at all. But Wick, you trigger me in all new ways all the goddamn time. So you make me feel something, and I want you to stimulate me more in the open
Baby,
panel.
that's all you have to do is ask. All you have to do is call on me, and I'll be there. You don't need no AI. You don't need no Cruella de Vil. All you need is some nice, juicy, thick Wick in your life, and I will absolutely provide that just not only for you, but for you as well, dear viewer, on my channel at twitch.tv/WickTV. Also on YouTube at youtube.com/@Wick-TV. Gang, we're doing great things. We're having awesome conversations. Today, I talked to STV Philly and Azzy about why they think it's okay for under what conditions is it okay to call black people slurs. Apparently, there's a few conditions where it is absolutely okay, and that was wild to me. Check that VOD out if you'd like. And that's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, Prime, because this is wild to me that people think it's okay under certain situations. Tomorrow,
feeling a little sluricidal right now.
Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be talking about centrism and moderates. Are they based or cringe? And we've assembled a panful. We got Sansol, we got Lonerbox, we got Nadia Monty, we got Vigilante, a couple others to come in and talk about it. I've been thinking about. I'll DM this about you, Prime, but I'll DM it to you later. But I have an idea for you. So anyway, but yeah, that's me. Check me out. Thank you for inviting me last minute. As for feeding kids is based. That's all I gotta say on that. On AI stuff, yeah. Hedonism is a problem, not a solution. Let us not devolve into hedonistic tendencies. There is a social cost. There is a personal cost. We need to be wary of these things. Now, that doesn't mean ban outright. AI is happening. We cannot stop it. But it's best that we learn how to deal with it in a healthy manner before it the tide comes in and swallows us whole. So that's me. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks all for being here. This has been a lot of fun for me. And hopefully we can continue on and have all you guys on in the future. But we are going to go to our open walk on panel right after this. We're honest members like you. Yes, you can be a part of it. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion in my community. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
Okay, now that they're gone. Now that those weirdos are gone. No, nice to see you again.
Blacktoid, I got to press you.
Well, we got to go to the open panel soon. He was pretty insistent on that. He wanted to grill me on my starving the kids takes.
How is he going to make money off of you pressing each other unless we do it in live where he can view? We gotta let the man exploit us, okay?
When you get there, Lactoid, like, here's my curiosity. Like, it's $2.75 is the average cost of a school lunch. So if we're talking about working to earn your lunch, that's about an hour a week is what you would have to work to earn.
Yeah.
Like, or if you're going to earn it every day, then it'd be maybe 15 minutes of work in a day.
It wouldn't be a lot. It wouldn't be a lot. Yeah, it wouldn't be a lot. So it would just seem easy. Peacewick. To me, it would just seem pretty easy then, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think.
Why should we pay for it?
I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot to be recommended. It's just that because when somebody suggested that all of the kids at the school work, not just the poor kids, then Prime seemed to be willing to accept that. He was like, okay, yeah, I could be talked into that position. And that's why I brought up like the Paris Hilton, like Nicole Richie thing, because at that point you're teaching everybody the sort of the value of labor and what, how everybody should contribute. And we all have responsibilities and things like that. And if that's the lesson, then yeah, I'd be on board with it too. Like, I would love to have every kid like in the school having some sort of a duty, having to sort of like earn their keep. And not just have everything handed to them because of whatever situation they were born into.
Well, it wouldn't be based on it wouldn't be based for me on on income directly. I fully admit this would lead to it being based off income indirectly, but nobody, I guess, would be forced to do like the work. It would just be like you have your school lunch account, right? And basically there's like a work program where you can do work cleaning up the school and like you get paid. And the money gets deposited into your school lunch account.
Well, at the college level, we have this, right? It's called,
yep.
What is it called? When college kids like do, they do a few hours of work each week. It's work study program. So that would just be taking the work study program and just bringing it down into high school or something.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much lower I would go in terms of age when it comes to that.
Oh, I mean, depending on the task, right? Fifth graders, you could have them like mop floors. There's no problem with that. Or like
milk monitor.
Yeah. So
right. So
hall monitors.
Like the kids pass out the milk or whatever. Yeah.
You could something. What I'm saying is like some task that before we were paying the janitor to do, or like paying some some groundskeeper to do, right? Like instead, we pay like the students by like putting the money in the lunch account, and then the schools become self-sufficient instead of actually having.
But you think there is a value in like having the Paris Hiltons of the world also have to do some work?
So when you say value, it's I think it's more important for people who don't have a good lot in life to learn the value of hard work because they're going to need that a lot more to be in a better position. Rich kids generally can be useless assholes and still be okay because.
Yeah, but do we want them to be useless assholes?
That's the natural result of them having access to wealth. I can't stop that.
I just made that transition this year, right? I've been working in public schools. I've been a debate coach in public schools like for decades, and this year I have the very rich children of Chinese nationals who are like whose families
Oh,
are
yeah.
like in America for business, and these kids like they own like 10 houses and shit. Like it's like these are some
They're
really
very wealthy
families,
very wealthy.
and so I found that my like focus with them is totally shifted. So I was very interested when it was lower income kids that I was coaching. I wanted to give them a leg up in life. I wanted to be able to get them into a good college. I wanted them to be able to like understand what they needed to do in order to like succeed in life or whatever. I don't have to worry about any of that with these kids. So instead, I'm kind of like I want to make sure that they feel less entitled. I want to feel like also I want them to understand that they have a responsibility to their fellow man because they're going to grow up to become masters of the universe and run the world, you know? And so I want them to like have a certain I want to instill in them like a certain moral obligation to their fellow man, which is like a kind of a different focus than what I was having with kids where I was just trying to make sure they could survive, you know, and better their lot in life. And so there's a very different, I would think too here, like if you're trying to create a program that's instilling the value of work into kids, like, yeah, there's going to be a different reason for different people to be in that program. But I would think that if I was a rich parent, I would want my kids to grow up without the entitlement that goes.
100%. And this is also, you could have it be like parents could make their kids go into the work program. I think that'd be a good idea. I think because no matter if I ever have kids, no matter how much money I have, that kid's working age 14. Like just because I've from what I've seen, that's just like it's good to understand the value of that. And I think the entitlement problem is a real problem. Like, I know this. Look, I've been to law school, right? And so I came from a lot more modest background. But a lot of the kids there didn't. And one of the things I noticed, it's like subtle things, right? So I'm walking down and everyone's got these jackets that have like a little goose on the side of their sleeve, right? And I didn't
golden goose?
No, just like a goose, like a goose head. Yeah. And I didn't know what that meant. I just thought like it's kind of weird. Everyone's got these goose jackets, right? And I'm pulling up in my I don't fucking know what I was wearing at the time.
Your FUBU jacket?
No, I didn't have it at that point. That was a gift from my dad. But the those are called Canadian Goose jackets, and
those are very expensive, like hundreds, like $600, $1,000,
$2,000.
Yeah.
Like they are ridiculously expensive jackets, and I began to notice probably like 70 to 80% of the people have them, and everything they have is nice. And I guess like I began to realize like just the level of wealth, and then that they're coming from. And there's two ways I think you can approach this. The first way to approach this is I think sort of like a outward locus of control of like sort of bitterness or resentfulness of disparity that's disfavoring you. But and you can feel that. I'm not going to tell people they can't feel that. But I think the much more productive thing was, well, if I'm ever going to get there, I got to fucking put my nose to the grindstone better than them, because they were born with a home run. I got to fucking run it. And if I only get to first base because I'm complaining the whole time, no one's gonna care. That's the lesson, right? That's the lesson.
Yeah. Which I don't disagree with that lesson. I'm just curious as to like why you would only want that for like, well, you want that to have that selectively, as in just like as Aiko brought up, like I have less issue with like pretty much like sort of the universal prescription of like all the children working and understanding the value of like work and earning something. I mean, we do appear to have some like real life whatever example cases of like if you grow up rich, you turn out to be like didn't someone like escape conviction from like drunk driving manslaughter as a result of like being too affluent?
That was that whole case. So I'll make a couple exceptions here when I'm talking about like I don't, if somebody else is a better position, as long as they're not violating people's rights, that's one thing. But that Ethan Couch was the one is the case you're thinking of.
I think it was like affluenza.
Yeah, it's the most infuriating. You should read it. It's the most infuriating thing. And by the way, there was stuff that happened after that as well. So he got some ridiculously like fucking easy sentence. And then he couldn't even follow the terms of his probation after he killed 4 people. So then he fled to Mexico. His parents like smuggled him to Mexico, and the fucking like we had to have our like federal like agency. I forget what the federal agency was, but like it was
they
like
hunt him down.
They had to fucking like they hunted him down like in Mexico. Like they had to like raid a fucking house to like get him. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. So that shit's unacceptable. Right? That shit's unacceptable. My only point with all of this was just saying, like, yes, is it good for every person to understand the value of hard work and to know that they have to work hard to improve their lot in life and to improve the society around them? Yes, it's important for everybody to know this. But it's not equally important for everybody to know this because not everyone's in an equal position. People who have low income, it's more important for them to work harder because they're not born with stuff. They have to get it to fucking earn it.
Yeah, sure. But I also think which again, I'm not against it. And again, like I'm on board. Like I'm okay with it. If some sort of like pilot project happens to turn out the data showing like, hey, if you get some cohort of students that work for their school lunches, and it leads to good outcomes, and doesn't really affect their academic performance or improves their academic performance, like I'm not going to be against that.
Great.
I was just like trying to take issue of like, well, like you want to go off of like no data or limited data, and like you were just like pointing out the flaws like in my study, but I don't think, I don't think.
Well, so the reason why I think my and like the other element of my suggestion, which is like my other motivation for wanting to get this done, is my libertarian bullshit, right? Like taxes are theft. What is one way? If we're paying, schools have expenses. If if we're paying for everyone's lunch, that's an extra expense that we have to pay for now. If we're, means testing, right? There's administrative expenses, I suppose. Like there's all these extra expenses, and I don't want to pay that shit because I don't want money to be stolen from people who are working to pay that shit. So instead, why not have them, the recipients of the benefits, work for it, especially if it's good for them? Because now they're not taking my money, they're better off, blah, blah, blah. Like everyone's happy.
All right. So Electoid, what is your real world, like, society that exists now today that you think is closest to your ideal, like where they don't tax people? I mean, I know there's no country in the world where there's no taxes, but like where the taxes are as low as it gets and yet government still functions to the extent that you would want it to function.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult. Maybe
also
like I've had libertarians tell me maybe Singapore.
But then there's cultural thing. You can't even chew gum in Singapore.
Yeah, Singapore. Singapore is odd. It's like in some elements, it's like libertarians like, oh, that's great, and then in other elements, it's like a pretty close to fucking fascism. It's not, well, not even economically. So you look at the way like their revenue structure is, it's like there's some things that aren't taxed at all, but then like when it comes to like land ownership or when it comes to like ownership as a concept, it's a little bit like new, right? In terms of like you renting from the government, and it's very kind of similar to China.
If a libertarian is going to make the argument that their like way of setting up society is sustainable, that it can actually exist and can actually get things done or whatever, there's got to be some place in the world that demonstrates that it can be done.
I don't think that's true. I am more of like an incrementalist.
It kind of reminds me of like how communists always say, well, communism hasn't been tried.
Wait, and I know, and I actually don't criticize them when they say that, because you could have somebody who says, well, actually, the way, like my idea of communism hasn't been tried. Now, the problem is when they explain what they actually want, that has been tried, right? And it didn't work out for X reason, X,
but
Y, Z.
not by me.
Now they could say, well, this is how I would do differently, and I'd be interested to hear those I guess caveats. I can't think of any country that's I guess kind of fully endorses my position. Maybe like imagine New Hampshire.
You get the occasional oil rig country, right?
Well, occasional, but like imagine New Hampshire without a federal government. Maybe that's like kind of close.
I mean, I know libertarians have, like, the Free State Project has been attempting to make that happen in New Hampshire. Although, I mean, I don't know, like, Sununu doesn't strike me as particularly libertarian. I certainly don't think the legislature there is, like, especially their stance on abortion and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, they like to cut taxes, but that's just like a conservative.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's probably closest, right? You could probably like pick elements from Wyoming. You could, change things. Yeah. But
it just seems to me that there's like, I know there's been plenty of sort of idealistic libertarian havens that have been started, and they always tend to like fall into infighting.
They get invaded. No, they get invaded.
Yeah, or
like Lieberland.
There'll be like 5 millionaires on an oil derrick or something, and then like 4 of them will just like start fighting with each other, and then it just falls apart. Like it seems like they can never even get it off the ground.
Well, this is, I think, one of the problems when it comes to like revolutionary thinking generally, and the reason why the vast majority of them are unsuccessful. My proposals are not to like make some kind of radical shift to now here's where we are tomorrow. It's like let's propose cutting this tax by 25%, and then let's see what happens over the next year. Okay, that worked out pretty good. Now let's do this. Now let's do this, and then we just slowly like make a more libertarian society. That's my goal, because I think that's preserve stability, and which I think is important when it comes to keeping a functional state. But then also it avoids, I think, a lot of the pitfalls that come with revolution.
I mean, that's what Noam Chomsky says too, right? Like, obviously, his version
the
of
other way around
libertarianism is not yours, but he's a libertarian, and he says, he's libertarian in his sense, and his argument is that you can never achieve it, but what you can do is you can at least always criticize government to try and like pare down the worst excesses of it or whatever.
Yes.
But it'll never like lead to some idealistic libertarian state. Like
exactly.
He doesn't expect that.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, exactly right. I'm not like some people fully expect. Well, within my lifetime, we're gonna have that's not what's gonna happen. We're gonna maybe shift a little bit here, a little bit there. Now there could be like over time some like, well, let's look back 20 years ago. We shifted pretty radically on like certain things for sure. But overall, like the state hasn't reformed, right? We're not a different country. It's still America, and it's still going to be America 100 years from today.
Would you still call it America if like whatever the Second Amendment was like erased?
It would suck, but it would still be America.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. I do have a hypothetical for you to understand your philosophy, hopefully better. Where it's like, I know you're about consent, and I know you're about, let's say, no one's entitled to your labor without your consent. So it's like, I'm curious as to where your limits lie. Have you seen the movie Training Day?
I haven't.
Okay, well, either way.
I've heard it's good, though.
Yeah, it is great, but either way, it doesn't matter. I can still come up with a hypothetical, like, doesn't change all that much. Of like, so yeah, like whatever. I know that you're in favor of like police and all that stuff. You understand its utility and benefits. And you're also like about protecting children. But like there's like a scene in Training Day where it's like, whatever, as they're on duty and like driving around like the patrol car, like they see a child pretty much being sexually assaulted, and like they go and intervene, which like that's a good thing. But does that situation change if they're off duty? Do they have no obligation to intervene?
Hey, I just want to pop in and say bye to y'all. I thought the walk-on panel was going to be on here too. It was super nice meeting you, and it was super awesome talking to you guys and seeing you guys again. And
pleasure to meet you.
Hopefully I'll be around soon.
Yeah, take care. Be well.
See ya.
Yeah, see you later. I would want, so they definitely, here, I don't think they have the obligation. I think they have the right to, and I would prefer they did. But I don't think that I would punish them if they didn't. If they were off duty,
right? As in, like if they're off duty, they have like the scene is like as they're driving the patrol car, like they see it in an alleyway, like when there's like a 14-year-old girl being sexually assaulted.
Yeah, it'd be awful, and they should intervene. But like, am I going to punish them if they don't?
But why should they? So like, why philosophically should they?
Well, because again, not again, but yes, consent is like the most important thing for me. But if you're in a situation where you can make things better, it's better that you do, generally speaking. And then when we talk about like obligations from the state to do something, now this is a maybe like a heightened standard of, well, because what would you do? I guess my question is, let's say would you punish the off-duty cop for not intervening?
Probably, yeah.
Like with jail time, or like
maybe not jail, but they're probably not fit to be a cop. As in, if their duties and responsibilities as a cop, like if it's like literally like as they're driving the patrol car, like it turns to like 5:01, I'm off duty, and like literally a split second later, they witness the crime. It's like, well, I'm technically off the clock. Same thing with a doctor. Like, you're probably more aware of the laws than I am.
What if I see a crime? Like I'm driving down, I look over and I see someone like mug somebody. Do you think that like I should be punished if I don't try to stop it?
If you walk by and do nothing, yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying you have an obligation to intervene, depending on the context. And obviously, threat assessment is like super difficult and if not impossible. I do think you have an obligation to like notify like somebody or authorities or like intervene in some way. As in, yeah, you just walking by pretending like nothing happened. I do think that deserves some sort of penalty. Maybe not. I don't know about the harshness, but totally, that deserves a penalty.
So this is an ongoing debate in American jurisprudence, and generally in America, you don't have an affirmative duty to aid somebody. Yeah. So if you're walking by and you see somebody drowning, if you don't save them, you don't go to prison, right? You're not going to be punished by the law because unless you put them in that position, right? You didn't create the circumstances in which now they're being harmed. Yeah, I do. Yeah, at this point, I will still stand by that. You have the right to intervene, and I would look upon you more favorably if you did. But I'm not going to punish you if you don't, because expecting you to intervene in some kind of situation is, well, first of all, it's commanding labor that you didn't accept. First of all, I suppose, which is
that's the biggest transgression.
With some weight. And the other one is like there's inherent risk whenever you're intervening in a crime, right? I'm gonna go stop the 14-year-old. Turns out he's got a gun. Well, when you sign a contract as a cop, you've accepted that risk. Like when you have when you choose to go intervene, you've accepted that risk. But what if you just like, I want to fuck off and leave? I don't consent to that risk.
Yeah, that's why that's why I said I'm not necessarily saying that you have to intervene with like force or anything. But I pretty much, my line is like you have an obligation to do something that hopefully helps the situation, as opposed to like you like pretty much the only action that is unacceptable is like you walking by ignoring anything happening, basically.
I don't think you're unreasonable, and I would do that. I would intervene, whether through force. Likely through force, but if not through force, then by calling somebody. I personally would, because I'd feel awful if I didn't. But if I saw a case where somebody's getting punished for not doing something, I'd probably empathize. Like I probably would feel, don't punish this guy. This is ridiculous. So,
as in, like if it was a police officer and they're like off duty, or like
off
they
duty.
Just come off, like you would go like, as in like they're off duty. They still maybe like how? Okay, yeah, fair enough.
On duty though, where it's like that's their job, like title, it's a whole nother thing altogether.
This is probably more appropriate for Scott. But like, well, I don't know. I'm curious then, how much do you overlap with Scott in terms of like, does the police officer or like firefighter, like in terms of like voluntarism, like do they have the right to like not save somebody if they just don't want to, even when they're on duty?
Well, no. So you would put that in the contract that like they would have to do that. Now, I can justify this because I'm okay with specific performance. I'm perfectly fine with having contracts, be enforced by you have to do the contract in certain circumstances. From what I understand, and this is going to have to be something that you have to deal with, Scott. On himself.
Mischaracterized.
My understanding is that he is not okay with that, and that his belief is that you can get out of any contract as long as you pay the costs associated with it.
Right, the restitution.
The restitution. And so, under that theory, a cop could just say, "I quit," and then like leave, right? Or you could have soldiers do that too. I'm not okay with that. If you sign the contract saying, hey, you agree to this specific performance, we will force you to do your job, and under circumstance XYZ, do you agree? And they agree. Yeah, you're a firefighter. You show up. You're putting out the fire. That's what you signed the agreement to do. That's it. There's no discussion. If you're a police officer and you show up at a school and there's like people shooting inside, you're not sitting outside for an hour, right? That's not your job. That's not what you signed up to do. You're running in, like they did in Tennessee, and they did a fantastic job in Tennessee. I think the Uvalde cops can learn a lesson from those two cops in Tennessee.
Yeah, and so presumably based off of your position, like it was also okay if like, if let's say a physician who's off duty is like eating at a restaurant and like someone at their table is like choking, like
same idea.
You would tend, like, I know you wouldn't be morally okay with it, but you wouldn't press charge in terms of like,
even less so in that one, because a physician isn't like a government employee where they sign contracts dictating specific performance. They could be like a family physician. They have their own practice, and they're like, I just don't feel like saving this person today. Now, would I not want to go to this person? Yeah,
you're not going to be showing up at their office signing.
Yeah, this person bothers me a little bit for sure, but I'm not going to put them in jail. No.
Okay, interesting.
They could take a big reputational hit though if it got
pretty big.
Yeah, I have no doubt that it's not a good career move, but even like, yeah, I don't know that I don't know if I go so far as to put them in jail, but I do think maybe like an argument for like they just can't practice medicine anymore.
Here's a good question for you, Corey. What if let's say from watching YouTube videos or whatever, I know CPR, okay? And I'm sitting eating like a Subway sandwich, a delicious, delectable Subway sandwich.
Tuna melt.
Tuna melt, yeah. And then table over, a guy goes into cardiac arrest. And I'm like, I would do CPR, but like he's still got like crumbs on his lips and he's like mucus and he's gross looking. He probably smells a little bit. He might be homeless.
He ate the tuna melt and you don't like tuna.
Yeah, something like that. Like I'm just like, you know what? Sorry, I'm not going to do CPR. Should I be punished for refusing to do CPR?
Probably not. Well, it depends on what you got punished. Where it's like, yeah, if you're not, if there's no reason to believe that you should have any sort of medical training, or don't have the capability, but like
you're CPR certified. You have your CPR certification.
Oh yeah, then I would be okay with like some sort of penalty. Probably not like jail, but like if your justification is it's like, well, it just feels icky to do it.
Last hypo. Let's say you have somebody who like gets bit on the dick by a snake, and the only way they live is if you suck the poison out.
Suck it?
Yeah. If you refuse to suck the poison out and the person dies, should you get punished?
Yeah, probably. I don't have a problem. Like that is a very if you can find like a case study of that happening, I'm sure it exists probably somewhere buried in some sort of journals or the annals of medicine. But I don't know. Actually, I'm not even sure of the therapeutic benefit of sucking out the poison.
Let's say it worked. Okay, if it worked, then you would be in favor. Okay.
If performing oral sex on a person, it will save their life. Yeah. Like I'll suck it up.
I got an even worse hypo for you. Let's say you have like a suicidal incel who's like right there, and he's like, I will like end my life unless like he's telling this to a woman, unless you like have sex with me. Does she have any kind of obligation? If she knows him that he's telling the truth, does she have an obligation to have sex with him at that point?
No, because the person is making, presumably without getting into sidetracked about coercion, how we make choices, but the agency is coming from the person.
What if they're mental? Like, what if they're like so mentally ill that we can't reasonably say they have agency?
Well, even that. Well, then they can't consent to like having sexual relations.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, the other person becomes a little bit predatory if they recognize
exactly. That's a good way out of that one. That's
it's not out of it. That is how it analyzes it.
Hey, I've been meaning to ask you a question, Lactoid.
Yeah, hit me.
the word guarantee, like that has specific like legal meaning to it, right? It means that you're saying that if the thing that you say is going to happen or that you're guaranteeing is going to happen will happen, and if not, then there's some sort of recourse, right? Like you'll do something.
Well, so in terms of like contract language, it's not particularly special. Like if I guarantee that this won't happen, what essentially like you could just translate that to we both agree that this won't happen. And if it does, then blah, 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 blah. You could accomplish the same thing. I know guarantee, like there's, I forget what it is, but like guarantee does have legal significance in the sense of it's also used to refer to like money exchanges to some, what's earnest money, stuff like that. Like a guarantee, could be like $50,000 that like XYZ is going to happen. And then like if you don't do XYZ, then the $50,000, goes away or goes to whoever gets the damages, right?
Yeah. So when people, this is just kind of a pet peeve of mine, when people say that they guarantee something, like I guarantee Trump will win the 2020 election. Well, what does that mean? If he doesn't win the election, can I redeem that guarantee in some way? Like
if they made a valid contract, like he will win. Yeah, I mean, if this is going to be enforced, I don't think it will. But if you
no, I don't think so. But is it just fair for me to comment like that? Like, hey, you issued a guarantee. Like, I would like to redeem that now. I don't even know what redemption would look like, but
no.
You have to personally install Trump into the White House.
No, well, they tried and it didn't work. No, but
that's true. That's true.
No, but no, I don't think so. Because what's going to happen is, oh, you were making a legal contract. No, it was a colloquial, puffery method of speech. I was trying to say that
right.
I really think he's going to win, and any reasonable jury is going to be like, yeah, of course, that's what they meant. He's not actually personally guaranteeing that Trump will be elected. And now, if you had maybe like the executive of like somebody who was in a position to actually make that happen, saying shit like that, that could be kind of suspect, I suppose. But a random person, no.
I'm just trying to figure out how to be as annoying as possible.
That's good.
The word guarantee. Actually, I always hate it when people make those absolute statements when it's obvious that they don't have any special knowledge to be able to like issue such a guarantee. And I just hear it so much in everyday colloquial language, like it just annoys the fuck out of me. Like, how could you possibly know what the outcome of this particular thing is going to be?
Yeah. So I gotta bounce up to the other room because I gotta go soon. But I wanted to give him a little.
One last hypothetical.
Yeah, I might pop in there too.
So hostage situation. This child is going to be killed unless you eat this person's ass. Are you doing it?
I would do it, but it'd be. I think that just goes to show how much I would sacrifice for the life of a child. I think that demonstrates how good of a person I am.
I chose child for a reason.
Even though it would make you submissive.
It would make doubly it's submissive in multiple ways. It would be awful, but it saves a child. So fuck it.
I can respect that, and that's why I chose child. That tracks.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure, Lactoid. I might hop in the open as well.
Yeah. Sounds
All right.
good.
Take care.
See you guys there.
Be well.
All right, everybody. Hold on one second. All right. So what we're gonna do is, first of all, thank you all for sticking around, tuning in, chatting, listening. For the bits, really appreciate it. For the follows, we are only one away from 250 followers. We have started started from the bottom. Now we're here. This is so sick. I can't thank you guys enough for sticking around, building a community. I think that's really, really cool. So thank you. Yeah. So this Wednesday, I just want to temper it a little bit. This Wednesday, we may have a debate stream. It's currently on the books, but there's some, I guess, controversy about the topic. So if it doesn't happen, that's the reason why. But if it does happen, I hope it happens because I think it'll be good. It'll be a good discussion. So that is currently planned for this Wednesday, the 17th. And so that, then we're going to have one there. And then we're going to try to obviously get in some time on Sunday as well. So if you like that, if you like this kind of content, if you like debate content, just political discussion generally, and you haven't given me a follow, please consider giving me a follow. And yeah, I love it. We're going to raid out to Prime now because I had a factory reset my computer, and so I don't actually have any of my scenes set up. So we're just going to go ahead and raid on into Prime, and then I'm going to jump on the open probably for a little bit, not too long, because it is pretty late. But then you guys are enjoying the open anyway, so we'll sending you all over.
Yes, there. If there was, we're talking about like an Uncle Ruckus who